I jerked awake, my gut twisted with sudden dread. Every muscle tensed as I strained to hear what had pulled me from sleep, but the warm June night was quiet. A strong arm slid around my waist. Mercy, Adam's voice was thick with sleep. My husband clearly hadn't been disturbed. If there'd been real danger, he'd already be on high alert. I thought I heard something, I admitted, though the memory slipped through my fingers like smoke. He moved in one fluid motion from bed to bare feet, his senses sharpening as he reached out through the pack bonds. As Alpha, he could tap into every wolf under his protection, a connection far deeper than my own. "Nothing stirring in the house," he murmured, turning to study me. "What was it?" I clenched my fist and felt familiar wood beneath my fingers. Adam's gaze dropped to the walking stick pressed against my leg, his brow furrowed as he pried it loose. This was in bed with us. I hadn't even noticed it there again. The deceptively plain stick, its silver-etched surface cool against my palm, had a habit of turning up where it didn't belong. Just a minor fey trinket, they'd said, harmless. But after it had slithered into my life, I'd learned two things. Nothing from the fey is ever simple, and even small magic grows teeth over time. Then came the night it turned deadly in my hands, or maybe I'd been the weapon. Either way, I'd panicked and pawned it off on Coyote. Worst decision ever. When he gave it back, the stick hummed with something new. I flexed my empty hand. The urgency that had woken me was fading. "Maybe just a bad dream," I muttered. Adam placed the stick on the dresser, its latest perch, then caught my chin in his fingers. His kiss was brief but deliberate, a silent check-in. "Gonna sweep the house," he said. Only when I nodded did he vanish into the shadows. Alone, I stared at the ceiling, waiting. The dark felt heavier now. The uneasy feeling lingered. Was it just a bad dream, or was there something more to it? My instincts were on edge, and I couldn't shake the worry gnawing at me. Maybe Tad and Z were in trouble. That would explain why the walking stick had ended up in my bed. It had a mind of its own, after all, and if it was worried about them, that meant something serious. Z, my mentor and the best mechanic I knew, was full-blooded Fae. When the Grey Lords cut ties with the human government, the Fae withdrew to their reservations. Z had been sent to Walla Walla, an hour's drive away, or at least it used to be. Now the whole place had vanished behind layers of magic. Roads led nowhere, pilots forgot their destinations, and satellites saw nothing but haze where the reservation once stood. Then the Fae let loose their monsters, creatures that had been kept in check for centuries. People died. The government tried to downplay it, but the news was catching on. My fingers tightened around the walking stick in my lap, the same one Adam had just put on the dresser. It had a habit of moving when no one was looking, though I'd never caught it in the act. At first, I hadn't been too concerned about Z. He could handle himself. Tad and I had managed to reach him occasionally through a magic mirror. Tad, Z's half-human son, wasn't bound by the Fae's retreat until they realized how powerful his magic was. Then they wanted him. 7 weeks had passed since he disappeared, and without him the mirror was useless. "Is it Tad?" I asked the stick, but it stayed silent. Footsteps on the stairs made me jump, and I quickly put it back before Adam walked in. The next morning, I sat at the kitchen table flipping through a mechanic's catalog, scribbling notes like my life depended on it. Last night's unease hadn't faded, but I couldn't just sit around waiting for disaster. There was no way to reach Z or Tad, no way to know if the walking stick had sensed real danger or if my nightmare had summoned it. The uncertainty gnawed at me, but at least keeping busy kept the dread at bay if disaster was coming. I'd learned it didn't matter what I did. Sitting around worrying never helped. So I kept busy. The breeze fluttered the papers on my desk. Early summer still carried a chill, enough to leave the windows cracked. Soon the sweltering heat would settle in, but for now we only dealt with the occasional gust rattling the screens. I smoothed out the catalog page, comparing the specs of the most affordable car lift to the next model up. After the shop got torched by a temperamental volcano spirit, we'd salvaged what tools we could, though half were warped from the heat or crushed under the wreckage. Rebuilding would take months, and some equipment had lead times just as long. In the meantime, I redirected most of my customers to the local auto shop, except for the loyal regulars and those scraping by. For them, I worked out of the old pole barn on my property. It wasn't fully equipped, but I could handle basic repairs. Upstairs, music drifted down. Jessie must have left her door open. The headphones were a holdover from before her dad and I got together. She'd once admitted that if she played her dad's kind of music, big band Elvis, anything vintage, he wouldn't have minded the speakers. But her taste, not his thing. If she hadn't mentioned her mom let her play whatever she wanted, true, never lie to a werewolf. They'll know. He might not have agreed to the compromise. Headphones muffled the sound enough to keep the peace. Personally, I didn't mind her playlist. and I tapped my fingers along as I sorted my shopping list into wants, needs, and absolute necessities. Later, I'd cross-check it with my bank account and face reality. Over the music, I caught the low rumble of voices, Adam, Daryl, and Zach hashing out pack finances in the meeting room. Budget day, apparently. Our pack had funds set aside for emergencies and support, a luxury not all werewolf groups could afford. Money mattered when controlling the wolf meant controlling stress. Too many wolves struggling meant more tension, more risk, but helping too much, that could backfire. It was a tightrope walk, and Adam took it seriously. His office was too cramped for these discussions, so they'd moved upstairs, where the walls were thicker and the arguments stayed contained. Lucia was the only human in the room, handling most of the pack's accounting after taking over from Adam's business accountant. She stayed quiet, still uneasy around the werewolves, but Zach had a knack for picking up on her unspoken thoughts and passing them along. Nearby, her husband Joel, pronounced Joel in Spanish, let out a deep sigh and flopped onto his back, all four paws in the air, his side pressed against the kitchen cabinets. He wasn't a werewolf either, but he wasn't exactly human anymore either. Joel had this unsettling ability to shift between forms, sometimes human, sometimes something far worse. Most of the time, he looked like a massive Presa Canario, intimidating enough to make strangers nervous. But on rare, terrifying occasions, he became something out of a nightmare, a hulking, sulfur-scented beast with glowing eyes. We were all just glad he wasn't stuck like that permanently. Curled beside him, Cookie, a German shepherd mix nearly his size, watched me with cautious eyes. She'd come a long way since Joel and Lucia rescued her from an abusive past, but sudden movements still made her tense. The hum of an unfamiliar engine outside snapped my focus away from the debate over car lifts. Joel perked up, ears twitching. Upstairs, the guys stopped talking mid-sentence. Our house was the last one on a dead-end road. Visitors were never random. "I'll get it," I said, already moving toward the door with Cookie shadowing me. Before I could reach it, a knock echoed through the house. Izzy stood on the porch, one of Jessie's friends, with her mom hovering behind her, gripping a bright teal tote. Izzy usually drove herself over, so the fact that her mom was here made me wonder if her car had finally given out. Maybe I should offer to show her how to change a tire. "Hey, Ms. H," Izzy muttered, avoiding eye contact before slipping past me and darting upstairs like she was making a jailbreak. Cookie trotted after her. Izzy was one of the few people she actually liked. Izzy's mom gave me a tight smile. I racked my brain for her name, but before I could grasp it, she started talking. "Got a minute? I need to talk to you." The request sent a ripple of unease through me, but Izzy had just bolted upstairs, so this probably wasn't another one of those awkward, "I don't want my kid around werewolves" conversations. Those usually came via phone anyway. "Sure," I said, stepping aside to let her in. "We'll need a table," she announced. I guided her toward the kitchen, where Joel had sprawled across the floor like a living obstacle course, blocking the path. Before I could ask him to move, Izzy's mom breezed right over him as if he were a sleepy golden retriever. Joel shot me a wounded look, clearly offended she hadn't been intimidated by his whole big, scary werewolf act. I shrugged, mouthed sorry, and followed her lead, stepping over him too. She settled at the table, sweeping my clutter aside to make room before pulling out a glossy teal binder with Intricity Living gleaming in gold script. She set it down like it was made of solid gold, then leaned in with the intensity of a late-night infomercial. "Life's too short to feel old and tired. Imagine looking 10 years younger with twice the energy. That's what our supplements can do for you." Oh great, I thought, irritation mixing with amusement. I've been ambushed by a pyramid scheme. Upstairs, Daryl's deep murmur and Adam's laughter drifted down traders, leaving me to fend for myself. "I don't take vitamins," I said flatly. "You haven't tried ours," she countered, undeterred. "They're clinically proven. They make me break out in hives," I lied. She plowed ahead, oblivious, as Izzy's voice floated from Jessie's room. "Mercy's gonna murder me. Mom's burned through her gym buddies, her book club, and now she's harassing my friend's parents." Jessie's reply was muffled but reassuring. "Mercy can handle it." The door clicked shut, sealing the kids in their soundproof bubble of teenage drama. Izzy's mom tapped the binder. "Most brands are full of toxins. Ours, double-certified, allergen-free. If she hadn't been Jessie's best friend's mom, I'd have ushered her out with a thanks but no thanks. Instead, I braced for the sales pitch marathon. Jessie didn't exactly have a packed social calendar. Being a werewolf tended to scare some folks off, and the ones who stuck around weren't always her first choice for company. So I nodded along, offering the occasional hum of agreement as she rambled. The conversation shifted from vitamins to cosmetics, and despite what people might assume, I do wear makeup, mostly when my husband's ex is in the picture. "We also have something great for covering scars," she mentioned, her gaze lingering on the pale line across my cheek. I nearly quipped, "What scar?" but held back. She wouldn't catch the young Frankenstein reference anyway. "I don't usually bother with makeup," I said instead, biting back the urge to joke about my husband forbidding it or calling it devil's handiwork. A woman whose name I couldn't recall wouldn't know when I was messing with her. "But sweetie," she gushed, "with your complexion, you'd look amazing with the right products." And just like that, she was off again, preaching about natural and herbal being pure while toxins were evil, never specifying which ones, of course. The irony wasn't lost on me. Nature had plenty of killers: uranium, for starters, or white snake root, which poisoned entire families through tainted milk. My history degree finally had a use, if only to amuse myself during her sales pitch. She was so sincere, though, that arguing felt pointless. Why burst her bubble by mentioning how sodium and chloride were deadly alone but life-saving as salt? She'd probably just scold me about sodium intake anyway. Flipping the page, she revealed a glossy photo of a mint leaf resting on a jet-black rock in a crystal-clear stream, water droplets artfully placed. It looked refreshing, which made me crave a drink. Not that I drink anymore, thanks to a college mishap, but right then, a stiff one sounded perfect. Funny how alcohol was technically a toxin, yet so damn handy. "This is my favorite part," she cooed, tracing the image with reverence. "Essential oils." She said it like a pirate whispering treasure. From her bag, she pulled a teal box the size of a bread loaf, its elegant script declaring intricity and living essentials. In shimmering letters she lifted the lid, unleashing a storm of scents that hit us like a wave. Joel and I both sneezed in unison, and Izzy's mom chimed in with a quick, "Bless you." I grinned. "Appreciate it. Honestly, I don't know where I'd be without these oils," she said, pulling out a sleek glass bottle filled with golden liquid. "Used to get migraines so bad I couldn't function. Now, just a dab of our Serenity blend on my wrists and poof, gone." She uncapped it and waved it under my nose. The peppermint hit hard, making my eyes sting. Joel sneezed again, shooting her a glare. From upstairs, a loud cough and exaggerated gagging echoed down. Definitely not Ben, and Zach seemed too reserved for that. Adam and Daryl, though, they were barely keeping it together, just quiet enough to avoid her notice. Joel gave me a knowing look, tongue lolling, before stretching and trotting upstairs to join the fun. Traitor. Left alone, I braced myself as she launched back in. "Serenity blend has peppermint, lavender, rosemary, and eucalyptus, all pure, all natural." She recapped it with a satisfied click. "We've got solutions for everything. My husband was a college athlete, and let me tell you, 20 years of jock itch was no joke." I froze. The muffled laughter from upstairs didn't help. She kept going, oblivious. "We tried every cream, every pill, nothing worked until this." She rummaged through her case and triumphantly held up a small bottle. 3 nights of this and boom, gone. Works on ringworm, psoriasis, even acne." I stared at the label, healing touch, praying it would erase the mental image. Note to self, avoid ever meeting Izzy's dad. She popped the cap off this one too. "Vitamin E tea tree oil, lavender," I guessed. Her smile brightened. "Exactly. Most of our oils are single notes, but the blends, that's where the magic happens. This one," she pulled out another bottle. "I use it every morning. Instant mood boost, endorphins, energy, all that good stuff. Good vibrations." I deadpanned. The bottle wasn't some time travel potion, just a mood booster labeled with a retro 60s vibe. She nodded, lowering her voice. "They don't advertise this, but my manager swears it does more than lift your spirits. She thinks it smooths out life's rough edges, helps good luck find you." Her smile never faded. She was wearing it when she scratched off a $1,000 lottery ticket. Leaning in, she set the bottle down with a conspiratorial tap. "Rumor has it, unconfirmed of course, that the founder of Intricity," she said, stretching the word like in Tracity, Tracy Labella, "is a witch. The good kind, supposedly, using her powers for our benefit." Her giggle was oddly youthful, almost infectious, but the mention of magic made my fingers tighten around the bottle. I uncapped it, inhaling rose, lavender, lemon, and mint. No trace of enchantment, and I'd know. Labella wasn't a witch name I recognized, and Tracy the Beautiful sounded about as real as fairy dust. "Now this," she said, producing another vial, "is my personal favorite. Guaranteed to spice up your love life or your money back." Her eyes twinkled. "Does your husband ever struggle to keep pace?" She wiggled a limp finger, eyebrows arched. The quiet from upstairs grew louder. No," I muttered, fighting a smirk. If Daryl hadn't snorted, "Nice save," I might have held my ground. But Adam's laugh sealed it. I brushed invisible lint off my jeans. "Not like that. He's a werewolf, so really not an issue if you catch my drift." She leaned in, rapt. "I don't. Explain." I fake hesitated, dropping my voice to a murmur. "You know the stories about werewolves, right?" "Tell me," she whispered. I could hear the conference door creak open. They were listening. I exhaled dramatically. "Let's just say stamina isn't the problem. 3-4 times a night. a low chuckle. You've seen him. Adam was hard to miss, but some nights I'm not 20 anymore. I finally doze off and nudge. I gave her a weary smile. Got anything for that? Instead of blinking, she nodded like a doctor diagnosing a cold and pulled out a chunky vial labeled Dream Deep. My manager's late father actually helped develop those little blue pills last year. Her mother nearly left him after 4 decades of marriage before trying this stuff. God rest his soul meant he was gone right. I hesitated before taking the vial. Like the others, it didn't radiate any magic. I popped the lid and inhaled lavender, sure but richer, layered with citrus and something earthy. What's actually in this? I asked. St. John's wort, lavender, orange, she rattled off. Not exactly neutering your libido, but it'll balance you out, she said, launching into her pitch like chemical castration was casual dinner talk, something you'd casually suggest to your spouse. And here I thought she seemed like someone's sweet grandma. I took another whiff. St. John's wort rang a bell from some old book about fae, apparently. It kept them out if you lined your windows and doors with it. If it worked on fae, maybe we should stock up. Lucia had been revamping the garden lately, even muttering about adding herbs. St. John's wort would fit right in. Izzy's mom wrapped up her spiel and went for the kill. No way was I signing up to peddle intricity to everyone I knew. Call it a membership club all you want, still a pyramid scheme. When she dangled a discount for referrals, I almost gave her Elizavetta's number, but sending a harmless woman to a witch felt cruel, and friend was a stretch for Elizaveta anyway. Better to warn the old Russian and let her handle Tracy lay Bella's sudden witchy rebrand. I caved and bought her last 2 bottles of Rest Well, one regular, one jumbo, mostly for the laugh, but also to test the St. John's wort on a fae. With Z and Tad stuck off-grid, backup plans were smart. The tiny vial of good vibrations was an impulse buy after the demo, and hey, maybe Elizaveta could confirm if it was legit magic. No harm in sampling it myself first. The orange oil. That's when I admitted defeat. But damn, it smelled amazing, like citrusy calm in a bottle. She swore it worked in baking too, better than extract. After shooing her out, I slumped against the door. A throat cleared. Adam lounged on the stairs, arms crossed, doing his best grumpy impression. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his eyes. So, he said, shaking his head, I'm too much for you. You could have just told me. Marriage doesn't mean you can't say no, Mercy. My eyes widened. I didn't want to upset you. That little nudge I give you, huh? His tone turned thoughtful. Actually, I'm feeling one coming on right now. Now, I whispered, glancing toward Jesse's room. What about the kids? He tilted his head, listening, then shrugged. They won't hear a thing. He took a slow step down the stairs. Think about Daryl, Zach, Lucia, and Joel, I pleaded. They'll be traumatized. You know how werewolves are, he said, dead serious as he reached the bottom. I bolted and he was right behind me. Not literally, of course. My tail only shows up in coyote form. I zigzagged around the dining table, but he planted a hand on it and vaulted clean over, barely missing Medea, who was napping in her usual off-limits spot. She yowled at him, but he didn't slow down. I ducked under the table, dashed through the kitchen, and flew down the basement stairs, laughing so hard my sides ached. He tackled me in the rec room, pinning me to the floor. His lips brushed my chin, my neck, my cheek, then finally my mouth, scattering every coherent thought I had left. Nudge, he murmured, and it took me a second to remember what he meant. No, I managed weakly. Thought you didn't want to hurt my feelings, he teased, though his breathing was just as ragged as mine. Blame Izzy, Jesse, Daryl, Zach, Lucia, and Joel, I said, my voice unsteady. He rolled off but kept hold of my hand, both of us lying there, breathless. He started laughing first. At least, he gasped, werewolves don't get jock itch. Every curse has its perks, I agreed. Instead of laughing again, he squeezed my hand and sat up, pressing my fingers to his lips. Yeah, he said softly. Of course, I had to kiss him after that. We headed upstairs before things got too embarrassing. Sure, Daryl and Zach exchanged knowing looks as they left, but since nothing actually happened, I managed to keep my dignity intact. Mostly. Adam and the crew had wrapped up their meeting by the time I finished dealing with Izzy's mom. Daryl pressed a chivalrous kiss to my hand, his dark eyes twinkling. You never fail to amuse, he said with a grin. I shot him a mock-innocent look, which only made him laugh harder, his broad shoulders shaking. With his mixed heritage, his father's deep African roots and his mother's sharp Chinese features, Daryl had this effortless charisma. He could switch from intimidating to disarming in seconds, the kind of guy who could talk a stray cat out of a thunderstorm. Zach, our pack's lone submissive, pulled me into a quick hug. He'd been jumpy as a rabbit when he first joined us, but now he was all about physical reassurance, not in a romantic way, just pack instinct. The guys had adjusted, though some had needed time to get used to it. Nobody wanted Zach unhappy. His calm presence kept the dominant wolves in check. As he stepped back, I felt the weight of a small vial slip into my pocket, probably one of the oils I'd just bought. "For the nudge," he murmured, dead serious. Daryl gave him a playful high five on the way out, and Adam chuckled as I shut the door behind them. Turning around, I found Lucia leaning against the kitchen doorway, Joel beside her, arms crossed and smirking. "Relax," she said before I could ask. "Zach kept me in the loop. Why didn't you just shut her down from the start?" "Because she's Izzy's mom," I sighed, "and Jesse's stuck dealing with the fallout if I'm rude." Adam folded his arms, amused. "Also, you didn't want to hurt her feelings, which is why pyramid schemes thrive." I rolled my eyes. "I bought the oil because I'm curious if there's actual magic in it, not because I'm soft." Adam's grin widened. "So, who's wearing it, you or me?" I tapped the vial in my pocket. "Pretty sure it's lethal for you. Her manager's dad got a God rest his soul mid-sales pitch." My plan. "Douse myself in it. You'll stay 10 feet away unless you're truly desperate." He burst out laughing, head thrown back, and for a second I forgot to breathe. Adam played down his looks, military haircut, deliberately bland clothes, but when he laughed like that, all sharp cheekbones and that damn dimple. "Yeah, magazine cover material." I coughed, refocusing. "So, the nudge." Lucia chuckled as she headed back to the kitchen, tossing a playful remark over her shoulder. Adam, however, wasn't in the mood for jokes. He took a deliberate step toward me, but before he could say anything, both our phones buzzed. I glanced at mine, ready to ignore it, until I recognized the caller. "Tony," I answered, stepping away to avoid overlapping conversations. Adam was already deep in a tense exchange with Daryl, his voice sharp with urgency. Tony's words came fast, nearly drowned out by wailing sirens in the background. "We've got a problem, something huge on the cable bridge. It's tearing through cars like they're snacks." When the cops asked for the pack, things were bad. Adam, multitasking effortlessly, cut in. "Tell him we're coming. Daryl and Zach are already en route." I relayed the message and hung up, grabbing my keys. The bridge, officially named something nobody used, was a quick drive from our place. Adam's grip on my arm stopped me. His expression darkened, the memory of our last fight flashing in his eyes. That one had left me bedridden for weeks. "You know the risks," I said before he could argue. "You'll be a werewolf, Daryl will be a werewolf, and Joel, he'll be a walking volcano. Someone's gotta keep the cops from shooting you on sight." I met his gaze. "I won't make promises I can't keep, but I won't be reckless." His jaw tightened, but he nodded. That was our deal. He didn't get to bench me just because I wasn't bulletproof. Without hesitation, he stripped down, no time for modesty when fur was about to fly. "Joel," he called. The massive black dog slunk out, already swelling in size. One wrong move and the car would be a puddle of molten steel. I bolted upstairs, barging into Jesse's room. "Monster on the bridge," I said. "Stay put, lock the doors. No arguments, no time." "I love you too," I said quickly, cutting her off before she could respond as I dashed back down to Adam's SUV where the rest of the team waited. We had monsters to hunt. Adam was still mid-transformation when traffic on the highway came to a standstill. A backup on this stretch of road was rare. Then again, so were creatures capable of tearing through cars like paper. Call it a hunch, but I had a feeling the two were connected. I eased off the gas as the line of vehicles ahead froze completely. Switching to four-wheel drive, I veered onto the shoulder, even hopping the curb when necessary to bypass the gridlock. The old scrapyard's empty lot became our makeshift parking spot. From here, we'd move faster on foot. The moment I stepped out, sirens wailed in the distance. Joel slid from the backseat into the driver's side, then emerged, his weight making the SUV sway. In his Tibisna form, he was heavier than any natural creature. Flames flickered beneath his skin as it split apart, molten light searing through the cracks. Adam, now fully wolf, shook himself once before bolting toward the bridge. Joel and I fell in behind him. I kept pace easily, though my coyote form would have been quicker. But running around naked tends to undermine credibility with law enforcement, go figure. So I stayed human, flanked by Adam's silver-black wolf on one side and Joel, who looked nothing like a dog, on the other. We weren't exactly subtle. Pack magic usually keeps humans from noticing werewolves. Adam could sprint down the freeway at noon, and most people would just see a stray mutt. Joel, not so much. His magic practically demanded attention. His eyes burned like embers, his massive frame left charred footprints, and his presence screamed hellhound. Once people spotted him, they recognized Adam too. Small-town fame had its perks. Even in wolf form, he was hard to miss. "Mercy," someone yelled from the gridlocked cars. "When's the shop reopening? Sheba's acting up again. Got a gremlin in the wiring or something." I waved blindly. "Call the shop line, Nick." Sheba, his eternally temperamental VW bug, had a knack for breaking down in ways that defied logic. Some cars just had a grudge against their owners. Need to assist the cops with some bridge monster chowing down on cars. I shouted over my shoulder as I took off. Wait, what's on the bridge? He called back, but I was already too far to answer. A woman leaned out of her parked car as I sprinted past. Werewolf problem, Mercy, she hollered. I didn't recognize her, but Adam's high profile had rubbed off on me. I wasn't exactly a stranger these days. Not this time, I called. Probably something from the Fae. Tony would have chewed me out for spilling details to civilians, but let's be real, with smartphones everywhere, this thing was already trending. The bridge loomed large over the river, impossible to miss. A creature big enough to snack on sedans. Yeah, that was going viral. No way to keep it under wraps. Up ahead, the Lampson building jutted into view, its weird inverted pyramid shape looking like some ancient god had smashed it into the earth. Police lights flashed everywhere, turning the scene into a disco of emergency response. They'd set up 2 blockades, one at the last intersection before the bridge, cops waving cars away, and another closer to the bridge itself, just past the Vietnam Memorial. We blew past the first barricade without issue, though we earned some serious side-eye. Then again, who's gonna stop a woman running full tilt with a werewolf and a Tibaisna in tow? Maybe they just knew Adam. The bridge stretched ahead, cables swooping down from the towers like frozen waterfalls. From this side, I could only see halfway, a few abandoned cars, one flipped upside down, its rear tire torn clean off. Looked like something had taken a bite and decided rubber wasn't its thing. The other lane was eerily empty, like the monster had already cleared its plate. The scene looked like a child had thrown a fit with their toy cars, scattering them in chaotic disarray. The distance made the wreckage appear deceptively small, almost harmless, but I knew better. Every one of those crumpled vehicles had held lives, and some might still. I'd seen enough accidents to recognize the ones hiding the dead, waiting silently for us to deal with the threat before we could tend to them. I collided with Adam, who had shifted to block my path. Even in wolf form, he was solid enough to keep me from stumbling, steadying me with a quick nudge before turning his attention toward the cops nearby. Most kept their distance except for Tony, who jogged over. A few officers looked roughed up, and the metallic tang of blood hung in the air, whether theirs or the victims, I couldn't tell. All right, I said to Tony. Adam's called in the pack, but it'll take time. What's the plan? Tony's expression was grim. Can you stop this thing? If not, we just need to keep it on the bridge until the National Guard arrives, 8 to 2 hours. His gaze flicked to Joel, who stood nearby, his dark, smoldering form drawing only a brief pause from Tony. It's not leaving, but that's by choice, not because we've contained it. So far, nothing we've done has more than ticked it off. Adam shot me a look, and I nodded. Go, Joel and I can handle the cleanup. He hesitated, golden eyes locking onto mine. The bond between us hummed with unspoken worry, but sometimes words were necessary. I know, I said softly. Love you too. With that, he took off, Joel matching his stride as they vanished into the wreckage. Tony guided me toward the officers, some in uniform, others in whatever they'd thrown on when the call came in. Detective Willis studied me with an unreadable expression. Just a heads up, I said. Don't shoot the werewolves or the Tibaisna. They're on our side. Tibaisna. Willis repeated, testing the word, but his focus snapped back to the chaos. There were bigger things to worry about than names. He glanced toward the bridge, ignoring Adam and Joel as they ducked behind abandoned cars for cover. What's the deal with that thing up there? Why won't bullets stop it? It's like they don't even phase it. I don't know what you're dealing with yet, I admitted. Haven't gotten a good look, but that shadowy creature running with Adam, that's a Tibaisna, not a threat. Adam's the werewolf and the Tibaisna is on our side. Tell your team not to shoot them. Willis shot a skeptical glance at Adam and Joel, his expression tightening as he finally registered Joel wasn't just another werewolf. A Tibaisna, what the hell is that supposed to be? My ally, I said flatly. Who's putting his life on the line for this mess? Willis exhaled sharply. No disrespect intended, Mercy Hauptmann. He tapped his comms. Listen up, do not fire on the large black canine. Repeat, do not engage the werewolves either. They're friendly. Tony, who trailed me over, added, we've got snipers positioned on the Lampson building and the crow's nest over on Clover Island. Not that it's helping much. Clover Island was all marinas and tourist spots, docks, a hotel, the Coast Guard station, and a handful of overpriced seafood joints. The crow's nest was the rooftop restaurant with a view. Windest too strong for a clean shot, Tony continued, voice steady. Pasco's got their own sharpshooters too. At this point, we're more likely to hit each other than that thing, and given how useless bullets have been, it wouldn't matter anyway. I still haven't seen it, I pressed. What's it look like? Like King Kong got dumped in a swamp, an unfamiliar officer cut in. Green, mossy, with a nose way too high on its face. And yeah, it's definitely male, no moss covering that part. Festive, a female officer deadpanned, red and green. I didn't get that close, muttered a guy in a blood-stained hoodie, too busy hauling civilians out of the wreckage. What's it even doing? I asked. Why stay on the bridge? Are the werewolves holding it there? If it wanted off, another officer said darkly. It'd be off, Tony nodded. Adam's team's keeping it busy. Pasco says they've been baiting it back whenever it looks like leaving. But honestly, it doesn't seem interested in going anywhere. The guy in the hoodie shrugged. One survivor swore it just stopped dead and doubled back to the center of the bridge like it was waiting for something. The creature had been spotted near our side a few times, mostly lingering around the middle of the bridge. The officer turned to me, his voice shaking slightly. That thing was charging straight at me when this huge guy, built like a linebacker, sprinted past and smashed it with a baseball bat. I've played ball my whole life, but I've never seen anyone swing like that. The bat snapped clean in half. He saved me and the 4 people I was trying to get off the bridge. Is he with you? Daryl. Of course it was Daryl. He always kept a bat and ball in his trunk, though in Washington, carrying just a bat could get you pulled over. He hadn't come out as a werewolf at work, but after today, that secret was probably toast. Yeah, probably, I said. A woman nearby, her arm in a sling and half her face already bruising, scowled. Then why wasn't he furry and fanged? I bit back a sharp reply when I saw her injuries. Most werewolves need time to shift, 10, 15 minutes, sometimes longer. The 2 who got here first, they were driving by, saw what was happening, called us, then jumped in. One of the cops muttered under his breath, thank God for that. Another guy who looked vaguely familiar added, the other one was changing, freaky as hell. A werewolf mid-shift isn't helpless, I explained. Just distracted. Fighting in that state isn't ideal. And control, yeah, that went out the window. But they didn't need that detail. Willis cut in. We were hoping you could id this thing so we know how to handle it. Worked with the police on Faye cases before, but I wasn't an expert. My usual contacts were out of reach. Samuel and Ariana were overseas, and Z and Tad were stuck on the Walla Walla reservation. Still, I'd done my homework. I'd need to see it, I said. Green, massive, like King Kong, but with a mossy tint. And it hadn't left the bridge. I shut my eyes, picturing Ariana's book, a favorite guide on creatures and how to survive them. Troll, I said, opening my eyes. Could be a troll. How tall? Like a damn semi, Willis answered. A sudden shout cut through the air. My head snapped toward the bridge at the peak of the bridge's curve. Something massive moved. A hulking, greenish figure, roughly the size of a gorilla but far more unsettling. It lunged, seizing one of the thick suspension cables, each easily wider than my outstretched arms, and hauled itself upward with terrifying ease. Take a closer look, Tony muttered, shoving a pair of binoculars into my hands. The creature's skin was the sickly green of unripe peppers, its body covered in patches of moss-like growth that clung to its shoulders and draped from its scalp like some grotesque imitation of hair. Its face was all wrong small, deep-set eyes beneath a broad, flaring nose, flanked by slits that looked like fresh knife wounds. The edges of those slits glowed crimson, maybe gills, maybe something worse. Trolls loved bridges, drawn to the in-between spaces, thresholds, crossroads, places humming with unseen energy. That explained why it clung to the cables instead of bolting past the cops into Pasco or Kennewick, and it was definitely male, reveling in its climb like a kid on a jungle gym. I'd grown up around werewolves, seen my share of monstrous things, but that flash of red against all that green, unnerving. Yeah, I said, forcing calm into my voice. Freaking out in front of a bunch of cops wouldn't help the pack's reputation. These days, goodwill was survival. Definitely a troll. Funny how different it was from the sketch in Ariana's book. 4 inches tall on paper, but in real life, a nightmare the size of a dump truck. Even from half a mile away, the sheer bulk of it made my stomach twist. The wolves were nowhere in sight, hidden by the bridge's angle and the wreckage strewn across the lanes, but the troll's agitation told me they were close. With a final, grotesque grin, rows of shark-like teeth glinting, it let go. 30 feet up, maybe more, and then nothing but the shudder of impact beneath my feet, distant but undeniable. The bridge had swallowed the landing hole, leaving me with nothing but the echo. The bridge trembled under the impact, the vibrations traveling up through my boots. I passed the binoculars back, forcing myself to stay calm. If any of the wolves had been crushed, the pack bond would have screamed at me. The silence meant they were still alive. What exactly are we dealing with? Tony asked as he snatched the binoculars, frustration sharp in his voice. I get the fairy tale version, big, ugly, lives under bridges. But how do we actually stop one? Our bullets barely scratched it while we were evacuating people. Trolls are built like tanks, I said. Not the brightest, but they can talk, most of them anyway. Their skin's supposed to be like reinforced steel. Some old book compared it to plate armor, but if your guns didn't phase it, I'd say it's way tougher than that. I racked my brain for anything useful. and it's just as happy in the water as on land. Tell your guys in the boats to stay sharp." The river below was crowded now, a mix of rubberneckers in fishing boats and a couple of official-looking vessels. "Any bright ideas on how to put this thing down?" "Historically, lances," I admitted with a grimace. Tony let out a dry laugh. "Great, so unless you've got a cavalry unit stashed somewhere, we're fresh out of medieval solutions." "JC's got a horse," the officer with the bloody sleeve piped up. Another cop, binoculars glued to his face, muttered, "Yeah, but his lance isn't exactly dragon-slaying material." "Coming from the guy who'd know about undersized weapons," JC shot back. "My mare spooks at squirrels. You think she's charging a troll? Dream on." I leaned closer to Tony, keeping my voice low as the others traded nervous jokes. "Casualties," he exhaled hard. "Civilians are clear on our side. Pasco PD handled theirs. Some moron tried to save his sedan, got tossed into the river. Sheriff's dive team says he broke his neck on impact." His jaw tightened. "Lost one of ours, too. Bought time so Pasco could pull people from a wreck. Troll got him." Willis, voice rough but quiet, added, "Ate him. 10 years on the force, always dodging the tough calls. Today he held the line, no family left to notify." He swallowed. "Nothing to bury." A crackle of static cut in. Willis pressed his earpiece. "Go ahead." "You see that busted-up van? Kennewick side just past the curve." "Got it. There's still someone inside." The driver's side was completely wrecked, but the passenger door finally popped open. Zach, the werewolf who'd been transforming earlier, must have managed it. A tense silence followed. "I see him again," came the voice over the comms. "There's a woman still inside. They're not moving. Hell, there's an infant carrier. They're struggling to free the baby." The woman's hurt and a wolf's paws aren't exactly built for car seat buckles. Willis went rigid. "We're sending backup." I pictured officers sprinting toward the van straight into the troll's path. That thing had already taken one of them. Adam and the pack would try, but humans wouldn't stand a chance. I wasn't human. I told Adam I wouldn't be reckless, but this was a child. Zach's struggle made sense. Those buckles were designed to withstand crashes, not claws. Sticky juice spills and reinforced straps would be a nightmare for a werewolf. My fingers brushed the essential oil vial in my pocket. Useless. My gun, useless for this. "Tony," I called, feigning calm. "Got a knife on you." He was mid-conversation with another cop, but tossed me a sleek folding blade without hesitation. Slipping it into my jeans, I studied the troll. It was fast, but not werewolf fast. If they could evade it, so could I probably. Willis updated the team. Humans couldn't hear the earpiece chatter, while I weighed my promise against the image of that baby trapped in metal wreckage. Staying safe while others died. That would rot everything between Adam and me. "I'll go," I said. "I'm your best shot." Tony grabbed my arm. "You're a civilian." I met his glare. "You know damn well I'm not. Secrets didn't stay buried long when you married a werewolf alpha." The pack life had a way of dragging truths into the light. Being married to Adam already made me stand out, so being a coyote shifter didn't add much to the target on my back. The other officers were pretending not to watch me, but I caught their sideways glances. "We've been careful with the press. I wasn't a werewolf, and I made sure the police knew it too." I flashed Tony a grin. "You've seen me move." Then, just to keep things honest, I added, "I'm not a werewolf, but good luck keeping up with me." His expression stayed grim. "Maybe, but can you outrun that?" A bone-chilling howl rolled across the bridge, and every cop nearby snapped to attention, hands hovering near their weapons. That sound wasn't just noise. It was part of the Tibaisna's arsenal, as dangerous as the molten heat beneath its skin. Even half-muffled, the howl sent a primal shiver down my spine, though I knew it was just magic messing with my instincts. "Guess we'll find out soon enough," I said. "Besides, our Tibaisna knows me." Strangers, not so much. I wasn't sure how much of Joel was still in control when he fully transformed. He told me it was unpredictable. So far, the creature had tolerated pack members, but that didn't mean much now. "No," Tony said firmly. "Absolutely not," Willis cut in. I smirked. "Not your decision." With a quick twist, I broke Tony's grip and darted past him before he could react. I sprinted toward the bridge, listening for pursuit, but no one followed more than a step or two. At the bridge's edge, I slowed to a casual walk, no need to draw unnecessary attention. The bridge stretched ahead, 4 lanes divided by a concrete barrier. A rusting guardrail lined the sidewalk, its peeling paint a testament to years of sun and wind. A faded sign warned of a $250 fine for jumping, like anyone needed the reminder. I kept my eyes moving, sky, water, the distant figures on the hotel roof, but deliberately avoided searching for the troll. Some creatures know when they're being watched. If I could reach the van unnoticed, it'd be a small miracle. Ahead, the sounds of destruction grew louder, crunching metal, shattering glass, Adam's low growl, and Daryl's muffled voice. They were on the far side, hidden from view. I reached the first wreck, a flipped red Buick, without incident, my pulse steady despite the chaos closing in. The shattered glass of the driver's side door was smeared with blood, not enough to be fatal, but car wrecks could kill in more ways than one. Tony and Willis had only mentioned 2 casualties, so whoever had been in this vehicle likely made it out alive. I held onto that thought as I moved forward. The moment I walked past the overturned Buick, the troll's scent hit me, a mix of water-fay magic and something peppery, sharp enough to sting my eyes but not entirely unpleasant. Then, without warning, the pack's hunting song surged through me, tying me to the others on the bridge. Joining the pack had its drawbacks, like having to build mental shields to keep their instincts from steering me, but moments like this made up for it. The hunting song wasn't about control, it was about unity. Like a perfectly choreographed dance troupe, we moved in sync, anticipating each other's actions before they happened. It didn't happen every hunt, only when the stakes were high, and right now the stakes couldn't be higher. For the first time, I didn't feel like an outsider. The pack had been warming up to me mostly, but I was the one still holding back. Yet in this moment, none of that mattered. The song only cared that we were in this together, risking everything. With each step, I absorbed flashes of the others. Adam's distaste for troll blood, the shallow cut on his hip, Daryl's bruised shoulder making his left arm stiff. Zach was struggling, his wolf clawing at the surface as the scent of fear from the trapped woman and her baby tested his control. A submissive wolf was still a predator, and terror was intoxicating. But Adam's confidence radiated through the bond, steadying Zach. The troll had lost track of them, distracted by something, maybe by me. The shiny blue car caught his attention, and he slammed it repeatedly into the guardrail, the metallic clangs echoing like some twisted symphony. Adam moved silently along the opposite side of the bridge, staying low behind the cracked cement barrier, now scarred from the troll's earlier destruction. The barrier was enough to hide him as he positioned himself to drive the creature toward Joel. The hunting song pulsed in my mind, revealing the werewolves' struggle. Joel had landed a few solid hits, enough to make the troll wary but not enough to bring it down. Their plan wasn't to finish it off, just to test its weaknesses. Daryl crept between wrecked cars, gripping a tire iron, ready to flank the beast. Together, they'd funnel it straight to Joel. Joel himself was a storm of rage, barely contained. His growl rumbled like a lion's, but he held back the full, terrifying cry, smart enough to play along with Adam's strategy. Then they sensed me. Adam's first reaction was sharp betrayal. I'd promised to stay safe, but understanding followed fast. I was here for the baby, for Zach. His acceptance settled like a weight. They'd keep the troll distracted. Zach and I had one job, get the humans out. Zach's relief was almost too strong. I hoped I could actually help, not just be another liability. The van ahead was a vintage model, polished to a shine despite the crumpled front, maybe from a run-in with the troll itself. Antifreeze dripped in thin streams across the pavement. Zach was on the left, but the working doors were on the right. I should have trusted him to watch my back. But old habits die hard. I ducked around the front, scanning for the troll before stepping closer. Just in case, I spotted the troll on the Pasco side of the bridge, gleefully wrecking a bright blue Nissan against the guardrails. A white paper taped to the back window showed a recent date in bold black marker. Someone's brand new car now reduced to a toy. Insurance probably didn't cover mythical vandalism. Smashing didn't quite capture it, though. The troll wasn't just destroying the car. He was playing with it, shoving it forward and letting it roll into the rails like some twisted game of bumper cars. The crunch of metal and shattering glass echoed as the Nissan bounced back into his massive hands. Either he'd knocked it into neutral or somehow wrecked the transmission in a way I'd never seen. When the windshield exploded from a particularly hard hit, the troll let out a gleeful hop that made the whole bridge shudder. Then, with a grunt, he hurled the car even harder. This time, the rail bent, trapping the crumpled Nissan. The troll's mood flipped instantly. He roared in frustration, grabbed the car with both hands, and with terrifying strength, rammed it straight through both sets of guardrails, sending it plummeting into the river below. Cheering, he scrambled up a bridge cable to admire his handiwork. I used the distraction to inch toward the van, careful not to draw his attention. The sliding door hung twisted, clearly forced open, probably Daryl or Zach in his half-wolf state. Zach stood watch near the driver's side, ready to react if the troll turned on us. Inside, a young woman cradled a baby, keeping it quiet with a nearly empty bottle. Smart. Up close, I could see her arm was badly broken, tucked tight against her side. "Hey," I whispered. "I'm here to help." She matched my quiet tone, but her voice shook. "I can't get my baby out. The seat belt's stuck and the bottle's almost gone. The moment that bottle runs out, she's going to start wailing." The infant couldn't have been more than a few months old, wrapped tight in a pastel pink blanket and wedged awkwardly into the backward-facing seat. She still had that generic newborn look, tiny, scrunched features that hadn't yet settled into the face she'd grow into. Her wide blue eyes locked onto her mother as she sucked greedily. I studied the car seat. It wasn't one of those sleek modern ones where the carrier detaches with a click. From what I could tell, it was an older model, and something had jammed the release, something jagged like a broken tooth. The button was stuck, refusing to budge. I pulled out Tony's knife and started sawing at the thick seatbelt webbing. The blade looked sharp, but it might as well have been a butter knife for all the good it did. "Once we're out of here," I muttered under my breath, "remind me to get Tony a sharpening stone and a manual on how to use it." "Who's Tony?" the woman asked, her voice strained. "The cop who loaned me this useless thing," I said, finally slicing through the belt. I yanked the seat free and stepped back, only to notice her knee, swollen to the size of a grapefruit. "Can you put weight on that leg?" She shook her head, biting down hard on her lip. "But you can get Nicole out," she insisted. "If she's safe, I'll be fine." I told the werewolf the same thing. The baby let out a tiny sound, not quite a cry, more like a hiccup. But on this bridge, full of creatures with ears like radar, even that was enough. The wolves had been letting the troll amuse himself, but the blue car sinking into the river had lost its appeal. The hunting song in the air shifted, sharpening with interest. That faint, helpless noise, a human baby, defenseless, had caught the troll's attention. A heavy thud shook the van as the troll dropped back onto the bridge from the cables above. I could feel its gaze, even if it couldn't see me. I rocked the car seat slightly, and the baby quieted. We all froze until the trolls started pounding on another vehicle. I had to move them both and fast. The mother couldn't walk, but the van could roll. The radiator fluid pooling underneath told me the engine was shot, but we were on a decline. If Zach and I pushed hard enough, momentum might do the rest. I settled the baby back beside her mother, who slipped the nearly empty bottle back between her lips. The baby grinned, kicking her feet before latching on again. The soft, rhythmic sound of her sucking made the troll grunt in approval. Then, whether it was instinct, the pack's hunting sense, or just the sudden silence, every hair on my neck stood up. The troll was coming, slowly, deliberately. The Fae have a thing for children, someone once mentioned, maybe Bran, that children carried a unique kind of magic simply because they were still becoming. That potential was irresistible to the Fae, like a siren's call. Some of them kept kids as pets, leaving behind twisted replacements to maintain balance, a lesson I'd picked up from Ariana's research. Others, well, they just saw them as snacks. A baby, though fresh, full of possibility, was the most tempting of all. The troll's quiet steps carried a hunger so thick I could almost taste it in the air. Then the pack's hunting instincts surged, flooding my senses with urgency. Adam vaulted the barrier in one smooth motion, while Joel darted from behind a parked car. But Daryl, already closer, got there first. He swung the tire iron like a blade, aiming for the troll's knee. The creature barely flinched, swatting the iron aside and sending Daryl sprawling. Whether it was the iron's sting or the sheer force of the hit, the troll hesitated, shaking its hand like it had touched fire. Daryl didn't waste the opening. He lunged, scaling the troll's massive frame in seconds, gripping its shoulders like a climber on a cliff. Zach held his ground between the van and the monster, a last line of defense. His resolve burned in my mind. By time, protect the woman and child. Snapping back to my own task, I scrambled into the driver's seat, stealing a glance outside. The troll loomed on the other side of the barrier, blocking my view of Adam and Joel. Then it twisted unnaturally, like no creature I'd ever seen, and wrenched Daryl off its back, hurling him over the railing. 1 second he was there, the next gone. The hunting song went silent where he'd been. My chest tightened. Boats, there are boats down there. Someone will pull him out. Werewolves and water didn't mix, but hope was all I had. Zach bolted toward the fight, leaving the van unguarded. The woman in the backseat whimpered. "It won't start." My sister tried, she ran for help, but the cops got to her first. "We'll figure it out," I muttered, jamming the clutch. The gear shift resisted, stuck in place. If I could just get it rolling, but I'd need an extra set of hands. The weight of Daryl's absence pressed down, a hollow ache in my gut. Was he just out of range, or was it worse? The pack bond offered no answers, just annoying dread. I yanked the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The van's side was crumpled from whatever had slammed into it earlier. The pack was locked in battle, the hunt song pulsing through them like a live wire. I couldn't shut it out. They sensed my struggle, and one broke away to help. 2 wolves weren't enough against the troll, but Adam, the song's conductor, not its tyrant, sent Joel to me. He chose Joel because if he and Zach fell, Joel could still keep me safe. "No, Adam," I snapped, loud enough to cut through the chaos. "I'll handle it." Joel came anyway. In the rearview mirror, his form shifted, molten and unpredictable. The pack had theories about it. Zach claimed it was because the Tibaisna was born from fire, fluid as lava. This time his shape settled into something between a lion and a nightmare. His muzzle was wide, almost feline, framed by a mane of writhing dreadlocks that hissed and sparked, molten orange bleeding through cracks in the black crust. His body had thickened, legs elongated, giving him a predator's stance. His tail lashed like a cat's, tipped with the same glowing tendrils. When he slammed his shoulder into the van, the metal sizzled. Then Adam went down. A crushing blow shattered his shoulder. Zach lunged, but we all felt it. He wasn't Joel. The hunt's pulse stuttered. Joel shoved the van free before sprinting back into the fray. The van lurched forward, sluggish at first, but momentum built as I steered downhill, weaving through wreckage. By the time I cleared the bridge, the hunt's song vanished, ripped away like a severed limb. The silence was agony, leaving me hollow. The bonds were still there, Adam, the pack, but they were static, lifeless. I didn't stop until the van rolled past the police barricade, now shifted to let me through. The second I braked, paramedics swarmed the vehicle. The woman and her baby were safe. That was all that mattered. Then I ran back toward the bridge, back toward the fight. I had no idea what I could do against the werewolves' failure, but one thing was clear: Adam was injured, and I wasn't there to protect him. Sprinting now, no longer concerned about drawing the troll's notice, my view was obstructed by vehicles and the concrete barrier, leaving only the monstrous Fae in sight. My fingers closed around the grip of my Sig Sauer, tucked in the concealed holster at my back. Mom had given it to me for my birthday, a .40 caliber, more powerful than my old 9. I still trained with the 9 and my .44 revolver, but the compact .40 was easier to hide. It was light enough that I could empty several magazines before my arms tired. A .45 would have been better, though from what the cops had said, bullets probably wouldn't do much. Not like I had a grenade launcher lying around. The troll hoisted a green Mayada like it weighed nothing. The car's glossy paint matched its skin, just a shade darker. Mayadas aren't heavy by car standards, but they still clock in over a ton. The creature lifted it overhead, pausing for a heartbeat before slamming it down. The deafening crunch of metal and shattering glass told me what I couldn't see. Then the troll lurched, unbalanced. I clenched my teeth, straining for a better angle. Whatever had hit him didn't loosen his grip on the now crushed car. With a furious roar, he smashed it down again, quick and brutal, like someone stomping a bug. Then Joel's howl ripped through the air, raw and primal, vibrating with the ancient magic of the volcano that had forged the Tibaisna. The sound hit me like a shockwave, dropping me to one knee, my gun still tight in my fist. My pulse roared in my ears as terror clawed through me. Logic said it was just magic, but my instincts screamed at me to flee, not an option. Adam was up ahead, hurt. I forced myself up, shaking. The troll, though, he had no warning. The howl sent him into full-blown panic. He flung the wrecked Mayada aside and bolted, swatting a truck out of his path hard enough to flip it. For 2 strides, he was pure blind fear, then his gaze locked onto mine. I froze, praying the Tibaisna's magic would keep him running. Hard to fight a troll when your best trick is turning into a coyote. I'd come because Adam needed me, but let's be real. I wasn't winning this one. The hunting song of the pack still hadn't returned, even though I'd passed the spot where it had first surged through me. Maybe too few of them remained intact to trigger it. I couldn't tell, the bonds between us silent and useless. Standing there on the empty road, the troll's unblinking stare fixed on me, I'd never felt more isolated. The creature cleared the concrete divider like an Olympic sprinter, if Olympic sprinters weighed a ton, and left craters in the asphalt where they landed. Adam followed close behind, battered and bleeding, one foreleg tucked uselessly against his chest. Even in wolf form, he looked tiny compared to the troll, but the raw determination in his movements made size irrelevant. If I lived 1,000 years, I'd never forget the sight of him charging forward, relentless despite his injuries. Both of them crossed the distance in seconds, though to me, frozen in place, it felt like an eternity. I could have run, maybe I'd have even made it, but behind me were cops I knew, civilians trapped in their cars, people who wouldn't stand a chance if the troll turned its attention their way. If it decided they were easier prey, my escape would mean their deaths. So I stayed, planting my feet as the troll surged into range. I emptied my magazine in seconds, every shot aimed for its left eye. Most hit, but only one mattered, the one that struck true, making the beast stagger. It clawed at its face with one massive hand while the other swatted Adam aside like a rag doll, sending him crashing into the barrier. The troll was hurt, but not enough. As I holstered my gun, my boot caught on the walking stick, Lug's walking stick, a relic from a warrior who'd once been legend. It had no business being here on this bridge in this fight. But then again, neither did I. I'd read everything I could find about Lug since the walking stick returned to me, but none of the stories mentioned him battling a troll. Lug was Celtic, after all, while trolls belonged to the folklore of mainland Europe. Maybe the stick wasn't here for me. Maybe it had come for the troll. The thing was fey and I wasn't, though it had protected me from the fey before. I grabbed it off the ground anyway, better than empty hands. The moment my fingers closed around the wood, I remembered the essential oil Zack had stuffed into my pocket. I fished it out, rest well, thank goodness not one of the useless ones. St. John's wort mostly. Not exactly a weapon, but folklore claimed it could repel the fey, like garlic for vampires. Too bad I knew garlic didn't actually work on vampires. Adam was up but swaying, disoriented. The troll snarled at him, then lunged for me. I flicked the cap off and splashed the oil in a wide arc between us, half expecting nothing to happen. Adam was already charging, but the troll would reach me first. I dropped the bottle and braced, gripping the walking stick like a spear, though it hadn't transformed into a blade like it sometimes did. Not great, but Adam was here. That stupid, reckless fact settled me into that rare, calm focus I only found after brutal training sessions. I locked eyes with the troll and thought, come on then. The creature took one step, right onto the oil-slicked pavement, and recoiled like he'd slammed into glass. Adam didn't hesitate. He leaped onto the troll's back, claws out, and drove them deep into its skull. The troll howled, grabbing for him, and then agony exploded through me, so sharp and sudden I crumpled. Not my pain. Adam's. The mate bond flared wide open, flooding me with his suffering, his fear. I screamed helpless, as if my own body were being torn apart. Fear sent me scrambling back to my feet, my entire body burning with the need to protect Adam. I swung the walking stick at the troll's knee with everything I had, but the monster barely reacted. So I struck again, driving the silver-tipped end like a blade, hoping for that familiar surge of magic, but nothing came. Still, the silver must have stung, because the troll let out a pained whine and twisted toward me. Adam, though, wasn't having it. He wrenched the creature's head back, his claws digging deep. I could feel his pain through our bond. His shoulder, already healing from earlier, was tearing open again. The troll thrashed, but Adam held on like a vice. That's the thing about werewolves, their grip is worse than a grizzly's. The more the troll fought, the more it was just ripping Adam apart. No time for hesitation. I adjusted my stance, drove the butt of the staff upward, and pop. A sickening sound, but no blood. For a heartbeat, I panicked, thinking I'd hurt Adam instead. Then the troll screamed, jerking away and taking a chunk of his own skull with him, mossy hair and all. Blood sprayed. Adam went flying, landing hard on the pavement behind me. I didn't dare look. The troll was still standing, skull gaping, but far from dead. My fingers tightened around the walking stick. This was it. Then something streaked past me and buried itself in the troll's exposed brain. A 5-foot steel spear, homemade and brutal. The troll howled, shaking the ground. It ripped a section of concrete barrier straight out of the road, rebar and all. My stomach dropped. Adam was still out cold, bleeding heavily. I bolted, skidding to his side. Dropping the stick, I grabbed his fur and hauled with everything I had. I'm strong thanks to years of training with a werewolf and a merciless sensei, but Adam in wolf form weighs twice what I do. And right then, every ounce counted. I hoisted Adam onto my shoulders, stumbling before breaking into a run. The police barricade came into view, but the SWAT team in full tactical gear was an unexpected sight. It was ironic I wouldn't have endangered the cops to save myself, yet for Adam, I'd have sacrificed every last one of them to the troll, even the ones I genuinely liked. But the cops weren't the only ones closing in. Daryl sprinted toward us, soaked from the river but otherwise unharmed, his arm cocked back like an Olympian ready to hurl a javelin, another pipe weapon in hand. Beside him, Tad struggled to keep up, his face tight with determination as he reshaped a pipe with magic, matching Daryl's makeshift spear. Daryl launched the pipe just as the ground beneath me shuddered. Something massive had struck the bridge. Chunks of concrete and twisted rebar rained down, barely missing us. The troll must have hurled a piece of the barrier. I staggered, fighting for balance, but Adam's weight sent me crashing to my knees before I face-planted hard. Daryl snatched another javelin from Tad and charged past us. Rolling onto my back, I saw the troll collapse, its upper body turning a sickly gray from the second pipe's strike. Then Joel erupted into the scene, his body blazing orange as he vaulted over a car and onto the troll. Daryl backpedaled to Tad's side while Joel tore into the creature with terrifying fury, the heat of his flames searing even from a distance. The troll didn't stir as its flesh blackened and crumbled to ash under Joel's ravenous assault. Within minutes, nothing remained but a smoldering heap, but Joel wasn't done. He lifted his head, jaws dripping with embers, and fixed us with a glare, his eyes burning crimson. I scrambled up, gripping the walking stick that had somehow appeared beside me. "Joel," I called, my voice unsteady. His lips peeled back, revealing jagged teeth, his stone mane rattling like broken glass as he snarled. I reached for Adam's power, bracing myself. "Joel," I said again, sharper this time. The air crackled with tension. "Freeze." I'd used my mate's dominance before, forcing someone to obey my command. But this time there was no surge of alpha power behind my voice. Maybe it was because Adam was unconscious, too weak to lend me his strength, or maybe the connection between us was frayed. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter now. The Tibaisna ignored me, taking another step forward. Movement flickered in my peripheral vision. I turned just in time to see a kid, maybe 10, maybe 12, swinging his legs over the concrete barrier, landing lightly on the other side. My stomach dropped. This wasn't just some reckless child. He moved with eerie calm, walking toward Joel like he was approaching a stray mutt, not a monster wreathed in smoke and radiating heat. "Get back!" I lunged forward, but a hand clamped around my wrist, yanking me backward. I twisted, ready to fight, only to see Tad gripping me, his face bruised but determined. I barely stopped myself from breaking his ribs to get free. "Let go," I growled, keeping my voice low. The last thing we needed was to provoke the demon further. Tad's grip tightened. "Wait, that thing isn't Joel anymore," I hissed. "It's going to kill him." Joel's burning gaze locked onto the boy, who wore baggy sweats, suspiciously like the ones we kept stashed in pack vehicles. If Joel hurt a kid, there'd be no coming back from it. I tensed, ready to fight my way free, but Tad twisted my arm behind me, pinning me against him. "Trust me," he murmured. "That's not just some kid. Watch." Joel snarled, smoke curling from his jaws, but the boy didn't flinch. He reached out, pressing his palm to the demon's shoulder. I braced for the worst, for flames, for screams. But instead, the boy's skin flushed red, heat rippling through him like water absorbing into sand. He didn't burn, didn't even flinch. Tad released me with a knowing look. Whatever this kid was, he wasn't human. And he wasn't afraid. I moved closer to Adam's unconscious form, keeping myself between him and the Tibaisna in case the creature decided to act. The heat from its fiery presence faded, replaced by a cool breeze from the nearby river. Joel swayed, then crumpled to the ground. The Tibaisna's molten stone exterior darkened, losing its glow until it was nothing but shadow. "See. I told you it would be fine," Tad said. "Is Joel hurt?" I asked, my voice tight. "Joel?" Tad frowned. "You mean the fire-spitting guardian thought you put him down for good? How'd you end up with a volcano god's enforcer anyway? The way he was fighting, I figured he was yours." "Not a guardian," I corrected sharply. "A Tibaisna. They don't die easy. When you do manage to kill one, it just jumps into someone else. Like Joel, but I made him part of the pack." The blackened shell around the Tibaisna shattered, revealing Joel's human form, pale, limp, and bare on the pavement. The boy stepped back, and for a heartbeat, his eyes burned with an inner fire before fading back to ordinary hazel. "You hear that, Aiden?" Tad said. "The fire beast's on our side." "Yeah," the boy replied, his words carrying an unfamiliar rhythm. "I heard, same as the big guy who took out the troll told us before we crossed the bridge. I'm not stupid. I need them. The one who carries the fire won't be hurt by this. Didn't kill anything, just put the flames to sleep for now." Daryl stood a few yards away, ready to step in if things had gone south. His hair was still damp from the river, but his wounds were already healing. "How'd you make it out of the water?" I asked, not moving. Adam stirred beside me, gauging whether he could stand. My closeness gave him an anchor if he needed it. 2 years ago, Daryl might have seen this as his chance. Adam weakened, the pack vulnerable, but things had changed. He had no interest in challenging Adam now. "You don't need to shield me from Daryl." Adam's voice echoed in my mind, though he stayed still. "The fight's over, love, but we've got an audience. I'd rather not face them until I know I can stay on my feet." The mating bond between us was unpredictable. Apparently, being a werewolf's mate came with quirks. I'd always thought my spotty connection to the mating bond had something to do with my resistance to magic. But this time, Adam's words came through loud and clear, and he wasn't wrong. Daryl was safe, but that gnawing tension in my gut warned me we weren't out of the woods yet. I took a slow breath, forcing myself to stay calm. "Patrol boat scooped me up," Daryl explained, answering my earlier question. He gestured toward the kid, who flashed a grin so innocent it made my instincts scream. "Met Tad, Z, and this one on shore." Z's voice cut in grim. "That troll was sent for us, but whoever's pulling the strings didn't do their homework. Running water messes with certain kinds of magic, and old Jarnvid might not be the brightest, but he knows his element. Trolls get real hard to control when they're knee-deep in a river." I shifted just enough to keep contact with Adam, but turned to face Z. It wasn't like him to hang back while Tad took the heat. His gaze stayed fixed on the troll's remains, scattering in the wind. Or maybe they thought modern bridges, all that steel, would keep him leashed. Could have been counting on distance to hold him. Or maybe, he added darkly, they wanted him to slip the leash, let one of the nastier trolls loose on humans and call it an accident. Behind him, a few pack members were closing in on the bridge's curve. Down by the barricade, Warren had the cops stalled. I could tell by the way he stood, casual but firm, buying us time. "Ben," I called. He snapped to attention, his usual sarcasm gone, and jogged the last stretch to us. Zach's down, tossed a car at him past the bridge crest. He wasn't dead, I'd feel that, but he wasn't walking it off either. Ben's eyes flicked around. "Cars, seriously." He jabbed a finger at Scott and Sherwood. "You two move. Zach's playing pancake under a damn sedan." No creative curses this time. Ben was rattled. Didn't stop him from rounding up his team and charging off. He'd been rising in the pack lately, not by throwing his weight around, just by never backing down. Harder path, but better for everyone, especially him. Added detail, the kid's unsettling smile triggering the protagonist's instincts. Tone shift, Z's dry sarcasm about the troll's handler's incompetence. After making sure Zach was taken care of, I focused on Z again. "So you broke out of the reservation and they sent a troll to track you down." Z looked the same as always, a lean old guy with a slight paunch and thinning white hair. Unlike Tad, he hadn't changed a bit, but then again, Z wasn't half human. His glamour could make him appear any way he wanted. He stood stiffly, like he was in pain, which explained why Tad had been the one shaping pipes into weapons instead of him. The sharp look in Z's eyes warned me not to bring it up. "Tad mentioned you wrecked my shop," he muttered, sounding annoyed. I shrugged. "Wasn't my fault. Keeping things running with just Tad and me was already a stretch." He gave me a skeptical glare. "You still owe me for it, even if it's gone. The Fae don't let debt slide. Insurance and Adam are handling the rebuild," I said, "and I've been making payments on the 10th of every month. You'd know that if you checked. Never been more than a week late since I took it over." "Better stay that way," he grumbled. With ancient Fae, affection comes in strange packages. I figured we were good, and he must have thought so too because he turned his attention to Tad, studying him like a car with a mystery problem. Once satisfied, Z glanced at Adam, still unconscious beside me. "Old man," said the kid Tad had called Aiden. He'd been waiting quietly near Joel while Z and I talked, not moving an inch. There was something calculated in his stillness, not quite a threat, but close. He might look 10, but nothing about him acted like it. I wasn't about to underestimate him. Dangerous, definitely. No one had helped Joel yet, and I realized they were waiting for my cue. Was this kid, who clearly wasn't fully human, a threat? Joel was breathing steady but limp. "Old man," the boy repeated, voice edged with warning, "you'll keep your promise." Z's tone stayed flat. "This is Aiden." The fire touched Mercy. "I told him your pack could probably hold off the Grey Lords for a day or two if you wanted." The boy's voice dropped lower. "You should honor your word." Z's eyes narrowed. "You don't know half of what you think you do, boy." "Yeah, no. If this kid was actually his apparent age, I'd swallow my own boot. But he didn't smell like Faye, and I was close enough to tell." The boy lifted his hand, still flushed with heat. "One," he said, raising a finger. "Introduce me to the Alpha." A second finger joined the first. "Two, ask them, as someone who's friendly with the pack, if they'll protect me, even if it's just temporary." He lifted a third finger. "Third, do everything you can to make sure they agree." "Bold," I muttered to Z. He pressed his lips together, which wasn't exactly a yes. My old friend didn't like many people, but for some reason he had a soft spot for this kid, and I couldn't figure out why. Most wouldn't notice Z's fondness, but I'd known the cranky old man long enough to read him. "What's he offering in return?" I asked. Tad spoke up before Z could. "He got Dad and me out of Fairyland." When his father grunted, he corrected, "Fine, the Walla Walla reservation." And when he could have left us behind and walked away free, he stayed to help. The boy had been listening, and now he fixed me with a sharp look. "Who are you?" Daryl answered before I could, his tone icy. "She's the Alpha's mate. That means right now she's running the Columbia Basin pack." Then, without breaking eye contact with Aiden, he raised his voice. "Someone grab sweats for Joel." Seemed like we were dialing back the tension to handle our own. "On it," Warren called. I thought he was still down with the cops, but there was no mistaking his voice or the steady thud of his boots as he jogged back toward the bridge. Warren and Daryl could handle Joel, that left me with Aiden. "You're not a werewolf," he said, though he sounded uncertain. "Nope," I agreed, "but I am in charge right now." Aiden let out a frustrated growl. "If Z promised to try getting us to protect you," I told him, "then he's kept his word." My smile was thin. "If he'd come here singing your praises, we'd have dropped you on the spot. The only way Z compliments anyone is if they sucker punched him with magic when he wasn't looking." Joel groaned, pushing up to his hands and knees just as Warren returned with a pair of KPD sweats, probably snagged from Tony. Warren strode straight through the invisible line between me and Aiden like it wasn't even there, his usual easy gait unchanged. He ignored Aiden completely, kneeling to help Joel. If Adam hadn't been leaning against my leg, I'd have rushed over. Aiden could wait until I knew our people were safe. Ben still hadn't returned with Zach, and that gnawed at me. Daryl stayed put, guarding me, guarding Adam and me. He didn't glance down, but I felt his worry like a live wire. Warren got Joel to his feet, the sweats now covering him. Without ever directly looking at Aiden, Warren kept himself between the kid and Joel. That told me everything. Warren still saw him as a threat. Joel shuddered like the cold had sunk into his bones. Warren hesitated, his arm halfway around Joel before pulling back. As the only openly gay werewolf in our pack, hell, probably in any pack, Warren had learned to navigate a world dominated by old-school, hypermasculine wolves. Survival in this world required either brute strength or sheer luck, and Warren had both. He never pushed boundaries unless he meant to, not out of fear but out of respect. His eyes flicked to Daryl, who was sizing up Aiden, calculating the remaining threat. Then, without a word, Daryl stepped forward and draped a protective arm over Joel's shoulders. "You got this, Mercy?" he asked, his voice steady. "I'll take him home." I gave a quick nod before turning to Joel. "You okay?" His voice was rough, almost fragile. "The fire's gone. It doesn't burn anymore." Aiden, standing nearby, shrugged. "It'll come back. I just stole its heat, didn't kill it." I studied Joel's face. "Seriously, are you all right?" This time he nodded. "Yeah, I think so." He exhaled sharply. "I could have killed you." I shook my head. "Pack doesn't turn on pack, Joel. Even the Tibaisna knew that. He was just pissed we cut his fun short." Joel let out a shaky laugh. "Didn't feel that way from where I was standing." Just then, Ben and his crew emerged from behind a semi-truck, Zach limping in wolf form, battered but alive. Adam, awake but playing it cool, stayed still. No wolf would dare acknowledge their alpha's weakness. That left me staring down the kid who'd just taken down a volcanic spirit like it was nothing. "So," I said, crossing my arms, "who the hell are you? And why do the Fae want you bad enough to send a fire demon after you?" Aiden scowled. "Not your problem." Daryl, still nearby, cut in. "You made it her problem." The kid might have dismissed me, but Daryl's presence clearly registered. "Daryl," I said, "get Zach and Joel home with some backup and a medic." I didn't need to spell out the rest. He'd catch my meaning. With a slow, ancient-looking nod, Daryl scooped Joel up and herded the others away, leaving me alone with Aiden. The kid finally cracked. "I'm human," he muttered. "Got stuck in Underhill until she spat me back out. Faye want to figure out what she did to me, how I can do this." He gestured at Joel, his expression equal parts defiance and exhaustion. "Done being trapped," the boy muttered, rubbing his dirt-streaked arms. "Just need a place to crash for a night while I figure things out." "Stuck in Underhill," I repeated, studying his hollow cheeks. "How long were you there?" He gave a half-hearted shrug. "Lost track." Warren crossed his arms, his usual easygoing expression gone sharp. "Not much of a choice, kid. Either you run now or you stay, but if you stay, you play by our rules." His grin was anything but friendly. "Thought you wolves were all about dominance. Wouldn't pissing off the Fae give you bragging rights? Unless we're corpses," Warren added dryly. "Dead men don't care about Fae opinions." He tilted his head. "Actually, we don't care much about them either way." His stare turned icy, a reminder that my easygoing friend had claws and knew how to use them. The kid, oblivious, just smirked. I glanced at Z, waiting for a sign. Part of me wanted to shove the kid out the door. He had trouble written all over him. But if Z thought he was a lost cause, he'd have shoved him toward me like some pitiful stray. Instead, he stayed quiet. Aiden had saved Joel, and if Joel had killed me, Adam would have torn him apart, not just for revenge, but because a wolf who couldn't control himself was a liability. Survival had made us ruthless. Then there was this. Tad and Z saw something in the kid worth keeping. And honestly, screwing with the Fae had its appeal. Wouldn't mind giving them the finger. Adam's voice echoed in my head, darkly amused. I turned to Z. "So what is he?" "Human," Z rumbled. "Or close enough. Started that way centuries ago. Underhill took him when she shut her doors, twisted him like she did the others. Most didn't make it out sane or alive." The kid bared his teeth. "They won't kill me. They can't. They're too busy wondering why I can bend fire to my will, why Underhill played with me while they rotted in the dark." His laugh was all edges. "Guess she's got favorites. Desperate to learn everything I know about Underhill because they've lost their own memories of it." The look on his face told me played games with me probably meant something far darker to Underhill, something Coyote would understand all too well. I tossed out a quote, half to lighten the mood, half to make a point. "What doesn't kill us makes us stronger." "Nietzsche," Z murmured, raising an eyebrow. "Fitting, how about this one?" He rattled off something in German, the words sharp and deliberate. I strained to remember my college classes. Ungeheuren Monsters, kämpft battles. Piecing it together, I said, "Whoever fights monsters should take care not to become one." Aiden flashed a grin, all teeth and no warmth. "Too late for that. We're all monsters here." The words hit like a shockwave, rippling through the pack. Even Adam tensed. "Depends on your definition," I countered. Tad cut in, voice dry. Who gets to decide what you are, monster, angel? It's all about perspective. I bit back my next question. Aiden had already told me why the Fae wanted him. Secrets, power, jealousy, any one of those was reason enough. And he'd helped Tad and Z escape. That meant I owed him. No way was I leaving him to the Fae's mercy. I glanced at Adam, but he stayed silent. Fine, my call. 24 hours, I said, sharp. No harming Pack or anyone under our protection. You follow the leaders, Adam, me, Daryl, Warren, Honey. Break those rules and the deal's off. For a split second, his mask slipped, eyes widening, shoulders easing, relief. The Pack's reaction was louder, growls, muttered protests. I couldn't pinpoint who was angriest, but it didn't matter. For the record, I said, voice cutting through the noise, Bran Cornick taught me something. A Pack only holds what it can defend. And debts, they get paid. Mary Jo, sunglasses and baseball cap hiding her face, stepped forward. What's this kid done for us? Behind her, Paul and Alec loomed, silent but tense. She had a life in Pasco, a job as a firefighter, secrets to keep. But right now, none of that changed. What was owed her secrecy seemed temporary, not permanent. We'd once been friends, or at least friendly, until Adam had chosen me over her. She believed he deserved someone better, a human woman, not a werewolf like herself. The fact that he'd picked me, a coyote shifter, had crushed her, but she needed to move on. He saved Joel, I said calmly, knowing she'd been around long enough to understand. Oh, Joel, she replied with a bitter edge. Your little pet, right, the one you brought into the Pack. Her words echoed the resentment pulsing through our shared bond, grating against me like rough sandpaper. I held her gaze until she looked away, just 2 seconds before her defiance faltered. The restless energy of the Pack quieted, the rebellion fading to a murmur. Mary Jo's wolf recognized my dominance. Even if her human side resisted, she knew better than to challenge me. Bran also taught me the guesting laws. I continued, my voice steady. Anyone who seeks shelter gets 24 hours of safety, food, and protection, as long as they mean no harm. That's what we offer. The laws were ancient, respected by Bran but not always by others. The Pack's discomfort was palpable, but the walking stick in my hand warmed reassuringly. Can you really promise that? The boy, Aiden, asked, glancing at the uneasy faces around us. He couldn't sense the Pack bonds, but he clearly read the tension. I straightened, gripping the staff tighter as heat surged through it. Aiden, I declared, I welcome you into my territory and my home. The words flowed, guided by something deeper. By my name, Mercedes Athena Thompson Hoffman, by my right as the Alpha's mate, I grant you the safety of this Pack for 24 hours, so long as you act as a guest should. The staff blazed to life, crimson flames twisting up the wood in intricate Celtic patterns, the silver tip glowing like molten metal. The air hummed with power. Let the Grey Lords know, I announced, raising the staff higher. The Columbia Basin Pack claims these lands and offers sanctuary to whom we choose. Yes, Adam's voice echoed in my mind, and the Pack's agreement followed. In movies, this would be the grand finale, but real life doesn't fade to black. I turned to Adam, who pushed himself up with only a slight wince, shaking off the lingering stiffness like a dog shedding water. The moment had passed, but the weight of it lingered. The pain from his injuries rippled through him with every movement, though he hid it well. The rest of the group turned to leave, leaving the mess for the humans whose city I'd just taken, and I could already see a dozen ways this would come back to bite us. Maybe not every supernatural being within 100 miles had seen my announcement, but that walking stick's little light display probably made sure plenty did. It didn't think, not in words, but I was starting to understand its signals. Z hesitated, then turned back. So that's what they were after, he muttered. Dumb troll. I stopped. Who was after what? The Grey Lords sending that troll after me. His voice darkened. There aren't many trolls left, Mercy. Not enough to waste one like that, especially not one so weak. And make no mistake, they wanted him dead. That's what I didn't see at first. They meant for him to die. They'd know better, Z said. The Grey Lords remember things the younger ones don't. They'd know a troll couldn't kill me. He exhaled, shaking his head. You don't send a puppy to fight a wolf. We fell into step behind him, Adam matching my pace while Warren and Daryl kept close. Tad stayed near his father, ready to steady him if needed. Aiden lingered at the back, and though it made me uneasy, he'd given his word. Tad broke the silence. You didn't kill him, though. Z took his time answering, maybe considering, maybe just buying himself a moment. True, he finally said. Interesting. Adam nudged me, so I asked, how so? I'm not at full strength, Z admitted. Things happened. He waved it off. Killing him would have taken too long, and without your wolves keeping him on the bridge, the fight could have spilled into the city. His gaze flicked to the cops keeping their distance. Even if I'd kept him here, I couldn't have stopped humans from getting caught in it. You changed things, just not the way they wanted. What do you mean? Whoever sent that troll wanted chaos, he said. Deaths, destruction, a fight so brutal it'd scare anyone watching. A reminder that humans used to fear the Fae for a reason. He glanced at Adam, who was moving just as slowly as he was. You just rewrote their script. The Fae didn't exactly come off as heroes in all this, but the werewolves took down the troll, and you stood up to the Grey Lords themselves. You've positioned the pack as humanity's protectors, and proved you can handle the worst the Fae have to offer. I let that sink in for a moment. Is that a win or a disaster waiting to happen? I was aiming the question at Adam, but Z cut in. We're Weiss, he said with a shrug. Time will tell, but playing the Grey Lord's game never ends well. You just rewrote the rules. How about this? I said, glancing between them. Do me a solid and stay with us while Aiden's under our roof. Z studied me, then flicked a look at Tad, who was lagging a few steps behind. The idea of leaving them alone if the Grey Lords were sending trolls after them didn't sit right. Fine, Z finally said. Probably for the best. Tad and Z trailed me to Adam's SUV, with Aiden shuffling along like a lost kid unsure if he belonged. We took our time. Adam was banged up, Z wasn't much better, and Tad might have been hiding his own injuries. The road was still clogged, and curious eyes followed our every move. Hey, Mercy, a woman called from beside her car, bouncing a toddler on her hip. What's the holdup? Troll on the cable bridge, I called back. Handled it, but the bridge is gonna need serious work before it's drivable again. Wait, like an actual troll. A teenager leaned out of a packed minivan, eyes wide. Hairy, bridge-dwelling, goat-chomping troll. I gave a quick nod and kept walking, but the kid whooped. Trolls versus werewolves, our pack for the win. Adam flashed a toothy grin, and someone in the van let out a whistle, definitely not for his tongue. All the better to eat you with, I muttered. He smirked, but snapped his mouth shut. By the time we reached the SUV, traffic had inched forward, though no one was winning any races. A honk made Z mutter something sharp in German. Tad just grinned and waved. Lighten up, Dad, he said. Smile and they'll move on. Scowl like that and they'll start wondering what else is lurking around the Tri-Cities. Z bared his teeth in what was probably supposed to be a smile. Tad groaned. Nope, that's nightmare fuel. Careful what you wish for, I said. Tad ruffled my hair. Noted, Tiny. I told you to cut back on his caffeine, I said to Z. Now look at him, too tall, too smug. Children, Z sighed, are exhausting. Seriously, where did you park, and why are we walking all this way? I felt bad. Adam needed to get home to change and have his shoulder checked. Werewolves heal fast, but if a bone sets wrong, it has to be rebroken. There was no shortcut, and with the traffic jam, no one could have driven us anyway. Even now, the streets were still clogged. Running for the bridge earlier hadn't felt like a marathon, but with 2, maybe 3 injured people, every step dragged. I considered sprinting ahead to grab the SUV, but Adam and Z would have shut that down unless they were on their last breath. Tad's voice turned serious. Mercy, I'm sorry we didn't get to the troll sooner. We were holed up in an old warehouse at Lampson's scrap yard and didn't realize what was happening until we saw the traffic. I was about to borrow a phone to call you when I spotted it. Nobody died, I said, then corrected. No one in our pack did. If you hadn't shown up when you did, Adam and I would have been done for. Cutting it close, though. Close still counts, he said with a grin. The walk to the SUV felt endless, the seats a welcome relief for battered bodies. The whole time, Aiden's gaze burned into my back, not quite hostile, but my coyote instincts warned me not to mistake it for friendly. Our place wasn't just a home. As the Alpha's house, it doubled as a meeting spot, a crash pad, and an emergency clinic. Most days, it was just Adam, Jesse, and me, but Joel and his wife had taken over the main floor suite. Upstairs, 2 spare rooms housed Z and Tad. Aiden, he got the basement safe room, reinforced, monitored, and designed to contain a raging werewolf. He smirked at the locks. These won't hold me. You're a guest, not a prisoner, I said, more focused on Adam getting checked out in our mini clinic. Last private room left. If you'd rather, there's the rec room. Just know some of the pack treat it like a hostel. After a pause, he shrugged. This works. Just thought you should know. You gave your word, I reminded him. And so did we. Yeah, he said, tension easing like he'd found familiar ground. Guess we did. One day, he said, flashing me a smile that felt too knowing for someone so young. The safe room shared a wall with the clinic, and the sharp snap of bone made us both freeze. My gut twisted, but Adam's control was ironclad. I sensed nothing through our bond. Aiden flinched, eyes wide. The Alpha's shoulder didn't heal right, I explained, bile rising in my throat. They had to reset it. The silence stretched between us. Hardcore, Aiden muttered. Understatement, I agreed, already turning to leave. Warren intercepted me before I could reach the clinic. 1 second I was heading for the door. The next I was elbow, deep in chopping onions, while Warren and his human boyfriend, Kyle, manned the grill outside. Apparently, between brutal but necessary medical procedures, Adam had decided the pack needed a barbecue meeting. Upstairs, the meeting room was crammed with stackable chairs, the kind you'd find at a cheap wedding venue. Adam perched on the library table, no notes in sight. If we were discussing Aiden and my open-door policy for strays, I guess he didn't need them. My insides nodded. Once again, I dropped a problem in his lap. Medea leaped onto the table, rubbing her stubbed tail against Adam like she owned him. He scratched her chin absent-mindedly, his focus elsewhere. I'd always wondered why he kept the meeting space upstairs, tucked among the private bedrooms. A pack isn't a boardroom, he'd told me once. If they're not in my home, they'll never really trust me. Adam checked his watch, waiting for stragglers. He moved smoothly, but the tightness around his mouth betrayed the pain in his shoulder. As Alpha, he healed fast, pack strength saw to that, but this injury had been bad, and yet he'd dodged every chance to talk to me. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe he was pissed I'd forced this meeting. Next time I got the urge to play martyr, I'd ditch the damn walking stick first. Then again, maybe the drama had been all me. Warren gave my knee a reassuring squeeze as I settled into the seat he'd saved me by the exit. His way of saying he had my back when things got heated. Didn't the pack used to gather way more often? I asked, keeping my voice low. Now it's just Sunday breakfasts and full moon prep. Back when I lived across the fence, it felt like we were always in meetings. His shoulders shook with silent laughter. Oh, meetings, he finally said, grinning. Adam's version of punishment. The more pissed he is, the more we sit around talking. One time, after some idiot tried to challenge him over a parking spot, we had 2 in one day. Thank God you came along, now we actually get weekends off. Some of us even remember what dating feels like. Adam's mouth twitched before he schooled his expression. Werewolf etiquette meant pretending not to eavesdrop, but everyone in the room heard every word. The door creaked open as Ben guided Zach inside, Joel trailing behind. Zach moved stiffly, his injuries from the Maeda accident still raw, pelvis cracked, ribs bruised. Ben's grip on his arm was firm, his usual snark replaced by detached efficiency. Lately, when given an order, he followed it to the letter. No jokes, no prodding, just sharp-eyed focus. Adam gave Daryl a nod, and the door clicked shut. The pack's magic hummed to life, sealing us in silence. No sound in, no sound out. Normally, I'd worry about leaving Jessie unprotected with Tad, but he'd sworn out of her earshot to keep her distracted while the wolves handle their situation. Arms crossed, Adam scanned the room. Who wants to start? Mary Jo sprang up, spine rigid, gaze fixed on the floor. Adam shook his head. Not this time. Her lips pressed into a thin, furious line. She stayed quiet, sinking into her seat, because despite Adam's relaxed stance, his voice carried something sharp, not calm, not controlled. A ripple of tension spread through the room as his werewolf eyes, glowing gold, swept over them. He wasn't just annoyed, he was furious. I racked my brain for a way to smooth things over. I'd pitted the pack against the entire Fey world. Normally, I had no problem standing my ground with Adam when I knew I was right. But now I regretted scarfing down that burger at the barbecue just to humor Kyle, who'd claimed, with his usual dry humor, that he'd grilled it especially for me. Warren must have filled him in because the two of them had fussed over me like Ben had with Joel. That meal sat like a rock in my gut now. Ben rose, his movements easy, clearly confident he wasn't the target of Adam's anger, at least not this time. Adam lifted a brow, and Ben took it as his cue. Tad said his dad will be fine, he offered. Better to leave him be unless he asks for help, and he made it clear his father can handle. Ben hesitated. Aiden, Zach supplied. Doubt that's his real name since it means little fire. Welsh, Warren asked. Irish, I think, Zach replied. Could mean the same in Cornish or any other related language. Always known English wasn't Zach's first tongue, just like Zach wasn't his real name. When he first joined us, he'd pause before responding to it, as if reminding himself it belonged to him now. Plenty of wolves, especially the older ones, took new names. I wouldn't have guessed Irish roots. Maybe he'd just spent time there like he had in the US, or maybe he'd picked up the meaning from a book. His words were slightly slurred, thanks to the troll crushing his jaw earlier, but his eyes were bright, too bright, like he knew something the rest of us didn't. He'd been holed up with Adam in the medical room. I shot him a glare, but he didn't notice. So Mercy's Fey buddy can save us from her other Fey buddy, Alec muttered, bitterness thick in his voice. The pack had its cliques, people who naturally gravitated toward each other. Alec ran with Mary Jo's crew. He stayed seated since Ben had the floor, but Zach's interjection had cracked the door open for comments. Adam's gaze locked onto Alec, who dropped his eyes almost instantly. Exactly, Adam said, voice low. Z has proven himself a friend. Alec hunched his shoulders, trying not to fidget. Ben stayed still, waiting for the moment to pass. I racked my memory. Had Z ever actually helped the pack? Nothing came to mind. Ben had once helped Adam track me down when a fairy queen held me captive, but that was more about Adam's persistence than any loyalty to the pack. You done, Ben? Adam asked. Ben shot a look at Joel, who gave some silent signal, and Ben dropped back into his seat. Joel rose, stretching his shoulders like he was shaking off an old weight. "How's it going?" Adam asked. Joel's grin was easy, his voice steady. "Best I've felt in years," he admitted. "Kid swore he didn't kill the Tibisna, and he wasn't lying. I can sense it. But for the first time in forever, I've held on to myself for 4 solid hours." Adam nodded. "Aiden did that for you." Joel's gaze flicked to me. "Since Goyota handed me to that monster, I've barely lasted an hour without losing control," he said. "But after the kid pulled the fire out of me, I'm calling the shots. No clue how long it'll hold, but yeah, he saved me." He waited, but when Adam stayed silent, Joel sat and George took his place. George was solid, dependable, high-ranking in the pack for a reason. Adam gave him the floor with a tilt of his chin. "We're werewolves," George said, voice rough. "Mercy isn't. Maybe she doesn't get how this works. Pack comes first. Always. We can't afford distractions, playing hero for the whole damn city." I couldn't help it. "Funny, George, last I checked, your badge didn't say protect and serve the pack. Or did Pasco PD change their motto?" His face darkened. "That's not the point." I held his glare. "Sure," I said, shrugging. "I do my job," he snapped. "Yeah," I agreed. And he did. Rumor had it he'd hauled an injured cop off the bridge right under the troll's nose. 2 officers dead, 3 in the hospital, but sure, we were the reckless ones. Warren leaned in, voice low. "Quit poking the bear, Mercy, unless you're itching for a fight." His gaze stayed locked on George. "Remember, Pack looks out for Pack." He bit the last word hard. George dropped back into his seat, jaw tight, staring at the wall like it held answers. Paul jumped in without waiting. "George is right," he said, earnest as ever. "We can't save the whole Tri-Cities, no matter what Mercy declared on that bridge." His tone made it clear where he stood, and it wasn't with me. "This isn't just about the kid she dragged home. She promised sanctuary to anyone." I stood, breaking protocol. Correction, Oriel, George, and Mary Jo stood with me, along with Adam, Daryl, Zach, and Joel, just a handful of our pack, yet we'd taken down that troll without losing a single member. "They didn't do it alone," Mary Jo pointed out. "Tad was there too." I spread my hands. "We've got allies, that's an advantage. Right now, we're the ones holding power. We took out their troll and made our stance clear. The next move is theirs, maybe they'll back off. Or maybe they won't," George countered. "Before this, the Fae didn't see us as enemies." "Didn't they?" I shot back. "Then why send a troll into our territory in the first place?" Alex scoffed. "It's not our town, we're a pack, not landlords." I scanned the room, waiting for Adam or Warren or Daryl or someone to back me up, but no one did. Frustrated, I dropped into my seat with a sharp exhale. Adam wasn't even looking at me. His arms were crossed, eyes shut, jaw clenched so tight I could see the tension in his cheek. Fine, if he was pissed, we'd hash it out later. Sitting there, though, I realized I didn't regret a thing except maybe the theatrics. I'd stand by every choice I made on that bridge. Warren's hand settled on my knee, a silent show of support. At least he got it. Then Honey stood, her voice cutting through the tension. "I'm ashamed," she said, letting the words sink in. "All of you stupid, every last one." Mary Jo bristled. "Being afraid of the Fae isn't stupid." "No," Honey arched a brow. "But that's not why you're arguing, is it? You're not fighting Mercy because she's wrong. You're fighting because you still see her as some clueless girl who tricked her way into the pack, like she's a liability." She swept a glare across the room. "Pathetic. We faced down a volcano god, and you're scared of the Fae." "Oh, wait," Mercy faced him. "She nearly died saving us, and you're still questioning her place here." Daryl shifted uncomfortably. "Goyota targeted her first. That proves she's a weakness." Honey didn't flinch, and she beat him. Mary Jo shoved him out of the garage with a firm hand. "Tad and Adam took him down," Mary Jo pointed out. Honey crossed her arms. "That's the pattern, isn't it? Mercy fights for what's right, and her people stand with her." She let the silence stretch before adding, "Why do you think that is?" When no one answered, she scoffed. "Because they know she'd do the same for them. A pack isn't about going it alone, it's about knowing someone's got you. And in this room, there's no one I'd trust more at my side than Mercy." Mary Jo cut in. "What about Adam?" Honey didn't hesitate. "No offense, Adam, but you're the alpha. You've got bigger things to balance. Mercy, once she's with you, she's with you." Adam didn't bother opening his eyes, just waved off her words. "Taking in that Fae kid was the right call," Honey continued. "He helped one of ours. It's only fair he got something in return." Mary Jo's voice sharpened. "And Joel wouldn't have needed help if not for Mercy." Honey started to reply, but Adam's voice, smooth as honey and twice as dangerous, cut through. "Enough, sit down, Honey." She dropped into her seat, jaw tight. Adam finally opened his eyes, gold flashing as he scanned the room. His drawl thickened, making the steel underneath even clearer. "Y'all got this meeting all wrong." Warren smirked beside me. "We're not here to talk about Aiden or the Fae. We're here to talk about Mercy, and how this pack treats my wife." He stood, prowling like something restless. Mercy doesn't need defending. She's sharp, she's strong, she doesn't need the pack, and she sure as hell doesn't need me. I shot up. That's bull. His gaze locked onto mine, softening just a fraction. Poor choice of words, he admitted. She doesn't need me for survival. But she lets me love her, and that's enough. My knees nearly gave out. I dropped back into my chair before they could betray me. Adam resumed his slow, deliberate pacing. When she chose this pack, she made it clear she wouldn't tolerate me shielding her from you. She spent her whole life holding her own, and if she decides you're worth the effort, he paused, scanning the room with a raised brow, she'll handle you herself. Warren cleared his throat, muttering blue dye under his breath. Adam's expression shifted briefly, a flash of warmth before it hardened again. Mercy's earned her reputation, even back in Brand's pack. People respected her, knew better than to cross her. She's held her own here too, standing up to every challenge thrown her way. But today on that bridge, I realized something. He let the silence stretch, the weight of it pressing down. I'm done, he said, his voice stripped of any warmth. Done listening to you tear into my mate while she's busy saving your hides again. This meeting's your one and only warning. Disrespect her even a little and you're finished. No debates, no excuses. Finished. Without another word, he strode past the chairs and out, avoiding my gaze. The room stayed dead silent until Daryl stood. Adams made his position clear. If anyone wants out after this, Warren and I will handle it. Don't bother him, he's not bluffing. I sat there, stunned. Part of me was impressed, okay, more than impressed. The other part, absolute disbelief. He couldn't just shut them down like that. I'd been making progress, getting through to them. Now, they'd just bury their resentment, let it simmer. My life was about to become a minefield of silent glares and muttered grudges. Warren leaned in. For the record, if Adam hadn't stepped in, honey would've, and trust me, that would've been messy. He studied my face. You'll be fine, kid. I shook my head. He can't do this. Ben smirked. Sure he can. This isn't a debate club, Mercy. That was a power move. A disaster, you mean? Mary Jo, lingering near the exit, tilted her head. How so? And I'm asking respectfully. Her tone was smooth, but her eyes held an edge. You can't force people to change how they feel, I shot back. George, quiet until now, spoke up. Sometimes people need to stop talking before they start thinking. He sounded different, reflective. And maybe I'm one of them. You're right, this is our territory. If we don't defend it, why should the Fae think twice before sending a troll through downtown? Seeing Daryl up there tonight, it clicked. If I knew we'd step up, the rest of the world should too. Might stop the next attack before it happens. He crouched, putting us eye level, oblivious to the bottleneck he created. Honey was right, he said, and for the first time, I saw something like respect in his gaze. If it had been Daryl standing there on that bridge, making grand promises, we would all stood behind him without hesitation. But you've earned your rank, proven it to anyone with half a brain. We should have had your back from the start. Now we will. Mary Jo's voice was quiet but firm. This isn't some backwater dictatorship, I muttered. She didn't blink. Actually, Mercy, it is. It has to be. We're too dangerous left unchecked. Keeping the wolves in line works best when we're united under one leader. Honestly, this should have happened years ago. As the room emptied, Warren stayed by my side. Honey lingered too, methodically rearranging chairs until she faced us, legs crossed, expression unreadable. The last few werewolves hurried out faster under her watchful gaze. Daryl shot her a wry salute on his way out, which she returned with a smirk. Once we were alone, Honey leaned forward. All right, let's talk logistics. This whole sanctuary thing, it's going to spread fast. Aiden won't be the last. There are plenty of people hiding from the Fae, the witches, the vampires. They'll see this as an open invitation. Do we take them all? What happens when the real troublemakers come knocking? Warren's voice was grim. Like Gary. Honey's cheeks flushed, but she held her ground. Exactly like Gary. Are we running a shelter now? A halfway house? Who foots the bill? I frowned. You really think it'll blow up that much? I figured it was more about drawing a line, saying this is our territory, hands off, not rolling out the welcome mat for every stray with a sob story. Honey gave me a knowing look. Who knows? Maybe I just wanted to keep you from storming off to tear into Adam. Figured my way was smoother than whatever Warren had in mind. Warren chuckled, but his expression turned serious when he met my eyes. He had to do it, Mercy. Honestly, I'm shocked he waited this long. He was afraid you'd bolt if he pushed too soon. That caught me off guard. He told you that. Today, Warren confirmed. Daryl and me while he was getting patched up. Zach too, since he needed fixing after chasing you down. You weren't exactly an easy catch. He had to bend over backward not to scare you off. He glanced at Honey, then sighed. The rest of this, that's between you two. Honey gave a graceful nod before leaving, the faint outline of her late husband's ghost trailing behind her. Peter was growing fainter, and I felt a bittersweet relief. Holding onto the dead two tightly only dragged the living backward. The door clicked shut, and Warren exhaled, his eyes flickering yellow for a second before fading back to normal. The pack magic settled around us like a shield, sealing us in privacy. "When you sent me to Adam all those years ago," Warren said, his voice rough with memory, "I expected the usual warnings. Stay out of our way, keep your head down, or we might just chase you out of town one night." "Adam's not like that," I pointed out. "No," he agreed, "and we're damn lucky for it. He's catching heat from all sides, though not from Bran but from other packs. We're the only ones with non-werewolves in the ranks, and even human mates are rare enough to raise eyebrows." I nodded. "And let's not forget how you flipped the script on ranking the women. Honey might still grumble, but she's coming around." Warren smirked. "Oh, she'll never admit it, but she likes the change. You and Adam have shattered more traditions than I can count. Honestly, it's a miracle other packs haven't come after you yet. History's full of uppity packs that got wiped out for less." "What's that got to do with tonight?" I asked, frowning. He leaned forward, his Texas drawl thickening. "Mercy, what you did today. It was the only call you could have made. That flaming stick stunt, pure firepower." His grin faded. "But it's gonna stir up trouble. We can't afford distractions. People could get hurt." "The vampires," I guessed. "Adam thinks Marsilia will be pissed I claimed the Tri-Cities." Warren shook his head. "Nah, Daryl's sweating it, but Adam's right. Marsilia'll love having that card to play against any vamps dumb enough to challenge her. Besides, we can handle the fangs. Stefan wouldn't dare make a move against you." Warren was among the handful who knew about the unbreakable tie between Stefan and me, which left only Marsilia and Wolf as real threats. The others, too young, too weak to stand a chance against Zack. "So what's the issue?" I asked. "The Grey Lords. Getting the pack to unite against the Fae won't be hard," Warren said, absently reaching for his hat before remembering it was resting on his knee. He never wore it indoors. Manners mattered to him. And though he could speak perfectly proper English, he often chose not to. "The Fae have a talent for rubbing people the wrong way, except Tad. Maybe Z on a good day." "Tad, sure," I said. "Z, he can be just as insufferable as the rest when he feels like it." But my brain was already piecing together Warren's meaning. Oh no, oh this is bad." Warren grinned. "Knew you'd catch on. For what it's worth, Adam thinks the damage was already done when Daryl and Zack stepped up to that troll." "Bran," I muttered. "Bran is going to lose it." "Yep," he agreed. "He barely smoothed things over after Charles handled that mess in Arizona. Livid wouldn't even begin to cover it. We figured he'd hear the news when it hit the national cycle, which, by the way, was about 20 minutes ago." "National news," I echoed. He gave a mock salute. "Yes, ma'am. One of our local reporters caught your whole speech on camera, staff glowing like a 4th of July sparkler." I clenched my jaw. This wasn't entirely my fault. The Fae had let that troll loose in my town, and we couldn't just leave it for the cops. Still, guilt gnawed at me. "So why is Adam suddenly playing caveman protector? What's Bran got to do with it?" "Hold on," Warren said. He wrote it down, didn't trust me to get it right. He shifted, digging into his back pocket before handing me a crumpled index card, creased and smudged with what looked like dried blood. Adam's precise block letters spelled out 3 points. 1. "I've been waiting for this moment. 2. If the pack isn't solid behind me, Bran will tear us apart. Disrespect to you means disloyalty to me, and that's what Bran will care about. 3. Every other pack now has to choose. Follow our lead or look weak. And if they stand with us on territory, they'll have to stand with us on everything else. To make this work, we have to stand together. Even if Bran backs off, the Fae won't." I spoke with Z, they're after Aiden, and they won't hold back. "He hasn't done anything to provoke them, but that won't stop them from hurting him. Handing someone over to be tortured just because it's convenient, not an option. So we can't afford division in the pack right now." I flipped the card over. The writing here was sharper, the letters bigger, pressed deep into the paper like he'd been gripping the pen too tight. "Most importantly, I love you, and I'm done letting the pack treat you like you don't matter. Done." He'd scribbled "I'm sorry" afterward but crossed it out. Guess he wasn't. Warren tapped the card. The back was written after we had to re-break his shoulder. "First try just made things worse, that's why we called Z. Guy's got a steadier hand with a hammer than any of us." I winced. "He should have let me be there." Warren shook his head. "He needed to prove he could hold it together. Thought seeing you might break him." Slipping the card into my pocket, I sighed. "Fine, I won't yell at him over this." Not that I was going to, even before your little speech. Warren hooked an arm around my neck, pulling me in to press a kiss to my hair. "Yell if you want. He can take it. Just don't walk away and he'll be fine." "Like I'd leave over something like this," I muttered, annoyed. Then I scrubbed a hand over my face. "Warren, I grew up with werewolves. In the Marok's pack, nobody dared badmouth Bran's mate, Lee. Sometimes I still wake up cursing her name just because I can now." "Adam figured Lee's crap would make this sting worse," Warren said. "And let's be real, she deserves every foul word Ben ever taught you. Adam knew putting you in her shoes wouldn't sit right." I started to agree but stopped. It'll bug me, I admitted, but I can live with it. My fingers brushed the bloodstained note. What's gonna cost him is thinking I'd walk away over this. I clenched my jaw. Moron. Warren laughed, slapping his thigh with his hat. Told him he was freaking out over nothing. Anyway, if we're good here, I'm grabbing Kyle. He's got a client meeting tomorrow. Couple married 25 years, finally divorcing now that their kid's out of high school. Kind of sad, I said. Warren gave me a knowing look. Gotta grab happiness where you find it. Nothing lasts forever, happiness fades, but so does the pain, right? I stormed out of the meeting room, ignoring the sideways glances as I thundered down the stairs. Adam wouldn't be in our room. He made an effort to keep our fights out of that space. Given how stubborn we both were, his success was hit or miss, but at least he tried. He wouldn't stick around with the pack either, not after that dramatic exit. He'd let them sit with his words, let them simmer. Speaking of the pack, when I finally stopped fuming long enough to notice, most of them were still here. Lately, they'd started hanging around after meetings, some playing video games downstairs, others just chatting, carefully avoiding any mention of me. Almost no one had left. Then it hit me, of course they hadn't. I turned our home into a battleground, and safety meant sticking together. "Where's Zach?" I asked Ben, who was leaning against the wall, shoveling cold burgers into his mouth off a flimsy paper plate. He chewed, licked his teeth, and finally answered. Crashed in Tad's room. Kid figured it'd be quieter than anywhere else tonight. That was the cleaned-up version anyway. I'd learned to tune out most of Ben's colorful language most of the time. Every now and then, he'd surprise me with something impressively creative. And our guest, I pressed. Ben shrugged. Pretty sure he turned in too. But honestly, Mercy, do I look like his babysitter? We gave him shelter, but if he bolts, that's on him. I wasn't so sure. After what happened on the bridge, I doubted Aiden would risk leaving while he still had protection. Adam, Ben smirked. Office, of course, because Adam wasn't the type to hide from a fight, especially not from me. The only reason he'd let Warren step in earlier was so he could deal with Bran. I knocked on his office door. The room was mostly soundproof, meaning I had to press my ear against it to hear anything. "Who is it?" he called. "You know who," I shot back. "Come in." I slipped inside and locked the door behind me. Surprisingly, he wasn't on the phone good because I wasn't done with him yet. "Worried about interruptions?" Adam asked, his expression carefully neutral. "Worried you'll bolt," I said bluntly, "considering what you told Warren and Daryl, and Zach." A flush crept up his neck. "I only said that because you thought if you stepped between me and the pack, I'd run," I finished. He crossed his arms, looking about as pleased as I felt. Because apparently when things get tough, I'm the one who disappears to lick my wounds. That's the narrative, right? If you pull something I don't agree with, and trust me, we'll circle back to that, I'll walk out just like your ex did. Adam exhaled slowly. "Bran warned me," he admitted. "He said if I treated you the way I treated Christy, you'd leave too. Maybe not right away, but eventually you'd break free no matter how hard I tried to hold on, even if I thought I was protecting you." I stiffened, giving him a sharp look. "Did Bran actually compare me to Christy, or are you just throwing him under the bus so I'll be mad at him instead of you?" "Would I do that?" he asked, all innocence. I crossed my arms. "In a second," he chuckled. "Fair, but those were his exact words." I dragged in a breath, forcing myself to stay calm. "This isn't just about you, Adam. I love you. If you need to set a rule I don't like, but it's important to you, fine. I can bend." I gritted my teeth, thinking about his stupid gag order. "I'll deal with the pack law you dropped tonight. I hate it, but I'll handle it, and so will they. Just like Bran's pack tolerated Lee. I couldn't stand her when I lived with them, but I'd never disrespected her to her face." Adam's shoulders loosened. "Of course," I added, voice sweet, "keeping me in the dark about how badly your shoulder was messed up, that's a different story. You'd never hide something like having to re-break it because the first try didn't take, right? Because you know how furious I'd be." He just stared. I held my hand at waist level. This is how annoyed I get when someone jumps in to protect me when I don't need it. I reconsidered, then crouched until my hand hovered near my knee. "Wait, no, this is the level. Waist high is when you do it without warning. But this," I raised my hand to eye level, "is where I'm at when you shut me out of something that's my business. Like when I ended up in the hospital after your ex's stalker, who, by the way, was a deranged volcano god, tried to kill me. You were dying," Adam cut in, jaw tight. "You had no choice." "Exactly," I snapped. "And if you ever pull that again, pray you're already dead by the time I find out." The rage hit me like a punch. Adam was mine. I should have been at his side, not stuck at some pointless barbecue. He'd sent me away, and I'd let him, drowning in guilt for dragging the pack into a fight with the Fae, the vampires, and every other creature who might take issue with me claiming the Tri-Cities as ours. I was furious, mostly at myself, but Adam made a convenient target. The computer pinged, and I stormed over to see Skype flashing on the screen. I jabbed the answer button. Bran's face appeared, his eyes narrowed in that dangerous way he had when he was pissed. Not now, I snapped. Adam and I are in the middle of arguing about stubborn werewolves who don't bother telling their mates when some iron-loving fae has to reset their shoulder because your so-called doctor's son is off gallivanting in Europe. Sure, we've got EMTs, but they're not exactly orthopedic specialists, which they proved by botching the job. We'll call you back when we're done. Mercy, I cut him off with a click, spinning back to Adam, who was laughing, actually laughing. If he kept it up, it might be the last sound he ever made. That might be the last thing either of us does, he said, and I realized I'd said that out loud. Bran doesn't take kindly to being hung up on. His expression turned serious. I plead idiocy and pride. In my defense, I was in a lot of pain, and no one enjoys having their shoulder broken. 3 times today if you count the first attempt. 4, I corrected, hopping onto his desk. Warren said their first try failed because there was already a hairline fracture they didn't know about. For it to be just a hairline an hour later, it had to be a full break at first. 4, he agreed. He pushed his keyboard aside and slid me toward him until I was straddling his lap. I was worried about tonight. I needed to focus, and if you were in that room, I wouldn't have been able to think straight. And dragging Z down to medical gave you a chance to talk him into getting his wounds checked too, I mused. Did he let you? Can't say, Adam admitted. I made a promise as long as he wasn't in critical shape. I stayed quiet. He's a tough old bastard, Adam said, but they worked him over hard. Bad, but not bad enough to need more than Daryl and Warren could handle. At least they left Tad alone. Z convinced them the kid was too fragile, and they don't know how to torture humans without killing them. Adam's smile was icy. But what they did to Z, one of their own, makes me fully support your offer to shelter Aiden. Glad to see you two finally agree on something in this mess, came a dry voice. I flailed and ended up sprawled across Adam's lap. He steadied me before I hit the floor. Good evening, Mercy. Adam, Bran said from the computer screen, no Skype interface, just his face filling the monitor. Manners are wasted on the discourteous. Thanks, Charles, I muttered. Always a joy to see your tech skills haven't rusted. Evening, Bran. I wrinkled my nose. Courtesy is for the courteous. Seriously, did you pull that from a motivational poster? Sitting on Adam's lap in front of Bran, and Charles was beyond uncomfortable, but when I tried to move, Adam tightened his grip. You're welcome, Charles chimed in from behind the monitor. His tone gave nothing away, but I could have sworn he was entertained. My mother used to say something similar, though not in English, Bran murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. He only ever brought her up when he was in a dark mood, which told me everything I needed to know. Are you done, Mercy? If Adam wanted me planted right there, he had his reasons. Still, arguing with Bran while perched on my husband's lap wasn't exactly the picture of professionalism. But Adam's instincts were usually solid, so I stayed put and went on the offensive. Would you rather we'd let a troll rampage through downtown Seattle? I shot back. If he was going to be pissed, he might as well direct it at me. Like you'd stand by while one tossed trucks around Bozeman without lifting a finger. Adam brushed his lips against my temple. He was worried Bran would take his anger out on me, and this was his way of reminding everyone we were a united front. If a little public affection helped, I'd roll with it. You can tap out anytime, Adam said dryly. As much as I appreciate the save, this might not end well. He shifted his focus to Bran. Kennewick PD called us about a troll. We thought it was a routine job. I had 2 wolves nearby, so I grabbed Mercy and the rest of the pack and went in. Bran rubbed his forehead. Naturally, someone in the background stifled a laugh. Keep going, Bran said. I sent you footage. Did you watch it? It went viral, Bran replied. I've seen it enough times to memorize it. Adam nodded. Then you saw Mercy and Zach pull a mother and child out of harm's way. You saw Daryl take a dive off the bridge, get fished out by bystanders, who he didn't maul, by the way, then sprint back into the fight. The police chief called it heroic, said they'd have lost more lives without us. Wait till they see the repair estimate for the bridge, Charles muttered, earning a glare from Bran. He was trying to diffuse the tension, I realized. I straightened as much as I could while draped over Adam's lap. The Fae will cover the damages. If anyone can track them down, Charles added. Bran exhaled. Werewolves versus the Fae. The room went quiet. Bran's voice carried an edge I'd rarely heard before. 6 months I've worked to prevent this, to stop it before it got out of hand. Charles didn't back down. Neutrality isn't an option. If you stand by while your allies commit horrors, you're just as guilty. Who's worse, the ones who burn villages or the ones who let them? You're twisting your grandfather's words, Bran shot back. And you've already stirred up enough trouble. At least with the Fae Lord in Arizona, we could argue they attacked first. Here, we're the ones making the move. He exhaled sharply, squared his shoulders, and locked eyes with Adam, who held his gaze, though I could sense the effort it took. Then Bran turned to me, his expression unreadable. Fine, defend your territory. My stomach twisted. Looking back, my speech had all the subtlety of a bad historical drama, more Ben-Hur than Die Hard. I could have gone for gritty realism and still gotten the point across without the cringe. Charles smirked. Every news outlet's been running clips of it all day. CNN's even doing a special tomorrow, the werewolves who shielded their people. Bran drummed his fingers on the desk. So now it's on you two to prove Mercy's words weren't just talk. Hold your ground when the Fae come knocking. There's still a chance, slim as it is, to avoid full-scale war. We've always claimed to protect humans from the Fae, but that's only because they haven't made a move in centuries. His jaw tightened. If you pull this off, I'll have to convince the other alphas near Fae lands to do the same. Not that there are many left. He leaned back, eyes closed, weighing options. When he looked at Adam again, the anger was gone, replaced by something colder. One more thing. If you release that kid after a day and he ends up hurt, the media will turn on you faster than you can blink. Adam gave a stiff nod. Something unspoken crackled between them, a tension I couldn't place. My instincts screamed that this wasn't just strategy, it was personal. Bran's next words confirmed it. Your pack's shaken things up. The old wolves don't like change, and they know exactly who to blame. Expect challenges, not just from within, but from other alphas. That wasn't just rare. It was practically unheard of. Lone wolves who were too strong-willed to fit into existing packs often caused trouble. Bran had learned to manage these outsiders by finding roles for them, sometimes even forming new packs to give them purpose. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it kept some from turning into threats. Challenges between alphas usually only happened when territories overlapped or personal grudges flared up. In theory, these fights were supposed to be one-on-one, but history showed that packs rarely stood by and watched. More often than not, the battles turned bloody, leaving both sides devastated. Adam nodded. I know, Bran had changed that. At the first sign of serious conflict, he'd send Charles in, and no werewolf in their right mind wanted Charles interfering. If an alpha stepped out of line, Charles had no problem removing them. He'd done it before, and the werewolves hadn't forgot, so why was Bran giving a warning now? Make her declaration real, Bran said, his voice low. Give us a reason to create safe zones. Let us be more than just monsters. His gaze shifted to me. And don't let this turn into an all-out war. Unless you have no choice, Charles muttered. Bran's expression hardened. You understand what this means? I do, Adam replied. For a long moment they just stared at each other. Then Bran spoke the words that severed the bond. I repudiate you and your pack. You are no longer part of mine. A sharp, icy pain shot through the pack bonds before vanishing just as quickly. Adam took a deep breath, his skin glistening with sweat. Bran looked like he wanted to say something else, but instead the screen went black before flickering back to the Skype interface. Adam exhaled. He had to do it. If he didn't, this would have escalated into a full werewolf-Fae war. By cutting us off, he made sure it stays contained. The other packs in the Fae will hear about it soon, otherwise there'd be no point. He hesitated, then added quietly, Mercy, there was no other way. Obviously, I said, still stiff in his lap. Adam reached for his phone, his arm tightening around me as he dialed. Daryl answered immediately. We're on our own, Adam told him. I felt it, Daryl said, and you warned us. I'll pass it along. Tell them they can leave if they want. Daryl chuckled. Yeah, right, after tonight, you couldn't drag anyone out of this pack with a forklift and a case of whiskey. Don't stress, we'll handle this. Adam hung up and set the phone down. I guess, I said, my voice shakier than I wanted. It's a good thing you shook things up with the pack. If we're really up against everything, we need to be fighting the real threats, not each other. My gut twisted like I'd taken a punch. Bran wasn't my father, not even my foster dad, but he'd raised me all the same. You saw this coming. I had a feeling, Adam admitted, leaning back in his seat and pulling me closer. Sorry, I murmured. Not your fault, he said. I hesitated, then sighed. Actually, yeah, it kind of is. He shook his head. Nah, if you hadn't stood up to the Fae, what would they have done next? I won't let them target our people. He paused, considering. The Tri-Cities' 3 towns, plus a handful of smaller ones clustered around them. Our towns, he corrected, voice rough. I hummed in agreement. Our territory, he finally said, and that felt right. Bran might have cut me loose, but Adam never would. He was mine and I was his. Lately, I'd been wrestling with all this belonging, to Adam, to Jesse, to the pack, and them belonging right back. Funny thing, taking care of them didn't bother me. It was being taken care of that made me twitchy. I'd spent most of my life on my own, and adjusting to answering to others, even people I loved, took effort. But right now, belonging beat being alone. The last time Bran left me, I had no one. Done being mad at me? Adam asked, steering the conversation away from Bran. I wasn't really mad at you, I said. It wasn't a lie, I'd been angrier at myself. Trust me, you know if I was. For a good time, call, he teased, and I let out a shaky laugh, resting my forehead against his good shoulder. That beat-up old VW still sat in the backyard, looking more ridiculous by the day. Once Adam threatened to tow it, but Jessie, not me, warned him against it. As long as Mercy has that thing to mess with you, she'd said, you'll always know where the next prank's coming from. Get rid of it, and you'll never see it coming. She just wants to keep it because of that bunny she painted on the trunk last week, I'd shot back. Adam had laughed, and the car stayed, complete with "for a good time" call, and his number scrawled across it for the whole neighborhood to see. I'm not mad, I told him, but if you try to push me away when you're hurt again, I will take you down when you least expect it. Honestly, he said, I didn't think it'd work in the first place. I lifted my head and met his eyes. I wasn't the only one let down when I didn't track him down in the infirmary. I thought you were furious with me, I admitted. After all, I made promises while you were out, vowed to protect some kid the face and a troll after, then declared to the whole Tri-Cities we'd stand against any threat. I figured you needed space to cool off. Didn't realize how deep it cut until Warren filled me in. If I'd known, no amount of justified anger would have kept me away. You stayed back because you thought I was pissed, he said, sounding way too pleased with himself. At least it was better than wounded. No, I shot back. I stayed because you made it clear you wanted distance. Won't happen again. He pulled me into a tight hug, his voice muffled against my shoulder. Better not. Are we good? I asked, hating how small my voice sounded, even perched in his lap. You and me, he said. Always. The rest, no guarantees. Same here, I murmured. So what's the plan with Aiden? Turns out the plan was to let him sleep. Tad was sprawled on the rec room floor, laptop balanced on his knees, Cookie snoozing beside him. The lockup door stood shut but unlocked. His fingers flew over the keyboard, lips moving silently, something about boom and suckers. Adam raised an eyebrow. Winning, Tad glanced up, his usual grin slipping for a second before he masked it. Oh yeah, missed this, he raised his voice. Missed wiping the floor with you clowns. A chorus of groans rolled through the room, where pack members lounged over furniture like sun-drunk cats. And they perished before my glory, the scurvy-ridden fools, Tad crowed. Who's the mightiest pirate alive? Me, Paul announced, supreme ruler of codpieces and golden corsets and instant spoils. Keep yapping, deckhand, Tad shot back. Now you're shark bait, yar har, the room echoed with half-hearted args, nobody bothering to look up. Cookie yapped twice. Tad scowled at his screen. Fish eggs. That's just wrong, he nodded toward the hall. Jessie's locked in her room, something about homework being a merciless tyrant. Keeping tabs on Aiden seemed like a smart move. After the cookout, he wandered through the house before disappearing downstairs. Now I figured he was probably out cold. Tad frowned at his keyboard, lost in thought before finally speaking. He locked the window bars, came out 10 minutes later, and bolted the door from the inside. Looked rattled, like the locks were the only thing keeping him sane. His gaze flicked toward Aiden's door and a chill ran through him. I don't know how long he was stuck in Underhill, but a week in that place would have me sleeping in a locked closet too. Nothing about it feels safe. I knew that firsthand. I'd stumbled in once, just for a moment, but even that was enough. Kneeling to meet Tad's eye level, I asked, what else do we know about him? Tad shrugged. Not much. The guy who busted us out dropped him with us. He paused, waiting for me to catch on. What guy? I pressed. Tad just raised his brows, letting the silence stretch. You know exactly who, Adam cut in. Think harder. There was only one Grey Lord who'd ever made promises, Beauclair. He'd offered to help Tad and Z in exchange for the walking stick, but since I still had it, I'd assumed the deal was off. Calling him a buddy was a stretch, to say the least. Right, I muttered. Him. Though I'm surprised, I bit back the rest. If Tad didn't want to bring up Beauclair, I'd follow his lead. The pack already knew about the walking stick, so mentioning it now would just complicate things. Tad waited until I'd pieced it together before continuing. Your buddy talked to me a few times, so when he popped open my cell where I'd been chilling between torture sessions, I was ready. His breath hitched and his voice dropped to something low and dangerous. Don't give me that look, Mercy. They'll pay for what they did to Dad. Trust me, they won't live long enough to regret it. For a second, he didn't sound like Tad at all. I was used to that shift, the way werewolves could go from joking to deadly in a heartbeat. But hearing it from him, the guy who usually played the goofball to hide how sharp he really was, that was new. Just as quickly, the darkness faded, replaced by his usual dry humor. Anyway, your buddy swung the door open, had Dad with him, and this kid. Said it was all he could do, but the kid could get us out. Aiden had made a deal with my father, 24 hours of safety under the pack's protection in exchange for his cooperation. He was hoping, like anyone would, to turn that small window into something bigger, maybe even a way out of this mess entirely. Somewhere far from the Fae, who'd love nothing more than to dissect him to figure out how he ticks. Adam's response was measured. We'll see, he said, though Tad hadn't actually asked. I've got no problem sticking it to the Fae, but not for someone who might turn on us, even if they look like a lost kid. Tad tapped his laptop screen absently. It's easy to forget he's not just some ordinary boy. He was human, no magic in his blood. Nobody knows how he ended up wielding Fae power, not even them. They think Underhill handed him something they should have had, and it's eating them alive. I couldn't help but think of Tad himself. Most half-Fae were unstable, but he'd been gifted with rare metal magic, something even purebloods envied. Did they resent him too? Tad rubbed his temples. He's just a kid, but all I can think about is Star Trek Charlie X. Star Trek, I frowned. Adam exhaled sharply, his grip tightening on my shoulder. Charlie was a boy saved by aliens after a crash. They gave him power to survive, but when humans finally found him, he didn't know how to be one of them. Couldn't take no for an answer, and with that kind of strength, nobody could stop him. In the end, the aliens had to take him back, alone forever, because he was too dangerous. Tad nodded. Your Fae contact, he's got a soft spot. Couldn't stomach what they'd do to Aiden. The last kid like him, water touched, they killed him. Claimed he was insane, but from what I heard, he was fine when he left Underhill. That came later. He hesitated. I don't think your guy knows any more than we do. He just pitied him, and honestly, so do I after centuries in Underhill. Doesn't he deserve a shot? Adam's voice was low. But Charlie X still worries you. Are we protecting him or ourselves from him? Tad's smile was thin. Either one works for me, he said. You should get some rest, I told him. He scanned the crowded living room, every chair and couch already taken. I'll be fine crashing down here. Zach can have the bedroom. He exhaled, flashing a tired but genuine grin. Honestly, I'd rather not be by myself right now anyway. Paul gave him a sideways glance, locked eyes with Adam and nodded. The pack had Tad's back, no question. If Tad was keeping Aiden safe, then we'd make sure nothing touched him either. I made Adam peel off his shirt so I could examine his shoulder. The swelling and dark bruises told the story. Things had gotten rough. There were other marks too, older ones fading but still visible. I traced them lightly, checking for any hidden damage beneath the surface. The knot in my chest loosened a little. He was okay. He'd gone toe-to-toe with a troll and walked away in one piece. Your turn, he said as my fingers brushed over a raised scar near his ribs. My turn. It was an old injury from before the change. He told me once how bad it used to look, jagged, angry scars from a gunshot wound in a life he'd left behind. Some of his scars had vanished overnight after becoming a werewolf, but this one was fading slowly, like a memory. Your turn, he repeated, his voice low and rough. That's how this works, remember. You patch me up, I patch you up. I looked up and caught the heat in his gaze, nothing to do with the room. Pretty sure you're not looking for bruises, I muttered. His fingers tilted my chin up, gentle but firm. Spent years as a soldier, he said, the drawl of his Alabama roots thickening his words. Been alpha even longer. Feels like I've spent half my life in the fight. And you, his thumb brushed my jaw. You're the only one who's ever been this hellbent on keeping me in one piece. Forgive me if I find that downright irresistible. He kissed me, slow and deliberate, and when he pulled back, the playful edge was back in his voice. But I'm not blind, sweetheart. As much as I'd love to get you out of those clothes for entirely different reasons, I've been watching you hobble around all night. So lose the layers and let me see the damage. I snorted. That your go-to move. Let me take a look. Which part? The I've been fighting my whole life bit. I rolled my eyes. Nah, the whole gravelly voice stripped down routine. Then grinning, I added, though if you led with the wounded hero act, you'd have women lining up. I narrowed my eyes. Not that you'd dare, alpha or not, I'd make you regret it. Slow and painful. He just smirked, waiting. Drip, 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 I said, poking his chest. One thought about another woman, and I'll turn you into a cautionary tale. The smirk didn't fade. If anything, it deepened. I get it, he said, pausing just long enough to be polite before responding. And just so we're clear, if I catch you getting too cozy with someone, I won't hesitate to make sure they regret it. Noted, I shot back. But for future reference, the whole stripped down so I can inspect you bit, not exactly smooth. He arched a brow, then dropped his voice low. Mercy, he murmured, strip down and let me take a look. I rolled my eyes. Cheating. The voice doesn't count. Still, I undressed anyway. Beneath the teasing was real concern, like he thought I'd hide injuries the same way he had. My knees were scraped, my shin bruised, and when Adam tilted my chin, I winced. From tripping while hauling your stubborn hide, I muttered. He nodded, his fingers brushing over a fresh mark on my hip. Even with his tan, my skin was darker, making my bruises less obvious than his. This wasn't from a fall, he observed. It's nothing, I insisted. He gave me a look. Fine, maybe it was a little worse than nothing, bruises blooming in vivid shades. I really don't remember how it happened, I admitted. He pressed his forehead to mine. Sorry, he murmured. For what? I asked, being overprotective. I pulled him close, pushing away the memory of a troll hoisting a car like it was nothing. I started it, I said, my voice unsteady. The kiss that followed was meant to comfort, but with neither of us dressed, it didn't stay that way. We ended up tangled together on the carpet, and afterward he collapsed on top of me, exhausted from the fight and healing. I held him, my mind racing, wondering what we'd gotten into, what the future held. Coyote once told me change wasn't good or bad, just a mix of both. I closed my eyes, praying for more good than bad, for Adam's safety, for Jesse and the pack. I whispered thanks for Tad and Z making it back before sleep dragged me under. The phone jolted me awake at 4 a.m. My face was buried in my pillow, no idea how I'd gotten from the floor to the bed. Adam shifted, silencing the ringing before I could drift off again. They told me Wolf told me to call you. Said you're handling things like this now, came a shrill, genderless voice. The mention of Wolf had me bolt upright. I see, Adam said calmly. The voice continued. We watch the motels around town. Call the mistress's people when one of theirs shows up. Another measured pause. Are we getting paid? I'll take it up with her, Adam replied. Is this the best number to reach you? Yes, sir, the voice chirped before the line went dead. Any idea who that was? I asked. Probably a goblin, Adam said, already dialing. Wolf picked up on the first ring. Adam, he drawled, smooth as silk. It's always a pleasure to hear your voice, Wolf said when Adam answered the call. Goblins? Adam asked, cutting straight to the point. Wolf chuckled. So they did reach out. Honestly, I wasn't sure they'd follow through. They can be a bit unpredictable. How much is this costing you? 300 per stray vampire they tracked down, Wolf replied, plus 1,000 a month just to keep them on the hunt. Adam scoffed. I'll cover the 300, but the monthly fee is your problem. Good luck sniffing out every bloodsucker that drifts into town then, sweetheart, Wolf drawled. Adam's voice turned sharp. Oh, I'll find them. Most are here for Marsilia anyway. All I have to do is watch the Seath. When they close in on her, I'll be right behind them. A pause stretched between them before Wolf finally sighed. Clever, aren't you? Fine, we'll handle the 1,000, but they report to you and you pay for confirmed sightings. Deal, Adam agreed. As he hung up and dialed the goblin back to relay the new terms, I couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. Goblins, neither fully fey nor entirely human, existed in this strange limbo. Ariana's books described them as creatures who could cloak themselves in illusions, yet neither the Fae nor the goblins themselves wanted to claim the other. The Fae saw them as pests, and the goblins, well, they had their own reasons, not least of which was the unfortunate fact that some Fae considered them a delicacy. When Adam ended the call, I crossed my arms. So the vampires are testing us because I mouthed off. He shook his head. They're testing our resolve, want to tag along to the hotel. I hesitated. Bran only shows up when he's ready to level a city. Otherwise, he sends underlings. Adam smirked. True, but I'm already awake, so I might as well handle this myself. Thought you might enjoy the excitement. I couldn't suppress a grin, ridiculous given the circumstances. A rogue vampire in town, and here I was, thrilled at the idea of riding shotgun on Adam's little mission. I'm in, I said, glancing at the clock. 6 hours of sleep would have to be enough. Adam dressed in one of his tailored suits, the kind that screamed authority without him having to say a word. The steel gray fabric with subtle chocolate stripes made his eyes pop, and the matching tie completed the look. He might pretend not to care about appearances, but he understood the power of a strong first impression. Intimidation had its perks. Fewer people dared cross him, whether in business or in a fight. And though he'd never admit it, I knew he enjoyed the challenge. Adam hated how violence could ripple out and hit the people under his protection. His security team, the pack, everyone who relied on him. He'd rather cut trouble off at the source, which was why he wore those sharp suits. After a moment's thought, I dressed in a navy silk blouse, tailored black pants, and flats I could sprint in if needed. Standing beside Adam, I didn't exactly look out of place, more like his executive assistant. That worked for us, he led. I stayed in the shadows. It fit our dynamic. Adam was straightforward, no games, while I had no problem playing the long game. The Marriott's parking lot was quiet when we pulled in. I squinted up at the rows of balconies, the glass doors reflecting the pre-dawn gloom. Odd choice for a vampire, I muttered. The place was practically made of windows. Not that the Tri-Cities had many of those old-world hotels left. Most had been replaced by post-war efficiency, all function over charm. Still, this much sunlight waiting to happen didn't seem like a vampire's idea of a good time. I hooked my arm through Adam's just as the scrape of skateboard wheels cut through the silence. A lanky kid rolled up, flipping his board into his hand like it was second nature. Hey, he drawled, way more relaxed than he'd sounded on the phone. Did some digging after your call. Werewolves, huh? Not bad. That troll thing was slick. Adam arched a brow. Slick, not many of them left from what I hear. The kid spat. Good riddance, nasty bastards. He held out his palm. Anyway, pay up before someone wonders why I'm skating around at stupid o'clock. I stepped in. What did the vampire look like? He smirked. Wasn't me who saw him. Adam handed over an envelope. The kid, probably not entirely human, dropped his board back down, kicked off backward, then spun away with a lazy salute. My eyes snagged on a white Subaru 3 cars down. California plates. I never forgot a car. Occupational hazard. Then, just as the kid vanished into the dark, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow too quick, too deliberate, slipping between the parked cars. Adam's grip on my arm tightened. He'd seen it too. I pulled Adam to a halt and studied the car more closely. Subaru Foresters were everywhere. 3 others sat in the lot, but I recognized this one from tailing it last winter. A quick sniff near the driver's side confirmed it, the scent of a vampire I knew. Thomas Howe, I muttered. We'd fought side by side months ago, taking down a vicious bloodsucker with Marcelia's help. I wondered if she'd realized who he was when she handed him over earlier. The goblin's half-truth about spotting the vampire made me think she had. This could get interesting, Adam said after a beat, tension easing from his shoulders. Mine did the same. Thomas Howe wasn't just any vampire, he ruled San Francisco. Last time we met, that was all I knew, but he wasn't like the others. No massive seeth, no power-hungry schemes. A couple years back, he'd sent his few remaining vampires packing and stayed in the city alone. No one knew why, but the rumors, wild. I'd watched him face down 2 ancient monsters single-handedly. Dangerous, absolutely. But he wasn't driven by madness or greed, just cold, clear logic. Even among vampires, he was the closest thing to decent. Tracking him down was easy. The elevator reeked of him, so we hit every button on the way up. His scent led us straight to the top floor. There's a fae here too, I whispered. Her trail had shadowed his too closely to be chance. Adam gave a quiet knock, no need to shout when dealing with a vampire's hearing. A moment, Thomas called, his voice too soft for human ears. When the door opened, he stood there in a brown silk shirt and black jeans, barefoot, hair still damp. His expression was unreadable, but his posture said we weren't the guests he'd expected. He wasn't tall, but with vampires, size meant nothing. The scent of the Fey woman clung to him, fresh enough that she'd probably been close before we arrived. He stepped aside, motioning us into a suite with a view that would have shown the Columbia River by daylight. A closed door at the back hinted at privacy. "Make yourselves comfortable," he said, gesturing to the chairs. "Can I offer you something to drink?" Thomas asked with smooth politeness. "If alcohol isn't your preference, I have sodas or bottled water available." I had to admit, this was the most courteous vampire I'd ever encountered. Thank goodness Adam and I had come instead of sending a couple of werewolves. Knowing our pack, they might have taken Thomas's hospitality as some kind of veiled threat. Then again, maybe Thomas wouldn't have been this gracious with them. "Water," Adam said. "Thanks." Thomas turned to me, waiting. "Same for me," I said. "Appreciate it." The whole exchange was so civilized, it almost felt rehearsed. He poured our waters, then casually filled his own glass from an already uncorked bottle of red wine. After a deliberate sip, he set it down and gave us a practiced smile. "So what brings you here?" Adam leaned slightly forward. "Actually, we were hoping you could tell us." "You were expecting Marsilia or Wolf, weren't you?" "I did call them when I arrived," Thomas admitted. "Wolf assured me someone would stop by soon, though I must say I didn't anticipate the alpha of the Columbia Basin pack and his wife playing messenger. Marsilia had known exactly who was here, no surprises there." "Messenger," Adam repeated, his tone dry. I realized none of us had bothered to sit down. "Marsilia doesn't send us on errands," I clarified. "We sort of ended up with this job." I paused, reconsidering. "Well, ended up isn't quite right. More like got roped into it without warning." Thomas tilted his head, thoughtful. "I caught a news segment earlier," he said. "You took down a troll and declared the Tri-Cities your territory." His gaze lingered on me. I cleared my throat. "Correction, Adam and the pack handled the troll, and technically, the Tri-Cities has always been our territory." Something flickered in Thomas's expression, amusement, though he kept it expertly restrained. Just a slight lift of his brow gave it away. "As you might have seen," I continued, "I made a very public statement on the bridge yesterday, one that was true if not exactly diplomatic. We're still dealing with the aftermath." I pressed my fingers to my temples, willing away the tension. No need to lose composure in front of a vampire. Adam's hand settled reassuringly against my back. "So when one of the Seed's informants tipped us off about a visiting vampire," I went on, "we reached out. Wolf made it clear Marsilia was passing the responsibility of handling strays to us. He didn't mention you'd called, just that his people had spotted an unfamiliar vampire checking into this hotel. We'll need to clarify that with him," Adam murmured. Thomas laughed then, his fangs glinting, a calculated display, not genuine mirth. Noticed before that his smiles and laughter were always deliberate, never spontaneous. Happiness and Thomas, they weren't exactly on speaking terms. The laugh cut off abruptly, leaving the room eerily quiet. What does it take for you to feel like your territory is secure? Thomas asked. Adam gave a slow, deliberate shrug. The basics. Tell me why you're here and how long you plan to stick around. Keep your hunting quiet, no bodies, no headlines. Don't make trouble. Thomas dipped his chin in acknowledgement. Reasonable, I told Marsilia the same. I'm just passing through, backing up a friend who's got business with the Grey Lords in Walla Walla. Someone needs to remind them they don't own the world. So much for pretending there wasn't a fae in his bedroom. Marsilia owes me, Thomas added, his voice edged with something colder. That's why the Tri-Cities felt safer than Walla Walla. He let the silence stretch before Adam finally said, No issue with me then. Thomas gave a slight nod. We'll be gone in 2 days. If I hunt, it won't be anyone under your protection, unless they give me a reason. Then the bedroom door creaked open. A woman stepped out, leaning on forearm crutches, moving with deliberate precision. Thomas, she said, her voice dry, you sound like a fae haggling over trinkets. The words weren't a compliment, despite her own fae blood. The air in the room turned to ice. Thomas's posture shifted, the easy charm vanishing, his grip tightened on his wineglass, his expression sharpening into something predatory. They weren't lovers. The way they held themselves, the way their scents stayed separate instead of blending, told me that much. But the way he watched her, like he'd tear the room apart if she needed it, spoke of something just as fierce. She wore a simple silk dress, the color shifting from pale cream at the top to a deep, burnt orange at the hem. Like Thomas, she was barefoot. Her hair was the same fiery shade as the dress's edge, her skin flawless. No freckles, though if she'd wanted them, she could have conjured them. Faye didn't bother hiding imperfections unless they chose to, but the scars were impossible to miss. Thick, angry marks circled her wrists and ankles, as if she'd fought against restraints hard enough to nearly lose her hands. Introduce me, she said, her gray eyes locking onto mine. Adam didn't hesitate. He stepped back, grabbed my hand, and yanked me down onto the couch beside him. Thomas leaned back into the couch cushions, letting them envelop him like a second skin. I settled beside him, and his arm draped over my shoulders in a casual yet protective gesture. Still, his eyes remained locked on Adam for several tense seconds until the Fey woman stepped gracefully to his side. Manners, she chided lightly, though her tone held no real edge. You really should introduce us properly, Thomas. With visible effort, Thomas tore his gaze away. Margaret Flanagan, he said, voice strained. Meet Adam Hauptmann, alpha of the Columbia Basin Pack, and his mate, Mercy Thompson Hauptmann. Adam, Mercy, this is my dear friend Margaret Flanagan. Margaret gave a small, regal nod, her movements eerily reminiscent of Thomas's own refined gestures. Thomas has spoken of you, Miss Hauptmann, she said, her Irish lilt smooth as aged whiskey. He mentioned you fight well, which coming from him is quite the compliment. Her words were polished, effortless, but Thomas shot Adam and me a sharp look, a silent reminder that this was his space, his territory. I probably should have stayed out of sight, Margaret mused, though her attention never left Thomas. There was something unsettling in her expression, fondness mixed with something darker, something like dread. He'll lecture me later, no doubt. He forgets that while my body may be frail, my power isn't. She turned to Adam. I appreciate you stepping back, Mr. Hauptmann. I owe you for that. Thomas spun toward her, his patience snapping. No debts, he growled. Last time you owed someone, it didn't end well. Didn't it? She countered, unruffled. His glare could have melted steel. I think it turned out just fine, Thomas. Adam shook his head. No debt needed. Just basic decency, and I get what it's like to protect someone who insists on throwing themselves into danger. He didn't glance at me, but the implication was clear. Margaret wasn't swayed. Regardless, Thomas matters to me, and he'd mourn if anything happened to you. I jumped in before Adam could reply. Why didn't you leave with the rest of the Fae when they were forced onto the reservations? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I'm the Flanagan, Mercy. My father was the dragon under the hill. No one tells me where to go. Her voice stayed light, conversational, as if discussing a grocery list. The Fae courts are gone, but my father was a king. His power was something most have forgotten or chosen to ignore. He saved the world, and they let him die while patting themselves on the back for how well they were blending in. Her fingers twitched just once. He died slowly, and if given the chance, I'd return the favor to a few on that reservation. The room went still. Adam and Thomas had gone quiet, tension thickening the air. If someone had asked me right then who was the most dangerous person present, the werewolf alpha, the ancient vampire, or the fragile-looking fae, the answer would have been obvious. I had no clue what her deal was. All that talk about courts and kings and dragons might as well have been another language, but she seemed dead set on taking down the Grey Lords. I figured I'd trust her on that. Good to know, I said. She adjusted her skirt with a practiced flick of her wrist. I'm the Flanagan, and that means they invited me. I decided it was better to clear the air face to face. Her eyes were ice. He's head over heels for her, Adam muttered. Poor guy. Dawn was creeping over the horizon as we rolled down the highway. I turned to study his expression. Even a blind man could see that, I said. Why poor guy? Because he hasn't made a move, Adam said. I know that look, the way you want to stake your claim, but hold back because you actually care. You wait for permission that'll never come. You got yours, I pointed out, tapping the chain around my neck where my wedding ring sat snug between his dog tag and my little lamb charm. He huffed a laugh. Here, really? I eyed the cars speeding past us on the interstate. Permission that'll never come, he repeated, grinning. Not funny, I said, but he just caught my hand, kissed my knuckles, and winked. Sure it is. But yeah, waiting felt like forever. Gives me sympathy for anyone stuck in that limbo. I thought about the Fae woman, how she'd put herself in our debt, a rare move for her kind, just because Adam had given Thomas room to breathe. She's not interested, I mused, leaning back. Did you catch what she said about her place in their hierarchy? Sounded nothing like the Elfame court. I'd met a fairy queen once, all charm and compulsion, the kind of power that turned people into puppets. Adam shook his head. Nah, this is different. The old courts were gone before the Fae even came here, but the fact that the Grey Lords are asking instead of ordering, that tells you everything about her clout. Like Ariana, I said. Different reasons, he countered. Ariana's a walking threat to their magic. Thomas's Fae, she's pure fire. Literally, you caught that right. Yeah, I said. Like Aiden, but dialed up. Seems like we're swimming in fire types lately. You think that's an accident? Adam asked, his tone carefully neutral. For a guy who believed in divine power, he sure wasn't on speaking terms with it. I smirked. Karma, coincidence, or maybe the universe just has a thing for dramatic timing. It doesn't matter anyway. We rolled into the driveway, and my eyes locked onto the silver Honda parked in Adam's usual spot. I clenched my jaw but kept the growl in check. What was his ex-wife doing here at this hour? Last I heard, she was supposed to move back to Oregon in 2 weeks, new condo, old job waiting. I wouldn't believe she was really gone until I saw her taillights disappear down the road. I stepped out of the SUV and scanned the driveway. Most of the cars that had been here when we left were gone. Right, Monday. Adam worked from home most days, but the rest of the pack had actual jobs with actual schedules. Before my shop got wrecked, I'd had a routine too, something to keep track of the days. Adam lingered by Christie's car, exhaustion lining his face. Why don't you go handle the guard rotations for Hal? I suggested. I'll deal with whatever crisis Christie's brought today. We'd learned that if Adam wasn't hovering between us, Christie and I could actually have a civil conversation. Well, as civil as two people who'd rather be anywhere else could manage. There'd be sharp words, maybe some teeth-baring, but we'd survive it. Mostly because, without Adam there to remind her that I'd ended up with what she'd thrown away, she remembered just how dangerous I could be when annoyed. Not bad for a woman who once ruined my favorite shirt with blue dye. She's not your problem, Adam said. She couldn't hurt me, but she could hurt him. She'd spent years perfecting that skill. It's fine, I lied, he smirked. That's a load of crap. I exhaled, choosing my words carefully. It's my job to handle the things that are easier for me than for you. You do the same for me, let me take this one. That much was true. Adam hesitated, protecting people was in his blood, but I'd been working on him to let me return the favor. If she's here for you, there's nothing I can do, I added. But if it's just about Jessie, keeping you out of it might cut the drama in half. Easier on everyone, especially her. He leaned in and kissed me. You always know what to say. I grinned, bouncing on my toes as he headed for his office. The scent of bacon led me toward the kitchen, but I froze halfway there. Something was off. The air was too still, too quiet. 4 people stood in the kitchen. Jessie was backed against the counter, wearing the same murderous expression I'd seen on Adam more than once. Christy stood in front of her, clutching a damp dish towel. Aiden was pinned to the fridge, Daryl's massive hand wrapped around his throat and burning. Smoke curled from Daryl's grip, his eyes glowing unnaturally bright. Well, this should be fun. Let the kid go, Daryl, I said, keeping my voice calm despite the tension. The room was packed with people who wouldn't stand a chance if things got ugly. We made a deal to keep him alive for a full day, remember? Daryl hesitated, but finally loosened his grip on Aiden's throat. With a rough shake, he sent the younger man stumbling backward. Aiden hit the ground hard, then scrambled up with a furious glare, his fingers curling into fists. Try it, I warned him, and I won't stop Daryl from finishing what he started. Aiden wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Then he dies, he spat. I took a slow bite of a glazed donut, pink sprinkles, not my first choice, and shrugged. Maybe, but you won't walk out of here either. Daryl huffed at the implication, but I kept my eyes on Aiden. I've dealt with things that could wipe out everyone in this room without breaking a sweat, he growled. You really want to test me? Nice donuts, Christy, I said, licking sugar off my fingers. Jessie shot her mom a warning look before she could respond. Listen, Aiden, you're banking on us being enough to scare off the Grey Lords, right? If they're nervous, maybe you should be too. Back off and we can talk this out. And if that doesn't worry you, just remember, the Dark Smith of Drontham is upstairs. The floor beneath Aiden's feet let out a sharp crack as the tiles split. Heat radiated from the spot, warping the surrounding tiles. Even Aiden seemed surprised. Christy let out a dismayed gasp. She'd picked those tiles herself. I couldn't help but smirk. All right, I said, brushing crumbs off my hands. Who's gonna tell me what actually happened? Jessie crossed her arms. I was just watching the bacon. Before I could react, the little jerk had his hands where they didn't belong. I forced myself to unclench my jaw before anyone noticed. No one lays a finger on my daughter without her say-so. Daryl had already made that crystal clear, so I didn't need to lose my cool. Adam, listening from his office with the door cracked, must have agreed because Aiden was still in one piece and Adam hadn't stormed in yet. I silently counted down the seconds. They acted like I was some helpless kid, Aiden muttered. What's that got to do with anything? I asked. He shot me a look like I was clueless. Kids get pitied, I'm neither, no matter how I look. I had to remind them I've got centuries on everyone here. I just stared, too stunned to even be mad. That was a new one. Jessie, unfazed, kept her voice steady. Since we're not treating him like a child, I smacked him with the spatula. That's my girl. And she hadn't held back. His cheek still bore the red imprint of the spatula, stark against his pale skin. Mom walked in with donuts, and we were talking, she added, reading my expression. No clue why she's here yet. She didn't get a word in before she started yelling at him. That's when Daryl showed up, short and to the point, if a little scrambled. Adam strode in right on cue, his voice a low growl. Touch my daughter again and you lose the hand. He gave Daryl a nod but kept his glare locked on Aiden. Doesn't matter what point you were trying to make. Aiden's anger evaporated, replaced by utter bewilderment. She's your kid, he gestured wildly. She was cooking, carrying trays yesterday. I thought she was staff. His indignation flared again. She called that woman Mom and you're mated to her. He jabbed a finger at me. How was I supposed to know you had 2 wives? Pathetic, sure, and wrong on so many levels, but honest. He wasn't sorry for groping Jessie. He was sorry it was Adam's daughter. Not exactly a stand-up guy, but given his upbringing, human raised by who knows what in Underhill, it was a miracle he wasn't worse. Salvageable maybe, just not by us. I wiped my hands on the towel Christy handed me. He'd be someone else's problem soon enough. Daryl clenched his fist, flakes of scorched skin peeling away to reveal angry red flesh beneath. Listen up, kid, he rumbled, his voice low and dangerous. You keep your hands to yourself unless given permission. That goes for everyone here, whether you're staff, guest, or family. Aiden straightened his shoulders, his expression tight. I crossed a line, he admitted. I'll go. For a moment I considered letting him walk away, but Z had made it clear in his own stubborn way what needed to be done. I owed him that much. You know, I mused, I really should have added a self-defense clause to our little agreement. Bargaining without one is like playing poker blindfolded. You miss the obvious stuff, but I can fix that now. I took a breath. From this point on, you're allowed to use just enough force to protect yourself, as long as you apologize right now and don't pull this stunt again. Daryl shot me a look, so did Adam. Thank goodness Aiden still had that scrawny, prepubescent look about him. You all right, Daryl? I asked. He flexed his fingers. Good as new, he muttered. Daryl's job is keeping people safe, I reminded Aiden. Did you ignore that? Aiden scowled. You people are weird, he said. I insulted your stepdaughter, right? Then I hurt the guy who tried to play knight in shining armor. Jessie let out a sharp scoff. I don't need a knight. I need people to keep their creepy hands off me. Aiden met her glare with one of his own. All right then, I cut in. Aiden, when you mess up, you apologize, do it right, and the pack's protection stays with you a little longer. He turned to Adam first, dipping his head. I apologize for disrespecting your daughter. Then to Jessie's mother, stiff but polite. I'm sorry for upsetting you. Finally, he faced Daryl with a grudging nod. I shouldn't have burned you. You were just trying to scare me, not hurt me. That was my fault. Jessie cleared her throat pointedly. Aiden's lip curled as they exchanged a look of pure disdain. And I'm so sorry, he drawled, that you didn't appreciate my generous attention. Won't happen again. If looks could kill, he'd be ashes. And I'm so sorry, Jessie shot back, sweet as poison, that I only had a spatula and not something sharper. Maybe next time I'll be better prepared. Jessie, I sighed, your breakfast is charcoal. I glanced at Adam. You handle Aiden, I'll take Christy, I mouthed, but Christy had already caught on. I'd like to speak with Adam, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument, no escaping it now. I shrugged. Aiden, let's step outside. Daryl cracked his knuckles, grinning. I'll do a perimeter check, keep an eye on things. Or, I suggested, eyeing that too eager smile, you could help Jessie with breakfast. Jessie scraped the ruined eggs into the trash. I can handle cooking, she said, as long as no one expects me to teach basic manners to some medieval brat who doesn't know what no means. Gross. She let the audience interpret who that last word was meant for. Aiden spun around, glaring at her. Aiden, I called out. He hesitated but followed me outside to the yard, where he stood rigid, arms crossed like a shield, defiance or maybe dread. Daryl lagged behind before suddenly veering off toward the riverbank. Once he was out of earshot, I said, "What went down in there? Pure power play." Aiden stayed silent. I remembered how Adam had deliberately chosen that plush hotel couch to put Thomas Howe at ease, so I lowered myself onto the damp grass. The cold seeped through my pants instantly. Someone had definitely overwatered the lawn. At least these dress slacks wouldn't betray the mess like my usual denim would. Aiden studied me, scowled, then dropped into a patio chair. "You didn't want us treating you like a kid," I said, digging my fingers into the dirt. "Because where you come from, children are easy targets, but werewolves, we see them as something to guard, not hunt. Safer if I just act like this body's age then," he muttered, skeptical. I exhaled. Even with a shared language, we might as well have been from different planets. Number faking it's a lie, and wolves smell lies. "But you didn't need to shout your real age to stay safe. This wasn't just about you, it's about power." I tilted my head back, grappling with how to explain modern boundaries to someone who'd last walked among humans before Columbus sailed. "Touch," I said finally. "It's everything. Comfort, pain, connection. The person who controls touch in a room, that's power. They can reach out, but no one touches them without consent." The ancients would have called it something cruder, but I skipped that lecture. Sometimes my degree in history paid off in the weirdest ways. Aiden snorted. "You're odd. You're telling me that girl outranks me." A flicker of flame danced in his palm. "Doubt it." "Who walked away unscathed in there," I countered. "She punched me," he shot back. "I could have ended her or made sure she never tried again." "Daryl stopped you," I pointed out, "because his job is protecting Jessie. No one touches her unless he allows it." Aiden's jaw tightened. "I could have taken him too." "Maybe," I conceded. "But he's got backup, and you're no match for Z." The quiet stretched. I let it. "Aiden, what do you think power is really for?" "Safety," he answered instantly. It reminded me of a sociology professor back in college who'd posed the same question. The responses had varied: money, control, freedom to act without consequences. But when she'd asked villagers in a country that had cycled through 5 dictators in a decade, their answer was always the same: survival. "Interesting," I said, considering what it meant that Aiden's instincts aligned with theirs. "So when you touched Jessie without asking, what were you really doing?" A heavy silence settled between us. "I scared her," he admitted. I shook my head. "Not exactly. She could handle herself, and she knew the pack had her back. What you did do was show her she couldn't trust you." He stayed quiet. "You are safe here," I assured him. "No one will lay a hand on you unless you give them a reason to." "Daryl did," Aiden pointed out. "Fair," I conceded. "But unless you threaten one of ours, that won't happen again. Power works 3 ways, Aiden. First, there's what you're born with like Z, who doesn't need to prove a thing. Then there's power taken by force, but that never lasts. Dictators tend to have short reigns." He scoffed. "And the third, people choosing to give it to you. I'm not an idiot." I raised an eyebrow but let it slide. "I'm not exactly a powerhouse myself. But I could shield you from the Grey Lords because I've got allies, people who have got my back. You'll need that kind of power too. Right now, that means not making everyone want to toss you into a dumpster." He groaned, dragging his hands through his hair. "How none of this makes sense to me." "Start by admitting you don't know the rules," I said. "Act like you're at the bottom of the ladder. No touching, no assumptions. That'll keep you safe. But if you keep testing boundaries, next time someone might skip the warning and go straight for the knife." Aiden just blinked at me, speechless. "You're seriously weird. I'm not going anywhere near the Alpha's daughter again." "Probably a smart move," I agreed. Jessie pushed open the back door, her expression tight. "Mercy," she said, keeping her voice casual. "Mom and Dad are still in his office, and we've got company asking for either you or Dad." The way she stressed certain words told me she recognized our visitor but didn't want to name them in front of Aiden. "Faye, then." I brushed the damp grass off my jeans and stood. "All right," I said. "Aiden, since we made a deal, you should come inside too." He scoffed. "Why bother? There are already 2 werewolves stalking the yard. Or do you actually think the Fae can just waltz in here and snatch me?" Warren and Ben were keeping out of sight. I caught their scent but couldn't spot them. Daryl had vanished when I wasn't paying attention. If we keep the most vulnerable, that's me, and the biggest target, that's you, together, we're harder to pick off. And there's a Fae here right now. I hadn't mentioned it yet, partly because Aiden still looked like a kid and I kept forgetting he wasn't. "Our guest is Fae, or Jessie would have been more specific. You're coming inside." I shot Jessie a questioning look. "Uncle Mike," she said. "I left him in the living room." Aiden tensed. "Is he here for me?" I shrugged, no clue, guess we'll find out. I directed Aiden to the kitchen while Jessie disappeared upstairs to grab her school stuff. Uncle Mike probably wasn't here to drag Aiden away by force, but keeping him tucked inside felt like the safer play. Uncle Mike wasn't exactly a friend. Z was the only Fae I trusted that far, but he wasn't an enemy either. Back before the Fae retreated, he'd run his namesake bar in Pasco, a neutral ground where supernaturals mingled. The fact that Jessie had let him inside instead of leaving him on the porch said a lot about the reputation he'd built. She trusted him more than I did. As I walked through the foyer, muffled voices drifted from Adam's office, the soundproofing too thick to make out words. Uncle Mike stood by the window, arms behind his back, staring outside like the answer to some riddle was written in the trees. When he finally turned, the usual cheerful bartender act was gone. Instead, he looked like a man who'd aged a decade overnight. Broad shoulders slumped, reddish-brown hair dull, hazel eyes weary. "Mercy," he said. "Uncle Mike," I replied. "Been a while. I didn't expect to run into you here," I said, raising an eyebrow. His mouth twitched, barely hinting at his usual grin. "Trust me, I'm 4 times happier to be here than the folks in charge would be if they knew." "You've been binge-reading Lord of the Rings again," I teased. He let out a rough chuckle. "So the current reservation leadership has no clue you're here, and they wouldn't be thrilled if they found out. Why are you here? Not to meddle in your reckless defense of the fire touched," he boomed, clearly aiming his voice to carry through the house, straight to Aiden's ears. Then, dropping to a near whisper, he added, "One of my little spies mentioned spotting the Dark Smith and his boy with you on the bridge yesterday. I brushed it off, until I heard the fire touch got away under pack protection. My sources aren't what they used to be, but putting the pieces together wasn't hard." He flexed his stubby fingers, resting them on his knees before leaning in. "A few weeks back, I was told the Dark Smith had been executed for defiance. His son supposedly died soon after, half-bloods being so much more fragile than us. The Fae don't lie," I pointed out, distracted by the word flit-flit. I hesitated too long, though, and my silence gave everything away. His posture eased the second I spoke, confirming what he'd already guessed. Z was alive. "We can't lie," he agreed. "But after hearing those stories, I thought about who told me and why. I believe she repeated what she thought was true. The one who fed her the tale, well, he's always been clever with words." "ZS alive," I confirmed. "And what the hell is a flit-flit?" Even though my reaction had already told him, he sucked in a sharp breath like he'd been holding it for years. "So it's true, and if it is." Z's voice cut in from the stairs, icy. Uncle Mike's grin widened, radiating charm so potent even my magic sense perked up. "Well then," he said, dripping satisfaction. "Certain people might start sleeping with one eye open, don't you think?" Z tilted his head. "Fascinating theory. I'm afraid I don't follow." "Don't you now?" Uncle Mike mused, clearly delighted. "Just don't you, old friend." "Seriously," I pressed. "What's a flit-flit?" "Minor Fae," Z answered. "They flutter around, eavesdrop." "Uncle Mike keeps a few on payroll." The other Fae nodded. "So what should I do with this information?" Z's frown deepened. "You're looking right at me. I assume you're not planning to update my status." "Someone wanted us to believe you were dead," Uncle Mike said. "Should I correct them or let them sweat it out?" Z's smirk was razor-thin. "Why would I care? I don't do games, not any kind," I said. Uncle Mike's grin widened, sharp as a blade. "Seems someone forgot who they're dealing with. Perfect." He exhaled, slow and satisfied. "Just perfect." He moved to the door, hesitating on the threshold before glancing back. "Glad to see you're holding up, old friend. Can't wait to catch your next performance." With a nod to Z then me, he slipped out, shutting the door softly behind him. Z tracked his departure, listening to the car fade into the distance before finishing his descent down the stairs. No limp, no sound, just deliberate, careful steps that betrayed how much pain he was hiding. "Kitchen," I suggested. If Jessie didn't hoard all the eggs, there might still be donuts left. As if summoned, Jessie bounded down in half the time it took Z. "Eggs are gone," she announced. "But I stashed some French toast in the fridge if anyone's hungry." "Sounds good," Z said. Jessie breezed past Aiden without a glance, digging through the fridge while Z shot him a sidelong look, curious but not exactly warm. Warren strode in from outside, still adjusting his shirt. His wolf was close to the surface, tension humming under his skin, but his smile was genuine when he offered Jessie a ride to school. She plopped a plate of French toast in front of Z, then groaned dramatically. "A ride? Oh sure, because you won't just be casually lurking around campus all day." Warren winced, shoulders hunching like she jabbed him. "If you'd rather go with someone else, darlin', that's fine, Daryl's free." The exaggerated drawl was his way of saying he wasn't actually hurt. "Or Ben," he added, grinning. Jessie snorted. Ben's last visit to her school had been anything but low profile. Warren, at least, could blend in. "Yeah, let's not traumatize the faculty again," she said, but she couldn't help laughing, giving his arm a playful shove. "Fine, let's go before I'm late." Warren kissed my cheek and I hugged him tight. Thanks, I murmured. Easy, he said. Boss already had me on standby. Work's been slow, Kyle's complaining about all the polite divorces he's handling. Says if people are that civil, maybe they shouldn't split. Quiet's good, I said. That's what I told him, Warren agreed before heading out with Jessie. He doesn't seem fully persuaded, Warren remarked, sweeping his hand toward the room before guiding Jessie out with a gentle touch on her shoulder. As soon as the door closed behind them, I settled at the table across from Z and Aiden. All right, I said, we need to figure out what to do about Aiden. Aiden's gaze dropped to the kitchen floor, where a shattered tile marked the spot of his first real confrontation with the pack. Z tapped his fingers against the table. We should consider whether that troll was targeting me, Tad, or Aiden, he mused. If it was after Aiden, the Fae might not stop there. What he didn't say was that if the threat had been meant for him or Tad, he'd handle it himself, assuming he could manage the stairs without wincing. But it didn't matter. If the Fae played power games like the wolves, they'd come for the pack first to save face. Bran seemed confident we could negotiate, but I wasn't so sure. Either way, we're in for trouble, I admitted. But Aiden's situation is urgent. How far will they go to find you? Would moving you across the country be enough, or will they hunt you down no matter where you hide? Aiden exhaled sharply. I don't know, he admitted, pressing his palms flat against the table. His nails were ragged, chewed down to nothing. They were obsessed with how I could wield Fae magic when humans shouldn't be able to. Underhill was theirs until she kicked them out and locked the door. A shudder ran through him. There were other things in there, he muttered, staring at his hands. Prisoners. Some might have been normal once, but after she let them out, nothing about them was right. When they started slaughtering us, she felt bad, so she gave us power, fire in my case. The Fae hate that they can't take it from me. Z let out a low whistle. Did you tell them she opened the prisons? Aiden shook his head. They have to know, though, she unlocked everything. I doubt it, Z said, shifting in his seat with a grimace. She's toying with them. Mercy, they will come for him. Underhill favors him. Aiden tried to laugh it off, but fear flickered in his eyes. Z gave him a knowing look. Last night, while I slept, she whispered in my ear. Where is he? She demanded, her voice trembling. Smith, what did you do with him? Bring him back now. If she's speaking to other Fae, they won't stop until they find you, either to drag you to her or leave you dead. Aiden's eyes widened, panic flashing in them. Don't let them take me, he pleaded, gripping Z's arm. I can't go back. Underhill actually spoke to you, I asked Z. Unlike Aiden, I knew Z wouldn't lift a finger for the Fae, not after what they did to Tad. And Underhill, just another Fae in a different skin. Aiden had nothing to fear from Z handing him over. Z gave a slow nod. It doesn't sit right with me either, he admitted. I've been to a few of their courts, but Underhill and I, we don't mix. Metal runs in my blood and she can't stand the touch of it. He drummed his fingers on the table. What bothers me is that she knows my name. Same, Aiden muttered, looking like he wanted to disappear. Names have power. I wish she'd forget ours. He turned to me, desperation in his voice. Can I stay one more day, just to figure things out? I won't be in your way. What good will one more day do? Z asked skeptically. I can't promise anything yet, I told Aiden. I need to talk to Adam first. Before he could argue that I'd already taken him in without Adam's say-so, the kitchen door flew open. Christy stormed in, tears streaking her cheeks. She swiped at them angrily, then locked eyes with me, chin lifted. He's a complete jerk, she spat. Adam followed, tension rolling off him in waves. Where's Daryl? He barked. Outside, Z said, patrolling. He'd clearly been listening in before joining us. Adam yanked open the back door. Daryl, need you for something. Christy folded her arms, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. This is your fault, she accused, dabbing carefully at her smudged mascara. I stayed silent. Adam shot her a look and she pressed her lips together, turning away. No, he said firmly. It's not. He turned as Daryl stepped inside. Take Christy to her place so she can pack. She's on a flight at 6 tomorrow, Seattle first, then the Bahamas. You can either wait for your return flight or drive back, pack's covering it. What happened? I asked. Adam pulled a folded envelope from his pocket, thick fancy paper, the kind used for formal invites. Inside was a handwritten note in flawless script. Dear Christina Hauptmann, please deliver the enclosed message to your husband. I barely held back a scoff at your husband. Christy had cut Adam loose, and now she couldn't reel him back in. I lifted the card to my face, catching the lingering scents, Adam's musky warmth, Christy's floral perfume, and beneath it all, the faint tang of salt water mixed with something darker. The Fidel, I muttered. That creature had come after me once before, forcing me to flee to the pack for protection. To Cantrip, he'd just be another boogeyman, a cautionary tale to scare kids into obedience. But I knew better. To me, he was the Fae equivalent of a predator, one who didn't just harm his victims, but devoured them whole. Adam gave a grim nod. Caught his scent too. Is there another note? I asked, setting the first one down for the others to examine. Adam pulled a second card from his pocket, handing it over. The same eerie presence clung to it. This time the message was blunt, the elegant script at odds with its chilling words. Adam Hauptmann, your coyote made it clear you intend to defend your territory. We can make that promise bleed you dry down to your last breath. We'll turn your home to rubble, leave no one left to mourn you, but we're open to negotiation. You have something we want. Call if you're interested. No signature, just like before. I scowled. They don't specify what they're after. Is it Z, Aiden, or something else entirely, like the walking stick? Maybe, Z said with a tired shrug, or maybe they want you to fill in the blanks. Getting the Fae to agree on anything is like trying to wrangle a room full of feral cats. Even if you manage it, they're just as likely to turn on each other as the enemy. This could be from a rogue faction, too sneaky for the Grey Lord's usual style. Daryl turned to Adam. I'll clear my schedule. This takes priority. Christy crossed her arms. I'm not leaving. I've got 2 weeks to pack before Oregon, and I can't waste time hiding in the Bahamas. Daryl's grip on her elbow was firm but gentle. You're already a target. Staying here is asking for trouble. Oriel and I will help you pack when it's safe. Christy shot Adam a pleading look. The pack could protect me if I moved back in. I barely held back an eye roll. Adam's got his hands full just keeping himself alive. The Fae are about to rain hell down on us, that's what this note means, and we're fresh out of spare rooms. She blinked, feigning ignorance. Why are they after you? The tension in Adam's jaw told me everything. She knew damn well whose fault this was. She just wanted to hear him say it's cut in before I could confess again, her voice sharp. Because, she said, they've got Fae allies and those aren't the kind of friends you want. If I were younger, maybe I'd say sorry, but I'm not. Daryl nudged her toward the door. Honestly, you should take that free tropical getaway Adam's offering. Sun, sand, no drama. He steered her outside before she could argue. Aiden, of all people, turned to me with a raised eyebrow. So what's the deal? Are you both married to him or just the side piece? And why do they call you Adam's coyote? Isn't that just some scrawny desert wolf? I smirked. More like a scrappy, oversized fox. I shift, but I'm no werewolf. Coyote's my other form. Z sighed. Christy and Adam were married once. Didn't work out. Humans get divorces. Fae have messier solutions. He shot me a look before continuing. Marriage isn't the life or death contract it used to be. After the split, Adam married Mercy. He paused, almost amused. I was there. Strange day. Adam crossed his arms. Who taught you about coyotes but left out the shapeshifter part? Aiden? Aiden blinked. Oh, right. Some Fae hit me with a translation spell mid-panic. Couldn't understand a word they were saying, so they forced it. Z nodded. Language isn't just words, it's culture, history. A good translation tries to bridge that, usually with hilarious failures, Tad added, walking in. His usual grin looked worn thin, like he'd left the real one back in college. He caught my eye. Ask Dad about the spell he used on my mom. Or don't, Z said flatly. Tad's smile flickered, warmer this time. I turned to Adam. Aiden's asking for one more night of sanctuary. Adam's gaze locked onto Aiden, who immediately looked away. Even humans feel the weight of an alpha stare. Instincts don't care how old you are or where you've been. Why? Adam asked. Aiden straightened, that infuriating smirk back. Forget it. Tad poured coffee, his back to us. He wants to feel safe for one more day. Aiden went rigid. Tad turned, cup in hand. I slept outside your door last night. If Aiden had been made of glass, he'd have shattered right then. Safe isn't exactly something Underhill has in abundance these days, Tad muttered, his voice weighed down. How long were you stuck there? Aiden just shook his head, his jaw tight. Doesn't matter now. Z leaned back, stirring his coffee. Most of Underhill was sealed off by the 9th century. A few hidden pockets lingered until the 15th, but even those are long gone. Tad's voice dropped, almost gentle. What would you give for just one more night of feeling safe? And that was it, Aiden shattered. Not with sobs or shouts, but in absolute silence. Tears spilled down his face, his breath hitching like each one hurt. Kids don't cry like that, quiet, expressionless, like they've already learned no one's coming. His face stayed blank, but the tears told the truth. For the first time, he looked every bit as young as he seemed. Adam moved first. He rested a hand on Aiden's head, then when the boy didn't pull away, pulled him close. It wasn't about Aiden looking like a kid. I'd seen Adam do the same for any of his pack when they were wrecked. That's what an alpha does, gives shelter when there's nowhere else to go. Words don't fix much. Touch does. Aiden curled in on himself, knees to his chest, still crying without a sound. Little kids wail because they trust someone will hear. Older ones learn tears don't always bring help. But this was the silence of someone who'd stopped expecting anything at all. My husband met my eyes, his own shadowed. I forced a smirk. Look what I dragged in. Can we keep him? Adam's mouth quirked. Think we're stuck with him, at least until we find somewhere better. Tad raised his mug in salute, earning a grunt from his dad. Aiden, I started, but Adam shook his head. Not now, he's not even here right now. He lifted the boy like he weighed nothing, then hesitated at the kitchen chair. Joel had dozed off against it last week and nearly burned through one leg. Tad grabbed a sturdier one from the dining room without a word. Adam sank into it, Aiden still tucked against him like this was routine. I dragged over another chair, settling across from them beside Z. So, Adam said low, whoever left that note could be after the walking stick, Z, Aiden, or some mix of the three. Or Tad, Z added. Tad slumped into the damaged chair between us, rubbing his face. Yeah, let's not leave me out of the target list. Z tapped the table. No signature means it's not the Grey Lord's official move. Probably. So we're in the clear, I asked. The old face snorted. Didn't say that. If they claim they can level this city or cities, they can. And even if you deal, safety's not guaranteed. I grinned, though it felt thin. Always look on the bright side of life, I deadpanned, wisely skipping the singing. My British accent's bad enough without adding off-key notes. All right, let's figure this out. You got a few choices here, even if they're all pretty terrible. First, we could actually call that number. It's not like they can magically reach through the phone and grab us, right? Z gave me a skeptical look, so I kept going. And if they could do that, they wouldn't need a phone in the first place. Second, we could just ignore the whole thing. Or better idea, we could reach out to the Grey Lords directly. Z probably knows who's in charge, and if not, Uncle Mike definitely does. We could request a sit-down, get their take on everything, saving Aiden, taking out that troll, protecting Z and Tad straight from the source. Tad frowned. If we ask for a meeting, we're handing them control. Adam nodded. They'd have the upper hand in the power struggle, but at least we'd know we're dealing with the decision-makers. Z let out a rough sound, and I cut in. Wait, hold on. I turned to Adam. Thomas Howe is meeting with the Grey Lords tonight in Walla Walla. Maybe we could stretch some guesting laws and crash that meeting. Since we're still figuring out our territory responsibilities, the rules are flexible right now. Adam chuckled quietly. Aiden had finally passed out, exhausted. I'd seen that kind of sudden sleep before, back when I lived with the Marok. Bran took in wolves who needed help, no questions asked. Some showed up in rough shape, barely holding it together. But under his care, they'd find safety and sleep would hit them like a truck. Flexible is one word for it, Adam agreed. But would the Grey Lords Thomas is meeting even have the authority to negotiate with us? Not sure, I admitted. But Z might. Z exhaled sharply. Thomas Howe is a vampire. Yeah, I said, but he's not the one the Fae care about. I filled them in on our early morning visit to Wolf's stray vampire and what we'd found. When I finished, Z bowed his head. The dragon under the hill is gone, he said, voice heavy. I hadn't heard. So many old rivals are just gone. He gave me a dry look. Plenty of new ones lining up to take their place, though. Was her father actually a dragon? I asked. Z shook his head. It's a title. The Flanagan wasn't a literal dragon. He was a powerful Fae lord with control over fire and earth, similar to the Red Dragon of Simri, who was and might still be a real dragon. Adam shifted Aiden's limp form in his lap. Assuming Thomas and Margaret let us tag along, we've got options. We could call the number, then head to Walla Walla to negotiate, or skip the call and just go, or we could blow off the Fae entirely. Z's expression darkened. I wouldn't recommend that last one. Not while we still have leverage. Tad's voice was rough. Do we, though? What exactly are we bargaining with? He looked around at each of us, waiting for an answer. My father traded his life for mine. They twisted that deal and tortured him to force my hand. Z gave a knowing smile. Yet you never gave in. Tad's voice turned sharp. I would have broken, old man, don't doubt that, but you swore you had a plan. You didn't mention it would take 14 damn days. Z rested a hand on Tad's shoulder. If you had cracked, everything would have fallen apart. Now we're safe with allies, and I'll make sure those responsible regret ever crossing us. A heavy silence settled before Z continued, his tone almost gentle. We were discussing negotiation. You won't know what leverage you have until you hear them out. Adam's jaw tightened. I won't surrender, Aiden, and I won't stand by if they come for either of you. There's always a middle ground. I cut in. Should I reach out to Thomas? I didn't have his direct line, but the hotel could connect us. Z tilted his head. Your defense for protecting Flanagan and her vampire is territory. How far does your reach extend, Adam? Far enough, Adam replied, his gaze darkening. If they push for war, I'll drag it to Underhill's doorstep. They'll learn the hard way we aren't easy prey. Z rubbed his chin. Bleed them dry so they never try again. A brutal strategy, not ideal, but effective. History calls those Pyrrhic victories. Adam gave a grim nod. Let's hope someone else remembers that before they force our hand. Or, I suggested, we lean on guesting laws. They can request aid without us declaring Walla Walla as ours. It bends the rules without breaking them. Adam exhaled sharply. First, we need intel without risking anyone. He pulled out his phone. Let's hear what our mystery callers want. He dialed, set it on speaker, and let it ring. 3 rings, then silence, just breathing on the line. They expected us to speak first, but an alpha doesn't play by their rules. Finally, a voice, high, unplaceable, asked, "Who's there?" Aiden jolted awake at the sound, scrambling off Adam's lap to press against the kitchen wall. Z's expression hardened, but he gave a tight nod. Adam's voice turned icy. "You hand this number out often, Mr. Hauptmann." The voice shed its hesitation, sharpening into something cold. "Definitely a woman. We have no interest in war with you." Adam's laugh was rough. "Could have fooled me. You sent a troll into my city." "A beat. Your city," she echoed. "You're the alpha of the Columbia Basin Pack, not some small-town mayor from Richland, Pasco, or what was it again?" Adam smirked, clearly enjoying her struggle. "Kennewick," he supplied smoothly. "And my territory stretches as far as I decide it does. Or as far as your mate allows," she shot back, her tone dripping with implication, as if I held the real power here. To my surprise, Adam didn't argue. "Exactly right," he agreed, his voice calm. Tad's eyebrows shot up and he shot me a sideways glance. "She speaks with my authority. Clearly, we're not on the same page, so this conversation is over." With a sharp tap, he ended the call. Aiden shifted uncomfortably, arms crossed tight. "Playing games with them is risky," he muttered, eyes fixed on the floor. "Especially with her." Tad snorted. "Thanks for the insight, Captain Obvious." Adam silenced him with a look. I opened my mouth to ask who we were really dealing with, but Adam cut in first. "We're not exactly harmless either," he reminded Aiden, his tone firm but not unkind. "They'd do well to remember that." He turned to Z. "How long do you think before she caves and calls back?" Z tapped his chin. "Depends how desperate she." The phone buzzed before he could finish. Adam glanced at the screen. "Guess we have our answer." He swiped to answer and set it on the table. "You have something I need," she said. I caught the shift, "I, not we." Adam noticed too, giving me a slight nod. "You've mentioned that," he replied, feigning boredom. "Narrow it down." "The boy," she demanded. Adam didn't hesitate. "Not happening." He hung up again. Aiden hugged himself tighter, shoulders tense. Tad nudged him. "Adam's offering you protection permanent if you want it. No phase taking you against your will, ever." Aiden started to speak, but the phone rang a third time. Adam answered with a sigh. "You're testing my patience." "I need him," she insisted. "What's your offer?" "The note said we'd let you keep your territory." Adam stretched lazily, a predator at ease. "The note said a lot of things," he murmured, voice dangerously soft. "But nobody lets me do anything." His tone shifted back to casual. "Still, I'm open to negotiation. What's your personal stake in this? And why are you the one calling, not the author of those notes?" Silence. The Fidel was male, his voice unmistakable. This woman was acting alone, and Adam had just called her out. "Faye can lie," he added conversationally. "But I hear the consequences are severe, cut off from past, present, and future. A curse from the ancients, wasn't it?" I blinked. That was news to me. Z locked eyes with Adam, her expression sharp. I figured she was aware Faye could deceive, but wanted the source of Adam's intel. "You'll pay for this," she hissed, but Adam had already ended the call. "Well, someone's got a crush on you, Aiden," Adam remarked dryly. "Fun as that was, we still don't know what the Fae collectively want." "Who was she, Z?" "The Widow Queen," Z answered. "Nuth, she goes by other titles, the Black Queen." "A fairy queen?" I asked, recalling my own encounter with one, but Z shook his head. "No, she's she-fae, a gray lord. She gets a kick out of toying with humans, spreading misery like it's her favorite snack. She's wormed her way into plenty of old tales. Rumor had it she was in Nevada, but I never spotted her at our reservation." Aiden exhaled sharply. "She's here." He hesitated, jaw tightening. "She was one of the ones who came after me when I escaped Underhill and got dragged back." "Tell me more," Adam pressed. Z stayed silent, but Tad spoke up. "Back in the day, the Widow Queen had a thing for corrupting powerful, well-loved men. She'd isolate them, twist their minds, sometimes with magic, but mostly just for the thrill of breaking them willingly. Once they were hers, she'd ruin them, their families, their kingdoms. Ever wonder where those grim fairy tales came from? Probably her. When Underhill shut its doors, she lost her favorite pastime, feeding on human suffering. Still a gray lord, still dangerous, but now she's got a grudge to settle." "So why Aiden?" I mused, then answered my own question. "Underhill's favorite, right? Packed with her magic, the Widow Queen wants her old toys back." Tad gave a non-committal shrug. Z just grunted. "Close enough. At least she's not after kids," Adam muttered, rubbing his temples. "One Fae down, now we need a game plan for tonight. Will the Grey Lords meeting Thomas's crew have enough clout to negotiate?" Z exhaled. "Likely. The Flanagan was a heavyweight, and his daughter's no pushover." He drummed his fingers on the table. "Set clear territorial lines. Too big, they'll call your bluff. Too small, they'll walk all over you." "And our bargaining chips?" Adam asked. "I'm not handing anyone over. Bran made it clear we're flying solo." "There's the walking stick," I suggested. Adam shot that down fast. Won't work. It'd ditch them in a heartbeat. And besides, yeah, I cut in. It's not the same anymore, is it? This isn't just some ancient relic we're dealing with anymore. It's developed its own consciousness, which means I'm not about to negotiate with it unless absolutely necessary. Thomas had been surprisingly agreeable when I asked to join his meeting with the Fey lady. I'm all for extra security for Margaret, he'd told me over the phone. I hesitated before dropping the real reason. You might change your mind when you hear why we're tagging along. I laid out the mess I'd stirred up with my speech on the bridge, and after a long silence he finally said, "So you're hoping to catch the Grey Lords off guard, and you're banking on them having the authority to make deals." "Pretty much," I admitted. Another pause. "You don't actually believe the Grey Lords sent that threat to Hauptmann's ex-wife, or that the so-called Widow Queen you spoke to was behind it?" "She could be involved," I said, "but there are others, maybe working against her, maybe after the same thing but for different reasons. That's the problem." Margaret Flanagan cut in, her voice sharp. "Too many players, not enough intel." "Exactly," I agreed. "Neither side wants a war, but we're not handing over the kid. He's suffered enough. And as for Z and his son," I trailed off, knowing I couldn't speak for the whole pack. Best case scenario. "The Grey Lords decide we're more trouble than we're worth and handle their own mess. Otherwise, we'll have to negotiate boundaries." "Z?" Margaret asked, curiosity threading her tone. "You mentioned him like he's someone we should recognize." "Siebold Adelbertsmitter," I said. "He's gone by plenty of names. The Dark Smith of Drontheim might ring a bell." Silence stretched before she finally spoke. "You're friends with him. He's cranky, but yeah, he's got my back." A slow breath. "My father considered him his greatest rival." "Funny," I said. "When I told him your father was gone, it hit him hard. I think the respect went both ways." She let out a dry laugh, but Thomas cut in. "Margaret's safety is what matters. We'll keep her protected," I promised. "Fine," he said. "You and your mate come. I trust you, but no one else." "Deal." And that's why I ended up in the front seat instead of someone like Warren or Honey, though hopefully this wouldn't turn into a bloodbath. Z showed up too, uninvited. Neither Adam nor I had asked him. Z remained silent in the backseat of Adam's car as we prepared to leave, refusing to speak or step out. With none of the other vehicles at the house starting, we had no choice but to take him along to avoid being late. When we arrived at the hotel, Thomas and Margaret came outside to greet us. The evening light lingered just enough to outline Thomas in his black hoodie, gloves, and the hood pulled low, giving him a less intimidating, almost streetwise look instead of his usual vampiric aura. Adam began explaining Z's unexpected presence, but Z cut him off, stepping out and locking eyes with Margaret. His gaze lingered on her crutches and the scars marking her wrists. "Your father was a worthy adversary," he said. "He deserved better than the followers he had." "Tell me, are you as strong as he was?" Margaret lifted her chin, but Thomas answered first. "Stronger. They were both buried in those old mining tunnels for years. He didn't make it. She did." "My father was already hurt," Margaret snapped. "I wasn't." Z's expression darkened. "I didn't know about his imprisonment. If I had, I would have torn those tunnels apart myself, if only to keep a decent rival in the world." He met her gaze. "Since I failed him then, I'll make sure his daughter walks away from this unharmed." Margaret studied him. "That's not why you're here." "It's one reason," Z admitted. "Not the most pressing until I saw you. You have his eyes. The dragon under the hill lives in them. Your father was rare, skilled, clever, and honorable. We clashed often, but I respected him. Today, your safety comes first." Stood there, the slight woman with her scars and the wiry old man with his thinning hair and rounded stomach, sizing each other up. "Say no," Thomas warned. "Sunshine, he's trouble." "So am I," Margaret replied softly. "Aren't we all, but he's more trouble for our enemies." She tilted her head at Z. "You're not what the stories made you out to be." Z scanned the parking lot before answering. "Times change." His shrug was restrained, a detail only someone who knew him well would notice. Margaret nodded. "Fine, I accept your offer, Smith." Thomas scowled. "You're not riding with him." Margaret smiled. "Then we'll take separate cars." She turned to me. "I'd like to talk with you, compare notes." Her glance flicked between Thomas and Adam. "I think we have a lot to discuss. I was hoping we'd have time to chat during the drive to Walla Walla. Maybe we can meet up before you go," I suggested. She gave a solemn nod. "I'd like that." The name Walla Walla came from the Nez Perce, referring to a spot where smaller streams merged into larger ones, or so I'd heard. Over time, the pronunciation had likely shifted, but the most common translation was many waters, which had a nicer ring to it than the literal description. The town itself had a population just over 30,000, though it felt cozier than that, like stepping into a postcard from another era. Downtown had this timeless charm. with brick storefronts and wide sidewalks that made you half expect to see an old Ford rumbling past. It was the kind of place that kept winning Best Small Town awards, all friendly faces and scenic views. But before the Ronald Wilson Reagan Fay Reservation popped up nearby, Walla Walla was mostly known for the Whitman Mission tragedy. Back in the 1800s, Dr. Marcus Whitman, his wife Narcissa, and a dozen others were killed by the Cayuse after a measles outbreak they couldn't contain. Whitman had been both a doctor and a missionary, respected by the local tribes, until desperation and misunderstanding led to disaster. Now here we were, a werewolf, a vampire, and a fae, rolling into a hotel named after the same man. The irony wasn't lost on me. Let's hope we fared better than they did. The highway to Walla Walla wasn't one of those soulless interstates that bypassed everything. It curled through little towns, past faded diners and gas stations that still had manual pumps. Riding shotgun beside Adam, trailing Thomas Howe's Subaru, I spotted the old turnoff that used to lead to the Fay Reservation. The silence in the car was starting to grate on me. How are we handling this? I asked, restless. Adam just shrugged. No point in overcomplicating it. I huffed and he shot me a smirk, not the playful kind, but the one that said he knew exactly how wound up I was. We don't even know who we're meeting or what they'll say. Margaret gets first crack at talking, that's just manners. After that, we'll see how it plays out. Odds are our part'll be quick. Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one sitting there with nerves buzzing like a live wire. We might just throw empty threats around and call it a night. Until we see who we're up against, I won't know how to handle this. He had a point, a solid one, but sitting still made my mind race with worst-case scenarios, and talking through them, even if it was pointless, kept me from spiraling. Adam had a way of making those fears feel smaller, less suffocating. Here's what we know, he said, like he sensed my unease. Z won't let anything touch Margaret. Thomas can handle himself. Then his voice shifted, smooth and steady one second, edged with steel the next. And nothing gets past me to you. It wasn't the words that hit me. It was the way he said them, that slow, southern drawl wrapping around each syllable, warm as whiskey but sharp as a blade. The first time I heard him speak, I'd hated how sure he sounded, like doubt didn't even exist in his world. Now, when he dropped his voice like that, it curled under my skin, settling the restless buzz in my chest. He knew exactly what it did to me. The corner of his mouth lifted, just a fraction, before he focused back on the road. I turned to Z. What about you? Got a plan, or are you winging it too? Z grinned, wide and unsettling. Normally his smiles were tight, sour things. This one was worse because it was real. I will keep the old fool's daughter safe, and when the time comes I'll remind the Fae why they shouldn't cross me for another 100 years. That's enough of a plan, ya. He didn't want an answer. With Z, questions were just noise. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, until I couldn't take it anymore. Why so quiet? I nudged Adam. Strategy, he said deadpan. I'll walk left of Thomas and Margaret. Right-handed people look right first, gives me the upper hand. Then I'll move at half speed. I could punch you, I cut in. Just putting that out there. I'm driving, he said, all innocence. And you wouldn't hurt your favorite person. Save the flirting for later, Liebling, Z muttered. At my age, it's a health hazard. You'd need a heart for that to matter, I shot back, grinning as we fell into our usual rhythm of trading barbs. The car rolled to a stop beside Thomas's. The night stretched ahead uncertain, but for now the tension had eased, just enough to breathe. The evening had deepened into near darkness, the last traces of sunlight fading as the vampire shed his hoodie, revealing a sleek silk shirt in shimmering blue. Intricate embroidery of a dark dragon coiled from his shoulder down his arm, the threads catching the dim light. He held the door open for Margaret, his expression unreadable as she struggled to rise from the car. Though he didn't lift a finger, the tension in his stillness betrayed his restraint. Adam had been right, Thomas was already lost. Most people assume vampires are cold and self-serving, but every now and then they prove that assumption dangerously wrong. Unable to bear the rawness of Margaret's pain, I turned my gaze to the hotel. The Marcus Whitman loomed over Walla Walla, its height unmatched in the quiet town. Built in the 1920s, its original bones had been layered with modern renovations, brick in varying shades, a sleek glass entrance. It was a strange mix of history and new money. Margaret cleared her throat, her voice rough. 3 gray lords are waiting inside. They've permitted me 6 companions. I planned on just Thomas, but since we have the numbers, I'll extend a little glamour to you, Adam and Mercy. Nothing elaborate, just enough to make you blend in as hired muscle. It won't hold if you draw attention. She glanced at Z. You can handle your own disguise, I assume. Adam gave a curt nod, and I felt the magic settle over me like a cool breeze. Unlike some spells, this one clung. What about Thomas? I asked. Margaret smirked. He doesn't need it. People overlook him without magic. I flexed my fingers, the tingle of enchantment lingering. So we're just here for backup. You could have said no without us. Her smile sharpened. Where's the fun in that? I enjoy inconveniencing them. Thomas studied me with sudden interest. Your senses are sharper than a werewolf's. For fey magic, yes, I admitted. But with all the noise, they'd have to be right on top of us to eavesdrop. I didn't mention that glamour rarely fooled noses. Let them think I was something special. We followed Margaret inside, moving at her deliberate pace. Adam fell into position behind us, whether by strategy or chance, I couldn't tell. The air hummed with anticipation, and for the first time, I wondered if we were walking into more than just a polite refusal. Z positioned himself at the back right, while Thomas led the way ahead of Adam, leaving me to fall in beside Thomas. The hotel lobby was packed with guests in outdated formal wear, beige tuxedos and teal dresses that did no one any favors. The bride stood out in her vintage lace gown, comforting a woman in a gaudy green sequined suit who was crying into her shoulder. Everyone pretended not to stare, which meant no one paid us any attention. Margaret moved with practiced ease, weaving through the crowd toward the elevators as if she'd stayed here 100 times before. We followed in silence, squeezing into the cramped elevator, definitely not designed for a fairy queen and her entourage. The ride was quick and we stepped out onto the second floor. Margaret glided down the hallway, her presence commanding enough that we naturally fanned out behind her like an honor guard. She bypassed a few doors before stopping at one marked with a simple plaque, Walla Walla. Pausing, she let us file in first. Inside, a long conference table dominated the room, flanked by garish red carnation arrangements. 5 fae sat facing the door, their human disguises flawless. 2 more stood at attention against the far wall. Beauclair, the striking ex-lawyer who'd spearheaded fae sovereignty, occupied the far left seat. Beside him was Nemin, the Morrigan, her dark hair and sunglasses hiding her sightless eyes. A stranger sat next to her, his pallid skin and bloodshot nose almost distracting from his delicate bone structure. Then there was the woman with doll-like features, porcelain skin and crimson lips, followed by an unassuming middle-aged woman in a poorly tailored salmon suit. Against the wall, Uncle Mike and Edith stood watch. Edith, still yo-yo girl in my mind, looked like a child, but her innocent appearance was a lie. She caught my gaze and smirked, one eyebrow quirking as if to say, nice try. Margaret's glamour might fool the others, but not her. The gray lords who knew me glanced right past me, their indifference proof they didn't recognize me, or didn't care. TOI tucked Edith's unsettling immunity into the mental folder I'd labeled reasons Edith/yo-yo girl gives me chills. That folder was getting pretty thick. Margaret studied the 5 figures across the table, her gaze lingering pointedly on the last 2. You said there'd be 3, she remarked, her tone icy. Since when do the Fae negotiate with lies? The striking woman with the smoky voice, the same one I'd heard through Adam's phone earlier, leaned forward. My apologies, Margaret, she said smoothly. I happened to be visiting the reservation when I heard you'd be here. My companion, she gestured to the woman beside her, and I thought it would be nice to catch up. I knew your father well, call it nostalgia. Margaret held out her hands as if presenting herself. Well, here I am. The man in the center seat, small, prim, with a voice that matched his fussy appearance, cleared his throat. You look terrible, he announced. You should return with us. Clearly you haven't recovered from the incident. He said the word like it was a minor inconvenience. Years have passed, you need proper care. Margaret didn't even glance back at us as she motioned for us to fan out along the wall. The exit was to our left, so we weren't blocking anyone's escape. She moved slower than I'd ever seen her, each step deliberate until she reached the table. She pulled out a chair directly across from Nemin, whether by design or because it was the closest, I couldn't tell. She settled in with exaggerated care, positioning her crutches so no one could miss them. Only when she was fully arranged in the plush leather seat did she speak. Incident, she repeated, rolling the word around like it left a bad taste. Such a tidy little word for something so messy. Thanks for the concern, Goro, but I'm healing just fine on my own. Goro, the name nagged at me. I'd been knee-deep in Fey lore lately, and something about it felt Welsh, not French, maybe from the Mabinogian. The beautiful woman leaned in. You are Fey, she insisted. You belong with us. Even without seeing her face, I could practically hear Margaret's eyebrow lift. Belong, that's an interesting way to put it. Nemin inhaled sharply, tilting her head like a curious crow, then smiled right at me. She couldn't see me, but Nemin never needed eyes to know things. She stayed silent, though. We'd had our moments, but she wasn't exactly on my side. Instead of questioning why Margaret had brought a werewolf alpha and his mate to a Fey meeting, she simply said, Nuth could have phrased that better. You fit in with us, they insisted. Margaret crossed her arms. Really, because I've made my stance clear, letters, emails, even a couple of heated phone calls. Remember the one where I hung up on your council rep? I'm here now to say it to your faces. I won't go. I won't let you control me. Been there, done that with the Fae, and I'm not signing up for round 2. Beauclair opened his mouth. You are Fae, but Goro cut in before he could finish. You honestly think you can stand against us? His smirk made it clear he already knew the answer. Margaret turned to Beauclair, her voice sharp. You who set everything in motion for your daughter's sake, now you'd lock me up just for being my father's child, Nemin sighed. Many of us would rather be anywhere else, but we're dwindling, girl. Too few to win a war no matter what the hotheads claim. We need strength, we need you. Margaret straightened, her gaze steady. You know what I learned buried underground for 50 years? No food, no water, no light, just silence and your own thoughts. Death isn't the scary part. Death is simple. It's living that's hard, whether the Fae survive or fade. Not my problem. My parents are gone. That's the only tie I have to you. Goro moved faster than a rattlesnake's strike, snapping a silver bracelet around her wrist, a delicate band with a blood-red stone. He winced as he fastened its twin on himself. Margaret didn't flinch. It wasn't the bone cuffs Tad had destroyed, but the intent was clear. The Widow Queen's voice was ice. If reason won't sway you, we'll do what we must. Your father would have wanted you safe. Margaret studied the bracelet, then locked eyes with Goro. Big mistake. Thomas went statue still beside me. Goro shrugged. Maybe. I did argue others might be more useful. This artifact's the only one that can hold a Fae against their will. Margaret laughed, cold and sharp. Arrogance must be a Fae trait. Goro, Custenan's son, you're strong, sure. But it's been centuries since you took your uncle's head after he was already beaten. These bracelets, she tapped the metal. Not about power, you messed up. Custenan, the name clicked. A shepherd with 24 kids. Margaret leaned forward, eyes blazing. Crawl to me. The number 24 stuck in my mind twice 12, and 12 always felt like something out of a fairy tale. Goro started to speak, then his smug expression vanished. He gripped the table's edge for balance. Crawl, Margaret ordered. Custenan's children had been slaughtered by his own brother, a giant, leaving only Goro alive. Now trembling and drenched in sweat, the Fae hauled himself onto the polished cherrywood table, the bracelet scraping loudly as he inched forward. A drop of blood from his bitten lips splattered onto the surface. The other Fae just watched, unmoving, as if bound by some unspoken rule. The Widow Queen smirked, while the woman beside her filed her nails with sharp, aggressive strokes. Nemin and Beauclair lounged like they were in a contest for who cared the least. Behind them, unnoticed, Edith caught Margaret's eye, licked her fingertip, and marked an invisible tally in the air. Margaret didn't react, too focused on her silent standoff with Goro. The legend said Goro had once traveled with King Arthur, returning home to slay his monstrous uncle. But the Fae crawling across the table bore no resemblance to a hero. When he finally reached Margaret, she seized his wrist. A crimson line snaked across his silver bracelet, twisting into intricate symbols until the metal gleamed red. Margaret leaned back, removed her own bracelet, and caught Goro's as it slipped free, tossing both to Z. The illusion shattered. Goro scrambled backward, nearly toppling in his haste not from Margaret but from Z. The nail file clattered to the floor, the Widow Queen went rigid, and Uncle Mike grinned. Beauclair, too, looked pleased. Only Nemin stayed indifferent, she'd known all along. Z's smile was unsettling. Hello, Goro, he said. What a surprise. I'm sure we'll cross paths again under better circumstances. His gaze shifted to the Widow Queen. Though I'm far more eager for other reunions. You've lost some color, Nuth. The room held its breath, his grin widened as he studied the middle-aged woman frozen in place, though he offered her no words. I was certain the Widow Queen hadn't been among the Fae who tormented Z, and Goro seemed safe too, though they weren't exactly friends. Goro might have feared Z, but there was no real venom in Z's tone when he spoke to him. That woman, however, she was already as good as gone. Adam chose the perfect moment to cut in, his voice smooth and deliberate. We came to ensure Margaret and her guard made it safely through our territory, he said, shifting the room's focus. And while we're here, we'd like to express our regret over yesterday's troll incident. Please don't send Fae who endanger our people. We don't kill for sport. The Grey Lords were still reeling from Z's display, giving Adam the upper hand. And let's be clear, threats don't impress us, he continued, scanning the table but pointedly avoiding the Widow Queen. Someone left a letter at my ex-wife's doorstep. Make sure it doesn't happen again. His next words were barely above a whisper, but they carried weight. We don't want war, but if you take our friends, if you hurt those under our protection, including the fire-touched boy, we won't hesitate. And if it comes to that, it won't just be Fae against Fae. Our human allies will stand with us. Z tossed the bracelets into the air, catching them with a flick of his wrists before clenching his fists. A surge of magic hit me like a punch to the chest, the glow from his hand so intense I had to look away. Just as suddenly it vanished. 2 charred lumps of metal clattered onto the table. Abominations, he declared. Beauclair's voice was thoughtful. Why aren't you on the council? Why not a Grey Lord? Nobody asked, Z replied. Join us, Nemin urged. Z's smile was all teeth as he turned to the Grey Lord in the salmon suit. She swallowed hard. Not today, he purred. I've got unfinished business and I'm savoring every detail. Busy schedule. Under my breath, I muttered, I've got a country's anniversary to plan, a wedding to arrange, a wife to murder, and Gilder to frame for it. Maybe Z wasn't quoting The Princess Bride, but the resemblance was uncanny. Either Adam was the only one who caught it, or nobody else shared my sense of humor. Margaret leaned back from the table with a sigh. So, she said, breaking the tension, I've given you my answer. This time she allowed Thomas to help her up and pass her the crutches. Not that this hasn't been entertaining, but if you want to keep talking, you'll have to call me from another state. She moved quickly out of the room, and we trailed behind. The moment the conference room door clicked shut, Thomas scooped Margaret into his arms. I grabbed the crutches. Since I was the least useful in a fight, I might as well carry something. And honestly, they'd make decent weapons if things got ugly. By the time we reached the lobby, the bride and her group had vanished. A hotel employee spotted us stepping out of the elevator, and his eyes widened when he saw Margaret in Thomas's arms. He rushed over. Can I help with anything? Margaret flashed him a bright smile. Oh, Thomas just thinks I've overdone it, or maybe he's just impatient to get to the car before midnight. Her playful tone made the man chuckle, but his amusement faded when he caught Thomas's stony expression. Ignore him, Margaret said lightly. He's a chronic worrier. We have a wheelchair available, the employee offered. Appreciate it, Thomas said, nodding slightly despite carrying Margaret, still heading for the exit. This isn't new for us. She never knows when to stop, even though I keep telling her she's only making recovery take longer. The man frowned. I'll be fine, Margaret assured him. Just takes time, and a lot of tedious physical therapy. Tonight I'm just worn out. He walked us to the entrance, even offering to bring the car around, but when we declined, he held the door open as we left. Halfway across the dimly lit parking lot, Adam muttered, We're being watched. I can feel it. I crouched to tie my shoe, scanning the lot behind us. It's just the guy from the hotel, still staring. That what you mean? Thomas adjusted his grip on Margaret as she waved at the man. She has that effect on people, he said dryly. It's a curse, Margaret added, grinning. Some folks just can't resist playing hero. It's practically an addiction. The employee gave an awkward wave before disappearing back inside. Adam's voice dropped. That's not what I'm talking about. Let's move. I don't smell anything, I said, standing up. But I trust you. Something's off. They're here, Thomas agreed. Margaret rested her head against his shoulder. Wouldn't this be the perfect moment for an ambush? She mused, almost giddy. Maybe a troll's lurking behind a minivan. Or a witch. The voice came from nowhere. A woman in a sundress and combat boots fell into step beside us like she'd been there the whole time. The second she spoke, her scent hit me, sharp and unmistakable. The air around her carried an unusual blend of cinnamon, sulfur, and honey. No trace of magic, but undeniably fey. Yet her scent wasn't tied to just earth or water, something I'd rarely encountered. Thomas leaped back, pulling Margaret with him, while Adam immediately shifted into a protective stance. I caught her familiar scent and resisted the urge to reach for my sidearm, instead stepping in front of Thomas and Margaret like Adam had. Z stayed put but rested a hand near his belt, where I knew one of his enchanted blades waited. Not the smartest move, startling us like that, he said dryly, because of course he recognized her. So did I sense sticks with you when someone leaves an impression? Fairies might swap glamours, but changing their essence, that's harder. Where's the fun without a little risk? The woman's gaze locked onto me. I told them to watch you. Anyone tied to coyote that tightly won't stay out of trouble. But do they listen? Never. Thomas steadied Margaret as she found her footing. You're not a witch, I said, still thrown by the revelation from our first meeting. The so-called Baba Yaga, legendary witch, except she wasn't. She shrugged. You say tomato, I say tomato, she drawled, flipping the pronunciation. 100 stories can't all be wrong. Call me fae, call me witch, I've earned the right to pick. She leaned in, nostrils flaring in a way no human could mimic. There's a Russian nearby, she announced. And it's not you. With an exaggerated sidestep, she planted herself in front of Z, studying him with a frown. You used to be prettier. Z didn't blink. And I remember you as a meddling topcooker with too much time on her hands. She threw her head back and cackled, straight out of a cartoon. There's my loan. Oh wait, you go by Siebold now, don't you? Adelbert was a bore, got what he deserved, but still, you never visit, never write. A girl might think you've forgotten her. Her attention snapped to Thomas as she braced a hand on Z's shoulder, sniffing the air. Not you, she told Margaret before eyeing Thomas. Definitely not you. Too much earth, not enough step. Another odd shuffle brought her nose to nose with Adam. She inhaled dramatically. Aha, found you, she crowed. Like a detective cracking the case, she paused, letting the tension ease before speaking. You carry the scent of my homeland, that unmistakable Russian spirit. Back in the day, I'd have dragged you home for dinner. Would have polished my brass tooth just for the occasion. Silver would have been classier, but I lost that one back in 1916. The mention of a brass tooth caught me off guard. I'd always heard Baba Yaga's teeth were iron in the old tales. She didn't miss a beat, though. But let's get to the point, she added with a chuckle. Point tooth, see what I did there? I'm hilarious. Anyway, times change. I'm civilized now. A man like you, I'd invite you over for other reasons. Her tongue flicked over her lips. Adam's growl rumbled low. Enough, I cut in, nerves tightening. We're all wound up, no need to make it worse. What do you actually want? Margaret stepped forward, wary. Who are you? The witch, a grey lord, grasped the hem of her sundress and dipped into a mocking curtsy. Baba Yaga, though I'm hardly at your service. Let's say I dislike you less than some others here tonight. She flicked a business card between her fingers, the image of a cartoonish witch printed above a phone number. For when they bother you, sweetheart, just ring me up. They being my fellow grey lords, naturally. Her playful tone faded. Margaret, your father was owed a debt. Since he's gone, it falls to you. Tuck this away, forget it until you need it. Tear the card and I'll come. Once. Margaret steadied herself against Thomas before taking the card. My father told me stories about you, she said. Mostly good ones. Baba Yaga's grin flashed, too perfect. How kind of him. I return the favor, mostly. Her gaze slid to me. I admire your work, coyote girl. Even if you did kill my favorite troll. Not your fault, of course. We both know who really pulled his strings. She offered another card, this one sickly green. You don't get a favor, she clarified as I took it. Her eyes lingered on Adam. Unless you're offering to share the wolf. Not happening, I said, crushing the card in my fist. She cackled. Rip it up if you like, but good luck reading the number later. Call me when you need answers. Something tells me you will. And don't be surprised if I drop by unannounced. No strings attached, for now. You don't owe me explanations, and I don't owe you any either, she said. But starting a war with humans isn't on my agenda, though some fools in our ranks seem dead set on it. If I catch wind of danger heading your way, you'll be the first to know. Hold onto that card, you're going to need it sooner than you think. I hesitated before answering. Fine, but don't expect any promises from me. Her lips curved slightly. Fair enough. Then she vanished, no dramatic exit this time, just gone, leaving only the faintest trace of her scent behind. Margaret exhaled, tucking the card into her clutch. Well, that was something, she murmured. Z shot me a warning look. Don't trust her, he muttered, then turned to Margaret. You seem sensible enough if you stay sharp. I try, she said, glancing at me. And if I slip up, Thomas is quick to call me out. She flexed her fingers with a wry smile. Mercy, I'd love a chance to talk. Mind driving, my hands still aren't steady enough behind the wheel. Thomas's expression made it clear he'd rather chew glass than ride with Adam, but he just said, I'll manage. Perfect, I said. Girls in one car, guys in the other, should be fun. Thomas lifted Margaret into the passenger seat, watching intently as she buckled in before handing me the keys. Drive safe, he said stiffly. Always do, I promised. As he stalked off toward Adam's SUV, I adjusted the mirrors. Funny for someone so intimidating, Thomas wasn't all that tall. Margaret's voice broke my thoughts. Thank you. I blinked. Faye didn't say thank you. That word carried weight, a debt, a binding. She laughed at my reaction. I'm not like the old ones, Mercy. 100 years trapped in a collapsed mine shaft tends to strip away traditions. My father believed in blending in, so I picked up human manners along the way. Adam's headlights flared, and I signaled for him to lead. No sense navigating Walla Walla streets when he knew the way. How'd you make it out alive? I asked as we pulled onto the highway. Barely, she admitted, flexing her fingers again. First year, I couldn't even feed myself. Took decades just to relearn how to move. The streetlights flickered across her face, shadows deepening the hollows under her eyes. Some kinds of immortality are just slower ways to starve. Been improving lately. Almost every day feels a little stronger. A month back, standing this long would have been impossible for me. She hesitated, then sighed. That's actually why I wanted to talk. You're human. Half, I corrected, rubbing the back of my neck. My dad isn't exactly from around here. I wasn't ready to dive into my messy family history, even though I liked her. Besides, I doubted my ancestry was the real topic on her mind. I can shift into a coyote, and I've got a few other surprises. But your husband still outmatches you in strength, she pointed out. I nodded. Yeah, he does. So how'd you get him to stop treating you like glass and actually take you seriously? She blurted. Wow, girl talk. The last time I'd had a conversation like this was with Char, convincing her to ditch that charming but clueless guy back in college. Margaret's embarrassment hit me like a wave. I had a smoother way to phrase that, she muttered before growling in frustration. We've been together for over 2 years, and the most I get is a peck on the forehead. and Thomas is the only one I could ask, except I can't ask Thomas. Obviously not, I agreed. Girl talk wasn't my strong suit, hell, I struggled talking to Adam about us and I adored him. Right, she pressed. I liked Margaret. If I could help even just by listening, I wanted to, but I couldn't forget what she was, Fae, and owing them or being owed was playing with fire. Here's the deal, I said. I'll try to help, though I'm no expert, if you give me intel on the people here tonight, like the woman in salmon who'd hurt Z. I could ask Z, but he hates everyone equally. Tad hadn't accidentally been the one to tell us about the Widow Queen. Ariana might know, but she was overseas and hadn't been here. Deal, Margaret said instantly. What do you need? Shouldn't I go first? I raised an eyebrow. Your problem's clear, but I'm relationship impaired. Thomas sounds the same. Maybe Adam's your guy. He's got experience handling stubborn idiots. She leaned back, grinning. Unlike Z's smiles, hers didn't make my skin crawl. I'm not exactly in the council's inner circle either. Most of what I know comes from my father's lessons, but he was never wrong about these things. Honestly, just letting me vent might do me some good. Let's tackle politics first. It's probably the least grim topic. Where should we start? The woman in the coral suit, I said. Orlaith, she replied. Sister to Brian MacSenatig. The way she said his name made it sound like I should recognize him. Who? I asked. He was High King of Ireland, she said. Conquered Ulster. The only High King I could think of was Brian, well, the only one whose name I actually remembered. You mean Brian Boru, the guy who rallied the Irish against the Vikings, she exhaled sharply. Thank the gods my father didn't live to hear you call him that. Boru was a nickname slapped on him centuries later by people who never met him, and the Vikings weren't driven out, they were absorbed, not that it matters now. I wasn't about to debate Irish history with her. Fine, so Brian Boru was Fae. No, his father married a Fae woman who tricked him into believing Orlaith was his daughter. She left once she got bored, but the girl stayed behind. Margaret rolled her eyes. But that's not the point, is it? Despite how she presents herself, Orlaith is young for a Grey Lord. My father respected her, though. Said she had a gift for rallying people, even if she's too hung up on the past. I think she tortured Z, I said. That doesn't exactly make me a fan. Her smile was thin, almost pitying. My father didn't care for your Z either. By Fae standards, the Dark Smith was no hero. I knew that, but I'd worked beside him for years. Seen him do quiet favors, the kind he'd never admit to. He wasn't cruel, not to me anyway. Best to steer clear of that topic. What about the Widow Queen? Nuth, Margaret's gaze drifted to the darkness outside the car. She's vile, thrives on suffering, hates humans, hates anyone weaker than her, which is almost everyone. That lined up with Tad's warnings. Goro, I asked. She shrugged. My father barely knew him. Goro only rose to power after his death. Most of what I know comes from Thomas's research. A faint smirk tugged at her lips. Apparently the vampires keep up with Fae politics for fun. Thomas had dug up more political intel than the Grey Lords would ever want getting out. She drummed her fingers against the dashboard. So Goro, King Arthur wasn't exactly royalty in those round table legends, mostly fiction, but Arthur was a real hero and Goro fought beside him. Took down a giant, that troll you faced. A kitten compared to what Goro handled, she exhaled sharply, but that was centuries ago. Since then his only real claim to fame was joining the Grey Lord's inner circle. Hard to believe one of Arthur's own would sink low enough to mess with those cursed slave cuffs. Her hum was melodic, almost mocking. Also didn't expect a Grey Lord to go down so easy. Nemin, the name lingered in the air like smoke. The car's interior plunged into near darkness, the dashboard lights barely cutting through. The carrion crow, Margaret said, her voice tight. For the first time, I caught the sharp scent of fear rolling off her. One of the three who might be Morrigan, the war goddess. Ancient, brilliant, ruthless. My father respected her and dreaded her. The only Fae who ever truly scared him. She plays the long game, doesn't rush, doesn't forget. Margaret swallowed hard. And she loves blood. Maybe it was the pitch-black highway, the isolation, but her words hit harder than they had back at the hotel. Like campfire tales that lose their teeth in daylight. I hadn't been afraid of Nemin earlier. Nuth, sure, but not her. Now, maybe Margaret's fear was contagious. Or maybe it was the weight of realizing we were talking about a being who'd been a force of nature since before history began, and we were doing it alone in the dead of night. Great, I muttered. Now we're both rattled. Adam and I were in way deeper than we'd realized. 5 Grey Lords was one thing, but the reservation held more. Seeing her there. Margaret whispered, I've never been so glad to have Thomas watching my back. One name remained. Beauclair, I said. Of all the Grey Lords, he was the one I understood and trusted most. Her tension eased. My father said Lug's son thrives on being overlooked. Too many judge him by his father's legend, and Lug, every story about him was true. Humans called him a god, and they weren't wrong. Her gaze sharpened. He was radiant, noble, merciful, and your dark smith ended him. I knew the story. Z had done it because Lug, like so many ancients, had begun to rot from the inside. That was why Beauclair and Z clashed, and why I'd been stunned when Beauclair helped him escape. He and Nemin, I asked. Allies, she confirmed. The word hung between us, heavier than the dark the meeting tonight had given me some clues. When Adam spoke, it was clear Nemin and Beauclair had their own reasons for letting his claim stand, I said. They could have challenged him right then. Z was busy with Orlaith and Nuth. Gora was still weak from that cursed bracelet. But by staying silent, they basically endorsed Adam's territorial rights. Unless they openly oppose it later, the whole Fey realm has to respect those borders now. That tells me his move fits right into whatever game those two are playing. Great, I muttered. Being a pawn in Fey schemes never ended well. Adam needed a heads up, and while we were on the subject. Just so you know, Edythe saw right through your glamour, Margaret's brow furrowed. Edythe, one of the attendants the Grey Lords brought, I explained. The younger-looking one, she shook her head. They weren't guards, just servants for fetching things, but she saw through it. Yeah, Margaret tilted her head, thoughtful. Truth-seers are rare. Maybe that's why they brought her. Funny she didn't call you out. I'm not exactly a threat, I pointed out, and I was the only one she stared at. Margaret sighed, brushing imaginary lint off her jeans. All right, new question. How'd you get an alpha to treat you like an equal instead of some delicate thing to be coddled? I smirked. Won't help you much. By the time I met Adam, I'd spent years proving I didn't need saving. Knew my own strength, never let anyone shrink me down to fit their expectations. Damn, she muttered. Was hoping for cheat codes. I don't exactly have a girls' night squad to ask. Your story seemed close enough. Not really, but then, a while back, a volcano spirit targeted Adam's ex, I said. We won, but I got wrecked. Pack Doc flatlined me in front of him. You're here, though, she said. Barely. Luck, coyotes meddling, whatever, it wasn't pretty. Took ages to heal. Adam's usually great about not smothering me, but after that, sometimes I wake up to him just watching me breathe. I left out the rest, the nightmares, the way his hands shook when he held me, the quiet tears in the dark. Some wounds weren't for sharing. Thomas didn't let you down when it came to keeping you safe, so it's not exactly the same situation, I pointed out. Margaret stayed quiet, but I could sense she had more to say, so I waited. The thing is, she finally continued, that's pretty much the core of what Thomas and I have between us. She hesitated before adding, I don't usually discuss him with others, he wouldn't approve, but I need guidance, and I don't see how I can get it without explaining everything. I stayed silent as she pulled out her phone and started typing. A soft ping signaled a reply. After a brief exchange, she looked up. He says I should talk to you, she admitted. Thomas, I mean. He mentioned Adam called you a deep well, that secrets are safe with you. She studied me carefully. That's me, I agreed dryly. A dark, chilly pit of wisdom. She chuckled before growing serious again, her gaze drifting toward the night outside. I met Thomas when I was 13 in Butte, Montana. Back then, Butte wasn't the quiet town it is now. It was booming. First gold, then silver, and finally copper, which meant wealth when the world was wiring itself for electricity. And where there's money, there's power. The rush brought all kinds, not just humans. My father came hoping to establish a new court, but he wasn't the only Fae with ambitions, and things got messy. She hummed absently, flicking through radio stations, classical, then twangy country, then an old rock anthem, before shutting it off. His enemies used me as leverage, she said, fingers nervously smoothing her pants. They took me and locked me in the mining tunnels. Those shafts ran a mile deep, 5,000 feet below the surface. My father and I, our magic comes from sunlight. The quiet lingered until I broke it. Kind of ironic, considering you're in love with a vampire. She gave a small, rueful shake of her head. Not as ironic as you'd think, she fidgeted again. So you were stuck down there for years. No, she said with a brief smile. Just a few days that time, but it gave them the idea for what they did later. Still, it was terrifying, dark, endless, no food. Then I heard something, she exhaled. I don't have many friends, she admitted. Just Thomas, and I'm not sure how to do this. I understood sharing something personal with a stranger isn't easy. My foster parents died when I was 14, I offered, then immediately regretted my phrasing. Wait, let me rewind. My mom was a buckle bunny at 16. A what? I nodded. Means she followed the rodeo circuit, chasing cowboys. Her family was a disaster. She took off at 15 with her truck, horse trailer, and quarter-horse mare and never looked back. She followed the rodeo circuit, barrel racing and winning enough to get by. But the loneliness got to her, so she started running with the cowboys. Let's be real, some rodeo guys are decent, but plenty lean into that tough guy act, especially the ones who aren't winning much. They take it out on their horses, their dogs, sometimes their women. She ended up with this bronc rider in Wyoming, a real piece of work when he drank. One night things got ugly. They'd even crashing in his rig. Wait, they lived in a horse trailer, Margaret interrupted. Some of those things have living quarters up front, I explained. Anyway, the argument spilled outside, and let's just say it wasn't subtle. My mom was tiny, 16, barely 5 feet tall. This guy, 28, built like a brick wall and mean as a rattlesnake when he was liquored up. Most of the other riders steered clear of him. I hadn't talked about this in years. Funny how it still made me proud, even knowing what I did now. But my mom, she didn't play victim, and she sure didn't fight fair. She put him on his SS in front of his whole crew. Then she turned to grab her stuff, and the idiot tried to jump her from behind. Margaret's grip on her coffee cup tightened. That's when this Blackfeet bull rider stepped in. Mom always said those guys had a screw loose, riding angry half-ton animals for fun. He laid the guy out before he could lay a hand on her. The memory tugged at my mouth. Then Mom walked up and punched the drunk in the gut. Said, "I've got a .38 in my bag, you moron. Could have blown your head off and called it self-defense. Now you'll just go find some other woman to terrorize, thanks to this idiot here." Margaret snorted. "Your mom's terrifying. Tell me about it," I agreed. Even Adam treads lightly around her. She and that bull rider stuck together for a while until he vanished one day, wrapped his truck around a tree, or got ripped apart by vampires, I didn't add. Found out she was pregnant with me. Imagine her shock when she went to change my diaper and found a coyote pup in the crib instead. The quiet stretched between us. Later, she tracked down a werewolf pack, you know, the Marok. At Margaret's nod, I continued, "Yeah, his crew. He agreed to take me in, but not her. She bargained for visits, though, even when Bran fought her on it. I grew up with good people, human woman, werewolf man. They're gone now, went out together. The unspoken how hung heavy in the air at 14. I was determined to live independently, and Bran respected that. He came from a time when teenagers were considered adults. Growing up as a coyote among werewolves taught me what it means to have no one to confide in," I told her. "Share whatever you're comfortable with. I won't promise to keep secrets from Adam. He's my partner, but if I'm a well, he's an abyss." My gaze flicked to Margaret before returning to the road. "Last we spoke, you were alone in the dark, chained up, listening to things that shouldn't exist." "Thomas found me there," Margaret replied, her voice steadier now. "Good, I'd worried mentioning monsters might unsettle her. If that rattled her, she'd never handle someone as guarded as Thomas. He reminded me of Charles, my foster brother. It had taken an Omega wolf with unshakable resolve to break through his walls. Omegas were rare, maybe a fairy princess could manage it instead. He was furious," she continued. "I begged for his help, but he refused. When I asked what he wanted, it wasn't words. It was a demand, like being drenched in his hunger until I felt it in my marrow. Yet what he asked for was my blood." She paused, weighing how much to reveal, then smiled. I was scared, but not too scared to see the pain beneath his rage. He'd hate knowing how easily I read him. Drawing a breath, she went on. "I gave him both, what he wanted and what he asked for, even though he demanded the latter first, expecting me to refuse, to give him an out. If I'd known him then like I do now, I'd have realized he'd never have walked away. I'm not even sure Thomas knows that." She shot me a wry look. Who knew talking could be this helpful? Bet he needs to hear it too, that he wouldn't have abandoned me. I recognized that struggle. "Good luck," I muttered. "When your guy carries the weight of the world, heaven forbid he isn't blamed for every little thing." She burst into laughter, wiping tears. "Isn't that the truth?" she gasped. Anyway, we made a deal that night, but it became more than either of us planned. Bargaining with my kind holds its own magic, separate from my abilities. That's why the Fae chase odd deals, they draw strength from them. And ours wasn't the only pact made in the heart of the hill. Thomas's father had struck one with the vampire who turned him. 2 bargains in that deep, ancient place. There's power in the earth's bones, Mercy. My fire magic, sharpened by royal blood, and his," she trailed off. "Some secrets aren't mine to tell. Thomas carried a hidden magic in his bloodline, something extraordinary passed down to him. I granted him 3 blessings. First, his liberation from the vampire who once controlled him, though that was his own strength breaking free. The second came from my own power," and she paused, exhaling sharply. "You're surprisingly easy to talk to. Maybe that's another piece of Thomas rubbing off on you." I shrugged. "I can handle that." It wasn't a lie, but curiosity still gnawed at me. She laughed softly, almost sounded convincing. Her gaze lingered before she added, "Tell you what, I'll share this with Thomas, and if he wants you to know, he'll tell you himself." "Even better," I said, "or at least not worse." Then it hit me, a creeping, ice-cold realization. No ordinary vampire would pick a place like the Marriott. Too many windows, all facing east where the sun would blaze in at dawn. And Margaret had mentioned her power, like her father's, was tied to sunlight. A memory surfaced, walking at night with Stefan, a vampire friend, when he suddenly stopped, staring at the moon. "I miss the sun," he'd murmured, the words raw like they'd been torn from somewhere deep. If anyone asked Stefan his greatest wish, walking in daylight would have topped the list. Could Thomas do it? The thought sent a jolt of fear through me. Vampires were predators, no matter how charming. Holy symbols repelled them, would burn them, sympathetic magic, remnants of life turned death. But sunlight, that was the true weapon. Mercy, Margaret's voice snapped me back. This wasn't just a secret, it was a death sentence. If others knew, every vampire would hunt him for it, and everyone else would hunt him out of fear. My throat tightened. Don't ask him, I managed. This gift of yours, I think I've figured it out. Thomas called her sunshine. Some secrets are too big for casual conversation. When we're closer, we can pretend you told me then. For now, I'll just assume I'm wrong, because if I'm right, Thomas would be the most terrifying vampire in existence. The car hummed in silence for miles before she spoke again. He's not a monster, though he'd argue otherwise. Somehow, despite his father, the coldest creature I've ever met, Thomas turned out decent. I nodded, though my certainty wavered. Clearing my throat, I shifted gears. So the third thing you gave him was your blood. It sealed the deal, she said. That's what my father claimed. For 17 years, I always knew where he was. Not if he was happy, Thomas doesn't do happy, but if he was safe, or at least not suffering. He mentioned not feeling the same connection, not in the usual way, she admitted. That's the opposite of how vampire feeding normally works, I pointed out. Stefan had felt that kind of bond with me. He'd known when I was in pain, even showed up at the hospital when I was barely hanging on. Adam later told me Stefan had stayed silent the entire night, just sitting there while I drifted in and out on painkillers. Margaret nodded. Exactly. My father said the same thing, that it was backward. He believed Thomas gave me something in return for my gifts. Thomas was trained to be a guardian, to protect his father's interests. But after the betrayal, he kept guarding out of habit, not belief. When we sealed our deal with blood, he gave me everything he was. Her voice tightened. My father explained that normally the vampire claims the one they feed from, but Thomas flipped it, tried to balance the scales. I hesitated, searching for the right word. Messed up, she finished dryly. Yeah, I know, if I frame it as a twisted act of service, it's easier to swallow, but I used him and now it's uneven. He acts like he's my devoted slave, I offered. Servant, she let out a sharp laugh, swiping at her eyes. Can you picture Thomas as a slave? He'd have his so-called master convinced to jump off a cliff within an hour, all while politely suggesting the best spot to land, and the poor fool would think it was his idea the whole time. Guard dog, I said. Yes, she agreed. That's closer. He treats me like something fragile, something to shield. She frowned. But it's not that simple. He respects my power, just sees me as separate, different, she exhaled. I was hoping you could help. I mulled it over. Men complicated creatures, but sometimes the answer was straightforward. Seduce him, I said. She groaned. I'd love to, but how? Seducing Adam? Easy. A glance, a touch, we played that game well. But Thomas, he was more like Charles. Subtlety wouldn't cut it. Victoria's Secret, I suggested, then shook my head. No, too expected. Too much what women think men want. She scoffed. Have you seen me? Scars, no muscle, skin and bones. I'm not exactly seduction material. I knew better than to argue. Her perception was what mattered. Thomas doesn't think you're ugly, I said firmly. Anyone who's seen the way he looks at you, especially back at that hotel, would never believe that. After a beat, she muttered, I've tried lingerie. We need to go all out, I said. Playing it safe won't cut it. Full transparency. She groaned, burying her face in her hands. I don't have that kind of firepower. And now I'm saying this to someone I barely know? Seriously. Trust me, Thomas will appreciate whatever you bring to the table, I reassured her. Just ask him yourself. Her eyes widened, then she burst out laughing. We kept chatting, tossing around ridiculous ideas until she dozed off just outside Pasco. It had been ages since I'd hung out with a woman who was just a friend, no complications, no expectations. Last Christmas, I'd called Char, my old college roommate, but maybe it was time to reconnect. I pulled the Subaru into the lot, and before I could even turn off the engine, Thomas was at the passenger door. He lifted Margaret out without waking her. Yeah, I thought, grinning to myself, he's definitely smitten. I locked the car with the key fob and tossed the keys to Thomas. He caught them, hesitated, then glanced at Adam, who stood rigid beside the black SUV, arms crossed like he was on standby. Z had the hood up, fiddling with something. I frowned. That SUV ran perfectly. You should visit us in San Francisco, Thomas said quietly, flashing a rare, genuine smile. I'd be happy to show you around, strictly as a tour guide, of course. Sounds like a plan, I said. Margaret and I had a blast. Margaret stirred, blinking sleepily. Take care, Mercy. Thanks for everything. Hopefully I won't need the heavy artillery. I chuckled. I think you'll do just fine. Safe trip. As Thomas headed inside, I marched over to the SUV. There's nothing wrong with it, I snapped at Z. He ignored me, so I stretched onto my toes to see what he was doing. Is there? Z straightened, holding up a tiny gadget. Not anymore. Someone's been tracking you. Adam took it, snorted, and handed it to me. The thing had the SUV manufacturer's logo. I'd have never questioned it. Feds, probably, Adam muttered. We're on their radar. How'd you even find it? I asked. Z shrugged. Felt it transmitting. Figured I'd check while we had time. Adam stuck it under the bumper of the rental Chevy parked beside us. I gave the trunk a pat. Hope you get rented for a cross-country road trip, I told it. Adam smirked. Any idea how long it's been there? He asked Z. Z nodded. Long enough. About 6 months, maybe a little longer, Adam said. Someone's been keeping an eye on you. I couldn't help but laugh. If I'd known, we could have made it fun, like driving out to Hanford Reach every full moon and camping under the stars. Not that we didn't already do that most months. The Reach was our favorite spot, though we had others. Sorry I missed it. Next time I'll pay better attention. Adam shook his head. Don't worry about it. I'll have a word with a few people about respecting boundaries. This won't happen again. When we got home, every window and door was wide open, the air thick with the stench of scorched wool. Warren met us at the entrance, looking somewhere between exasperated and entertained. Hey, boss, he said. We had a little excitement. Aiden dozed off and his blankets decided to spontaneously combust. Luckily, Mary Jo was here. While the rest of us were panicking and trying not to go deaf from the fire alarm, she grabbed the extinguisher from the garage and handled it. The mattress is toast, but the room's fine. Everything's under control. Mary Jo appeared at the top of the stairs, arms full of charred, sopping fabric that used to be a high-end wool blanket. She shot me a look. Never a dull moment around here, she said, then flashed a grin, something I hadn't seen from her in ages. Your fire demon says he needs to bail. We talked him into waiting for you, but I don't think he would have stuck around much longer. Aiden trudged up behind her, damp-haired and dressed in borrowed sweats. I made a mental note to get him some proper clothes if he was staying. I'm sorry, he muttered, avoiding eye contact. I'm not safe to be near. I never set fires in my sleep before, at least not that I remember. I'll find somewhere else to stay. I appreciate everything you've done. Adam raised an eyebrow. Why leave? Aiden finally looked up. I wrecked your house. Adam shrugged. We host werewolves here, Aiden. Nobody's burned the place down before. Actually, I cut in. That was my house. Adam shot me a wry look. At least you weren't inside. Werewolves aren't exactly gentle on property. My contractor sends me thank you gifts every Christmas. And this time it was just a mattress and some bedding, I pointed out. That's practically a bargain compared to werewolf damage. Mary Jo snorted. The mattress might be survived if Ben hadn't doused it with a 5-gallon bucket of water. I told him the extinguisher had it covered. So really, the ruined mattress is on him. She rolled her eyes. Aiden hesitated, then nodded. No problem, Adam reassured him. We'll keep a fire extinguisher handy. With the Faye situation still unstable, we're already maintaining round-the-clock security at the house. I'll just add fire watch to their duties. Marley from Lampson Construction adjusted his hard hat as he spoke to Officer Ed Thorson. It's not the largest crane globally, but it's close. I'd requested Thorson clear the area. Too many spectators could trigger a dominant werewolf's pride, even if jumping wasn't his initial plan. 40 stories above us, perched on the trancy lift LTL 3000, one of our wolves sat unseen. Daylight wouldn't have helped. Without binoculars, he was just a speck against the sky. 3 days had passed since the hotel confrontation with the Fae, and the silence was unnerving. We'd scaled back security out of necessity. Constant high alert wasn't sustainable. Adam kept 2 wolves at the house, but otherwise, life had settled. Even Aiden's nocturnal pyrotechnics felt routine now. One of Adam's techs was modifying smoke alarms to emit a gentle hum instead of ear-splitting shrieks. When the call came about Sherwood Post on the crane, I was in charge. Normally, I'd delegate to Daryl or Warren, but Post and I barely spoke. Our entire exchanges boiled down to yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. Tonight's guards, Ben and Paul, weren't exactly crisis negotiators. Post had arrived from the Marrock a month ago, quiet and stiffly polite, his left leg gone. Werewolves regenerate almost anything except witch wounds. Years back, a Seattle Coven's leader had fallen to the Emerald City Pack, leaving scars even our kind couldn't heal. Note tone shift in third paragraph, shifts from procedural to darker, introspective reflection on supernatural consequences. The crane's shadow stretched like a warning across the pavement. Post wasn't just a wolf on a ledge, he was a reminder that some battles left marks no magic could erase. And if I couldn't talk him down, we'd all be staring at another kind of aftermath. The pack searched the Alpha's abandoned home for any dangerous magical traps and stumbled upon something far worse. A starving werewolf locked in a cage missing a leg. The poor guy didn't remember his past, and none of the local packs recognized him. From what they pieced together, he'd been smuggled from Europe and passed between dark witches for years, maybe decades. Bran took him in, slowly helping him regain his human form. When even Bran couldn't heal the missing limb, yeah, that's as awful as you're imagining, he arranged for a prosthetic. The wolf just adapted to running on 3 legs. Sherwood chose his name from 2 books left on Bran's desk, one by Sherwood Anderson, Predictable, and bizarrely an Emily Post etiquette guide. By January, Sherwood had enough of Montana's brutal winters and asked for a transfer. Bran could have sent him anywhere. Most places have better weather, but he sent him to us. When the call came in about Sherwood and the crane, I couldn't reach Adam. His office line was dead, meaning he was tied up in some classified government work. The pact bond gave me no warning signs, but then again, Bran hadn't sensed my foster father's suicide either. Sherwood felt the same as always, calm, distant. I strained to spot him in the dark, but he was just a shadow against the crane's towering frame. Officer Thorson was a decent guy. When I pointed out the crowd was making things worse, he cleared the area without debate, leaving just 2 Lampson workers, himself and me. Meanwhile, Marley, whether he was the night manager, security, or the damn CEO, I couldn't tell, was gushing about the crane like it was his firstborn. Not the biggest in the world, he said, grinning, but the largest twin crawler we've ever built, so far. His scuffed boots reeked of beer, and his unshaven face suggested he'd wandered in from a bar. I tuned him out, already dreading the climb ahead. If Sherwood wouldn't come down, I'd have to go up, and that crane looked a hell of a lot taller from the ground. The crane had always been visible from the suspension bridge, not that we could cross it tonight. No one knew when it would reopen. Engineers still had to assess the damage, though I wasn't sure why I felt responsible. It wasn't like I'd unleashed some monster on the city. Even from a distance, the crane loomed over Lampson's Pasco yard, tucked between old railroad tracks and rows of weathered warehouses. The place still carried the ghost of its military past, with long, boxy buildings lined up like soldiers. And speaking of ghosts, a few flickered at the edges of my vision, one in a WW2 uniform watching me a little too closely. Self-aware, probably. I'd learned the hard way that staring at them too long meant they'd start trailing me like lost puppies. This wasn't my first trip to the area, plenty of junkyards nearby, but I'd never gotten this close to the crane before. Up close, it was a beast. Hitachi had it built for nuclear plants, Marley explained, waving a hand. Then Fukushima happened, and suddenly Japan wasn't so keen on reactors, so now it just sits here, collecting dust. Pasco's skyline wasn't much, but the crane stood out like a sore thumb, bright orange and white by day, with tank treads painted in aggressively bold blue. Clearly, no one with an eye for subtlety had picked the colors. At night, though, it was just a hulking shadow against the sky. We stood next to one of the massive treads, craning our necks, no pun intended, at the towering structure. If I squinted, I could almost make out a figure perched at the very top. "We could fire it up if you want," Marley said, tracking my gaze. "But we figured we'd wait for you. Moving it now might send our friend up there on an unexpected skydiving trip, and while I don't know your policy on workplace casualties, we prefer ours alive." He smirked. "So his employment ends the second we get him down." The guy beside him, unnamed, unintroduced, cleared his throat. "Marley, that's Sherwood Post, fluent in Russian and English, no accent in either. Means when he's on shift, no one gets lost in translation." He paused. "Let me rephrase, everyone actually knows what they're doing." Marley's crew mentioned the guy could haul a 300-pound steel beam solo, impressive but not exactly reassuring under the circumstances. Marley let out a low grumble. "Fine, maybe we cut him some slack, but I'm not about to reward this kind of stunt. What if he decides to leap? Then firing him becomes the least of your problems," I pointed out. Officer Thorson squinted up at the crane, frustration tightening his voice. "What I still don't get is how nobody stopped him before he made it that high." One of the Lampson crew shrugged. A worker spotted him climbing and ran for backup. By the time they got back, Post was already halfway up. They shouted, but with the wind howling up there, no way he heard them. He rubbed his temple, though you'd think the flashing lights and sirens from every cop and fire truck in the area would have tipped him off. No kidding, the scene had been chaos when I arrived. Thorson gestured toward the crane's arm. "How far can you lower that thing?" "All the way," Marley said. "But it's not instant. If he's set on jumping, we'd just be giving him a running start." Thorson whistled. "How tall is that thing anyway?" Marley grinned like he'd built it himself. 560 feet, and she can hoist 6 million pounds. 6 million. And this idiot scaled it with one good leg, no ladder, just pure stubbornness. "Werewolf logic," I muttered. "They're programmed for bad decisions. Maybe unfair to Sherwood, but if I had to climb after him, I earned the right to complain." I double-checked my laces. Tying them midair at 400 feet didn't sound fun, even if the boom's angle made it less vertical than it looked. Geometry had never been my strong suit. Before anyone could argue, I headed for the crane. "Hold it," Marley barked, but I wasn't on his payroll. "He's not answering his phone, and someone's gotta talk him down," I called back, vaulting the chain blocking the access stairs. By the time they processed what was happening, I was already on top of the crawler's cab. No human was catching me unless I let them. Marley's curses followed, more annoyed than furious. He wasn't chasing me. The boom's framework was a maze of crossbeams and steel bars, sturdy but not exactly welcoming. Wind bit at my sleeves as I started the climb. The city shrinking below the scale of everything was massive. A narrow walkway ran along the left side of the towering boom, stretching all the way to the top. It would have been manageable if the structure had been level, but instead, I found myself scaling the thing like some kind of desperate superhero, gripping the top rail for dear life. Heights don't usually bother me, but when the cars below started looking like tiny toys, I decided that was my limit. No more glancing down. Teeth gritted, sweat dripping, I waited for the dizzy spell to pass before forcing myself upward. My arms burned, my shoulders screamed, but my hands took the real beating. Blisters formed and popped, my fingers raw from gripping the metal. "Got a death wish or something?" The voice came from above, startling me. I froze, wrapping myself tighter around the bar before daring to look up. Sherwood lounged on the highest rung, one leg and his prosthetic swinging carelessly over the edge. "No hands," my stomach lurched as I accidentally looked down again. Pressing my forehead against the cool steel, I swallowed hard until the nausea passed. His words had been sharp, but his tone was almost lazy, like this was just another Tuesday. I matched his energy. "Following your lead," I shot back. He twisted around effortlessly, balancing like this was solid ground. Meanwhile, I was pretty sure my knuckles had turned white. "Dumb move," he said. "Where's one of the pack? At least they'd survive the fall." "What's Adam thinking, sending you?" I snarled. "Adam's busy. Next time you decide to play Daredevil, pick a night he's free to haul your ass down himself. If I have to do this again, I might just save you the trouble and shove you off." Not my finest moment, but my hands were on fire, and anger had been the only thing keeping me climbing. That and the old, familiar rage, left over from being abandoned at 14 by someone who chose the easy way out. Sherwood just laughed. "Yeah, fair," I admitted. "This was stupid. My reasons are my own. What's yours?" He sighed, spinning again like it was nothing. My grip tightened. "What's the point?" He gestured to his missing leg. "Hard to kill a werewolf, but that drop, pretty sure it'd do the trick." I bit back my first thought, yeah, probably, and went with, "Marley was ready to kin you for this stunt. Only backed off when someone told him who you were. Guess they can't afford to lose someone like you," I said. He let out a dry laugh, and it hit me. He'd been scaling this place since almost the moment he arrived in town. "So how many times have you snuck up here without getting busted?" I asked. "Every time except once," he admitted. I studied him. "You came up here to escape Brand's watch so you could end it all." Silence. That was answer enough. The sheer will it took to climb this high, change your mind, and then keep coming back day after day. It wasn't the why that struck me, but the why not. "What changed your mind?" I asked, watching his back. He tilted his head toward the sky, one hand sweeping through the air like he was trying to catch the stars. "You see that? The lights, the open space. Up here, it's like the weight in my chest eases just enough." He tapped his temple. "All those lost memories, coiled up inside, waiting to drop. Maybe I stick around long enough to find out who I am, then I'll know what's worth keeping." I tightened my grip on the railing and looked out, not down. He wasn't wrong. The view was something else. Then the wind kicked up, rattling the metal beneath my fingers. I told myself this crane had stood for years, that it could handle our weight, but the vibrations didn't care about logic. "Point taken," I muttered. "But your secret's blown. How about we continue this conversation on solid ground? Just so you know, if I plummet to my death, Adam's gonna hold you personally responsible." He chuckled. "Fair enough. Need a hand getting down." Halfway to the bottom, I paused to catch my breath. Sherwood had positioned himself below me, silent but ready. No words needed. After a beat, I sighed. "You know what's annoying? I didn't even need to come up here. If I'd waited, you'd have climbed down like always." "Probably," he agreed, then softer, "or maybe not." He slowed his pace, letting me set the rhythm. "Too late now," I said. "Your stealth climbing days are over." "True," he said, "but there's always the bridge." I shot him a look. "If you drag me onto that death trap, I will throw you off." He just laughed, like I was joking. We managed to avoid getting arrested for trespassing, but from what I heard, it was a close call. I helped Sherwood into Adam's SUV. My old Vanagon had sprung a radiator leak I hadn't fixed yet, so Adam had left me his ride. It took me a second to figure out the lights and gear shift, but I remembered not to swerve when the ghostly guard stepped into the road. Still, I muttered, sorry, sorry, under my breath as the bumper passed right through him. Sherwood shot me a questioning look. Ghosts, I explained. I see dead people. Do you? He asked. I nodded. That's rough, he said. Still beats scaling a 500-foot crane to talk some idiot down. Fair point, he admitted. But my original statement stands rough life. The detour over the Blue Bridge tacked on an extra 20 minutes. With the cable bridge out, this was going to get annoying fast. Then my phone rang through the stereo, unknown number. My actual phone was buried under the seat, but before I could ignore it, Sherwood hit answer, probably thinking he was helping. Normally, I'd let unknown callers go to voicemail. Less guilt when it's just another extended warranty scam. Mercy, I started, but the voice on the other end cut me off. Pastor, I said. Pastor White, a sharp cry, then the call dropped. I flipped on my blinker, hit the gas, and aimed for the church. Maybe they were at his house, but I had no clue where he lived. The church was my best shot. What's going on? Sherwood asked. That was my pastor, I told him. Pastor White was still new. Our last one had moved back to California to take over his dad's congregation. White wasn't as warm, but his faith was solid. Someone's making me go to church, I muttered. I tapped the stereo. Call Adam. No answer. Voicemail picked up. Someone just attacked or kidnapped my pastor, I said. Heading to the church now. Time's 11:54. I hung up. Who else? Ben and Paul were home with the kids. Call Honey. Straight to voicemail. No message. Call George. Same deal. I smacked the steering wheel. What's the point of having a pack if no one's ever around? The stereo chimed in, robotic and clueless. I do not understand. What's the point? Please say a command. Try call or search address book. I growled. Call Mary Jo. She answered on the first ring. Hey Mercy, she said, tension in her voice. Round up anyone who isn't guarding the house, I said, keeping my voice low. Meet me at the Good Shepherd on Bonnie. I gave her quick directions. The place was easy to miss, even with the address. Got it, she replied before the line went dead. I tossed the phone aside and gripped the wheel, pushing the speed limit but careful not to clip anyone. Sherwood shifted in his seat, grimacing. Not exactly in fighting shape, he muttered, rubbing his bad leg. You bench 300 pounds, I shot back, eyes locked on the road. You'll manage. There was a beat of silence. Huh, he said, as if the idea had never occurred to him. Guess you're right. The church was small, tucked away in Kennewick's winding northside streets, just past the railroad tracks hugging the Columbia. Originally a house, it had been converted decades ago, blending into the maze of residential blocks. Only 2 roads led in, one from the east, one from the west, and we took the easier route. The building sat back from the street, flanked by empty lots and a cracked parking lot with just 2 vehicles, Pastor White's sedan and a beat-up Ford Explorer that reeked of cigarettes. I parked Adam's SUV at the far end, away from both. Digging through my purse, I grabbed the SIG's spare mags and tucked them into my waistband, stupid jeans with no pockets. Sherwood rummaged around and came up with a tire iron. I rolled my eyes, popped the rear hatch, and flipped back the floor mat to reveal the heavy-duty lockbox. A quick palm scan unlatched it, exposing Adam's arsenal, guns, blades, the works. Any clue what we're walking into? Sherwood asked, eyeing the weapons. Fae most likely, I said. Could be anti-supernatural nuts, cantrip, who knows, but if they're holed up in a church, probably not vamps. He'd spent enough time with the Maroks packed to handle whatever came. You figure it out first, give me a heads up. He hefted an axe, testing its weight. Good for Faye, he decided, then grabbed the HK-45 compact, loaded of course. This'll cover the rest. He flicked the safety and shoved it into his jeans pocket. Compact was generous for that chunk of metal. That's a terrible place to carry, I warned. He flashed a grin. Nah, it's my bad side. Can't shoot a foot that's already been shot off. What's the layout inside? Used to be a house, I said, sketching the rough floor plan in the air between us. We lingered by the cars, the air thick with the sharp, ozone-like tang of Fey magic, but the Explorer's lingering stench of smoke, that was all human. Know him, Sherwood kept his voice low. I shook my head, though weekday services meant the church wasn't deserted. Thank God it wasn't choir night or youth group. Those evenings packed the place. The pastor's got a sociology degree, I murmured. Mostly counsels recovering addicts. Not exactly rolling in cash, Sherwood noted, scanning the room like a soldier on patrol. I'd seen enough wolves work this way, staying loose while wired tight. Neither's pastoring a tiny church, I said. Guess he didn't pick either gig for the money. Sherwood tapped the car's hood silent. This mess up the plan, he sounded like I had answers. Doubt it, I said. 2 hostages or bodies if the Fae got to them first. Not dead, Z cut in, making me jump and Sherwood scowl. Got a tip something was brewing, seems I was right. Where'd you even come from? I asked. He shot me a look. Where your next ambush might, Sherwood snorted. Caught him lurking by the building's corner when we parked. Downwind but not slick enough. If he'd been trouble, I'd have warned you. I turned to Z. Who are they? What's the play? Bunch of lackeys following a bigger fool, he said. Same crew who left that note at Christie's. They want Aiden. I caught a familiar scent. I smell at least 3. 4, Sherwood corrected. One's airborne, left traces on the roof. Z eyed the glowing stained glass upstairs. Hostages are with Uncle Mike, he confirmed. Heard them assign guard duty. He your informant? I asked. Z shrugged. Unless he's gone full double agent for the council. Sherwood smirked. Genius plan. Grab people Mercy gives a damn about to trade for a pyro kid who's basically a house fire with legs. Hostage math checks out. The edge in his voice spelled bad history with Aiden. Kid had a gift for rubbing folks raw. Without hearing his night terrors, seeing him flinch at shadows, maybe I'd feel the same. But hell, the world's full of broken things trying to look tough. Z let out a derisive laugh. You clearly don't know Mercy or Adam at all, or anyone in this mess, like our so-called heroes would ever hand over someone as vulnerable as Aiden to the Fae. Hey, I muttered, more out of habit than real offense. Idiot, hero, neither label fit, but he wasn't wrong about the rest. We stepped out of the Explorer together, moving toward the church. The entrance had been updated with a wheelchair ramp beside the steps, both leading to a set of double doors that clashed with the building's original design, function over aesthetics. Waiting for backup wasn't an option. If the Fae felt cornered, they'd bolt after leaving bodies behind. Better to move now and pray the cavalry showed up in time for the aftermath. Mercy, Z murmured, his voice barely a whisper, so faint even my sharp hearing strained to catch it. Take the stairs with your werewolf. His gaze locked onto Sherwood's. Keep her breathing, my guess. Uncle Mike's the only one upstairs with the hostages and he won't stop you. Sherwood's voice was just as hushed. And you? Z's grin turned sharp as he flicked his wrist, a sleek obsidian blade materializing in his grip. I'll handle the distractions. I hesitated. You sure you're up for this? He still moved stiffly, favoring his side. Against this lot, Z scoffed. I could take them blindfolded with my hands tied. I didn't argue, though unease coiled in my gut. The Fae don't lie, but that doesn't mean they're always right. Arrogance and age didn't make him invincible. We approached the doors, me leading, the others flanking. I tugged the right one open while Sherwood pulled the left, and we slipped inside as a unit. The entryway was a narrow space, cut off from the main hall by a partition with 2 passageways. To the left, a makeshift kitchenette, fridge, sink, stove, separated by a half-wall with a drawn curtain. To the right, stairs leading up to the pastor's office, classrooms, and a bathroom. Z vanished into the sanctuary beyond. Sherwood and I took the stairs, his footsteps silent ahead of mine. Below us, chaos erupted, a thunderous crash, a shout, then the unmistakable ring of steel meeting steel. The upstairs hallway stretched before us, 5 closed doors waiting. First right, the pastor's office. First left, the bathroom. Beyond that, 3 classrooms. The air was thick with Pastor White's scent, muddling any trail, but the driver from the Explorer had left a clearer path. His presence lingered past the office where he shouldn't have been. A new detail prickled at my senses, something metallic, faint but sharp beneath the layers of dust and old wood. Blood or something worse. Sherwood paused, nostrils flaring. You smell that? I nodded. Whatever was waiting behind those doors, we weren't walking into just a rescue mission anymore. I pressed a finger to my nose and gestured toward the classroom door down the hallway. Sherwood gave a quick nod just as a deafening smash echoed from below, another stained glass window shattered. My stomach twisted. The Fae wouldn't be here if not for me. Sherwood moved ahead, gripping his axe in one hand and a massive firearm in the other. I reached around him to twist the doorknob, and he shoved the door open with his elbow. The room was the biggest of the upstairs spaces, its floor covered in an outdated brown carpet. In the center, the pastor and an unfamiliar man sat bound to folding chairs, mouths sealed with duct tape. A thick ring of salt circled them 3 times. Someone had taken precautions. Uncle Mike stood between us and them, crossbow in hand. He'd raised it, but lowered the barrel the second he recognized me. 3 containers of Morton salt sat nearby, 2 open, 1 still sealed. Close that door, he ordered. There's a sprite lord out there, and I don't need his little minions seeing this mess before Z deals with them. Idiots. What's going on? I demanded. Can't say, he replied, flashing a sharp grin. Orders were to bring these 2 up and secure them. Didn't specify from who. The building shuddered as something heavy crashed outside. As long as those fools don't burn the place down, your pastor and his friend are safe from most of my kind. His eyes flicked past me. Who'd you bring, Z? You can't cross the salt, I asked. He shook his head. This isn't just salt, it's bound with magic. Most Fae, including me, are locked out. Z might manage it, maybe a gray lord or 2, but the one who gave me these orders isn't here. His stare bore into me, heavy with unspoken warnings. If their plan was obvious, he wouldn't have bothered hinting at it. What did they gain? 2 human hostages, people I'd care about. But as Z had pointed out, if they knew Adam and me at all, they'd never believe we'd hand Aiden over. So why this? They'd called, let the pastor speak just long enough for me to recognize his voice, then hung up. And here I was. I yanked out my phone and dialed Mary Jo. We're on our, she started. No, I cut in. Go to the pack house. The Fae are coming for Aiden. Uncle Mike smirked. I tried the house, no answer. Jesse's phone went to voicemail. Warren, Daryl, Ben, George, all silent. Finally, Adam picked up. Bad timing, Mercy, he said, voice strained. Don't hang up, I snapped. Did you listen to my message? No, I'm dealing with Cantrip. The Fae are attacking our home, I said. Don't bother listening to my message, it's pointless. Forget about me, Jesse and Aiden need you, along with our pack. The house is under attack by Fae, I repeated, frustration creeping into my voice. No one's picking up their phones. On my way, he said before the line went dead. Uncle Mike's grin stretched wider, taking on that smug, almost fatherly look he had no business wearing. Z says it's just a small group, I told him, my fingers tapping impatiently against my leg. Every second here was a second too long. They wouldn't bring the whole damn ferry down on us, right? His expression darkened. This isn't about us, they want the fire touched. So much for avoiding forbidden topics. Underhill whispers in dreams, hisses in waking ears, demanding the boy. We've spent years trying to bargain with her, but she's as unpredictable as a summer storm. Some think handing him over will earn her favor. Others just want her to shut up so we can sleep without her voice clawing at our minds. It's like being trapped in a car with a never-ending alarm, maddening. He rubbed his temples, his frown more exhausted than angry. Still, most of us aren't thrilled that Underhill can just invade like this. Invade how? I asked. Get inside our heads. I clenched my jaw. The noise from below hadn't grown louder, but the rhythm of destruction was relentless. Z wouldn't take much longer. Uncle Mike grabbed an unopened box of Morton salt and tossed it to me. Take this, he said. I'll guard your humans, swear it. But you two better get down there before Z loses what little patience he has left. We can't leave them trapped, I argued, nodding at the hostages. They need to be somewhere safe. Uncle Mike shook his head. Once that circle breaks, I can't remake it. They stay put until the threat's gone. Pastor White let out a strangled noise, eyes wild, while the other man just watched me calm, resigned. That quiet acceptance made me pause. I met the pastor's panicked stare. Uncle Mike doesn't lie. He's kept you alive tonight. Let me make sure it stays that way. Sherwood kept pace beside me as we descended. Salt works on Fae. Some of them, I said. Mostly the weaker ones, it disrupts magic. But Uncle Mike used it in a spell, which shouldn't even be possible. It's like trying to light a fire with ice. So don't rely on it, he muttered as we hit the ground floor. I nodded, stepping past the shattered wall into chaos that looked like the end of the world. Guess those late-night gaming sessions with the pack had some real-world use. After all, one of the cardinal rules in the Dread Pirate games was always scanning a room for threats first. Those sneaky pirates loved ambushing from behind couches or door frames. So I pushed past the wreckage of broken chairs and glittering glass scattered across the floor, focusing on finding the real danger. The first enemy was pinned under a heavy wooden bench, out cold. She was still breathing, but the way her spine was twisted meant she wouldn't be back in the fight. The second one wasn't so lucky. His head had rolled a solid 20 feet from his body. Even the Fae couldn't bounce back from that, at least not in the next few minutes. The third threat was locked in a deadly sword fight with Z, their blades flashing faster than human reflexes should allow. No sign of a fourth enemy, at least none I could spot. Z moved like something out of a nightmare, lean, precise, every strike calculated. His white tee was splattered with blood, some of it his own. His opponent was unsettling, his movements fluid but unnatural. His body seemed to shift, his face barely holding form. Just as Z's sword should have sliced through him, the spot where the blade struck dissolved into a swarm of tiny, glowing specks like angry fireflies. When I finally got a good look at his face, there wasn't one, just a shifting blur beneath the skin, as if his features were made of those same fleeing sparks. A few of them zipped toward Sherwood and me. Damn, I muttered, smacking one off my arm. Sherwood cursed louder and swung his axe like he'd been born wielding it, and here I thought he couldn't fight. Yeah, right, the way that axe moved, singing through the air, it was clear he'd had centuries of practice. Those glowing pests dropped like flies, cut clean in half before they could reach me. Sherwood planted himself between me and the swarm, his prosthetic barely slowing him down. The little monsters didn't stand a chance. One managed to latch onto my leg, its tiny teeth sharp as needles. I had to pry it loose, holding it up for inspection. Without the shimmer of its wings, it looked almost human, tiny limbs, a torso, even miniature curves. Not exactly the kind of fairy tale creature you'd expect. Her violet eyes appeared nearly black against her golden skin, the only part of her that resembled anything human. Her mouth was all wrong. Instead of lips, jagged calycery glistened with my blood. I hurled her to the ground, and she vanished the instant she hit the imitation wood flooring, just like the fragments Sherwood kept shedding. Grabbing the salt container tucked under my arm, I flipped open the lid and shook a bit into my palm before sprinkling it over the wound on my wrist. The fey parasite gnawing at my skin let out a sharp pop, turned ashen, and dropped lifeless to the floor. Unlike the others, it didn't vanish in a flash. Score one for me. I flung another handful at the swarm attacking Sherwood, and the air filled with a sound like sizzling popcorn. Clutching the salt, I bolted through the biting horde, shielding my face with one arm. Z took a glancing blow from one of the Fae, and though it barely fazed him, his strikes became a blur of motion, twice as fast and twice as vicious. I vaulted onto an overturned pew and rained salt down on the last of them. The moment the grains landed, the creatures crackled and withered into gray dust. Then the remaining bugs swarmed back to their master, merging into his strange, shimmering form. He lifted his hands before I could toss another handful. "I surrender," he rasped, his voice like smoke. Z bared his teeth but sheathed his blade at my glance. Sherwood navigated the wreckage of the sanctuary with a slight limp, though it didn't slow him when he buried his axe in the woman who'd been nursing a crushed leg. She never got the chance to fire the crossbow I hadn't spotted earlier. Wiping the blade on his jeans, he made his way toward us and eyed our captive. "What's the plan for this one?" he asked. We let him go. Honestly, what were we supposed to do? Tie him up? Duct tape doesn't hold a guy who can dissolve into a swarm of nightmare bugs at will. In no way was I riding in a car with him. I still had flashbacks to that time a wasp nearly caused a wreck on a road trip. Once Z confirmed the hive-minded Fae was truly gone and the place was clear, we headed upstairs. The whole way, Z grumbled about sprite lords, weak, annoying, and harder to kill than your average Fae. "Cockroaches of the supernatural," he declared, "mostly harmless, but good luck getting rid of them." Sherwood flipped his axe casually, catching it midair. From the ease of it, I could tell he was surprised by how natural it felt in his hand. Z was still grumbling about the sprite lord as we entered the hostage room. "I knew he'd get under your skin," Uncle Mike said with a chuckle. "What kind of mess have you gotten yourself into now?" Z snapped, frustration clear in his voice. "Consorting with sprite lords, you've really outdone yourself this time." Uncle Mike's grin widened. "Someone's got to handle them, Z. If they'd succeeded in killing these humans, any chance of an alliance with the werewolves would have been ruined. They don't grasp the ties between this pack and the Maroks, and honestly, I'm not about to explain it to them. They're too dense to see it as anything but an opportunity rather than the disaster it really is. What a world we live in, full of fools." "There is no connection between our pack and the Maroks," I cut in. "Not anymore." Uncle Mike gave me a look like I was just as clueless. "If you say so," he replied dryly. "Will helping us put you in danger?" I asked. "Are you going to be okay?" I stopped short of offering him refuge, though the mental image of a neon sign flashing Columbia Basin Pack, home for misfit supernaturals, nearly made me smirk. Uncle Mike let out a deep, booming laugh. "Where's the fun in playing it safe?" With a flick of his hand, the lingering itch in my throat vanished. Then he stepped on the salt circle, breaking the barrier. Satisfied, he yanked open the window, glanced around, and leaped out before I could react. I rushed to the sill, but he was already gone, vanished into the night like smoke. Sherwood wasted no time freeing the hostages, starting with their hands. The pastor tore the duct tape from his mouth the second he could move. "How dare you?" he snarled, voice raw. "This is sacred ground. You bring your kind of darkness into God's house." Funny, his first instinct had been to shield me. Guess that didn't last. The other man peeled his tape off slowly, wincing. "Actually," I said, keeping my tone even, "the darkness dragged me here. I could have stayed home, sure, then again you'd probably be dead by now." "Pastor," the other man murmured, but Pastor White wasn't listening. "Married to a werewolf," the pastor spat, flecks of anger on his lips. "I should be thrown you out the moment I found out." "Pastor," the stranger repeated, quieter this time, as Sherwood worked on the ropes at his ankles. "Pastor White, maybe it's time for some soul-searching," the man said, his tone carrying just a hint of past grievances. "This woman here saved both our skins, and whatever that creature was that jumped through the window, I think it cured my drinking problem. I haven't craved a drop since, first time in 2 decades, not since that curse in Bogota." He turned to me with a nod. "Josh Harper, you must be Mercy Hopman, we owe you our lives." I shook his hand, half amused, while Pastor White kept fuming in the background. His angry tirade about werewolves me and the state of his church went mostly ignored, except by Z, who seemed to be listening a little too intently. Not a good sign for the pastor. Fear does strange things to people. Sherwood remarked as he finished cutting the last of the ropes binding the pastor's ankles. He gave the man's knee a reassuring pat. Give yourself a minute to process it all. At Sherwood's touch, the pastor shot to his feet. He opened his mouth like he was about to launch into another sermon, then snapped it shut when he saw the rest of us watching. Without another word, he bolted for the stairs. The rest of us trailed after him, arriving just in time to see his face crumple at the sight of the ruined chapel. "Who's paying for this?" he whispered, voice breaking. "We've been fundraising for a new roof for 2 years and barely scraped together half the cost. Board up the windows for now," Z suggested. "Deal with the rest in daylight." Sherwood frowned. "What happened to the bodies?" "Bodies?" Pastor White echoed, bewildered. Z shrugged. "Most of us don't leave corpses behind." The pastor's gaze swept over the shattered stained glass, the splintered pews. "Look at this," he said, tears welling. "Irreplaceable." While he cataloged the damage, I tried calling Adam, no answer. Even our bond was being stubborn, letting me sense him but not reach him. "We need to move," I said, already heading for the door. The drive home was eerily dark. No porch lights, no street lamps, not even the glow from the neighboring houses, just an empty black void. The nearest home had been vacant for months, a for sale sign planted in the yard. Guests living near a werewolf pack wasn't everyone's idea of a quiet neighborhood. But that didn't explain why the whole road was swallowed in darkness. Then I spotted Mary Jo's car, abandoned halfway off the road. A little farther ahead, Adam's black SUV sat parked, the familiar Hauptmann Security logo barely visible in the gloom. He was here. I pulled into the packed driveway, gripping the wheel. No one was dead, I'd have felt it if they were. But the silence was worse than any scream the moment another pack member fell. I'd feel it in my bones. We stepped out of the SUV, closing the doors with careful silence. Then came the howl, a guttural, unnatural sound, followed by the crunch of something massive moving near the back of the house. At the same instant, the living room window exploded inward, glass shards scattering as a dark, twisted figure crashed through. The stench hit me first, decaying marsh and briny seawater, before I got a good look at the thing. It had the rough shape of a horse, but its elongated, scaled head was all wrong, and its body was draped in slimy, swaying fronds that hissed like wet reeds. The Fidal locked eyes with me and shrieked, baring jagged yellow teeth in the SUV's headlights. I didn't hesitate. My SIG was already in hand, 2 shots slamming into its chest. It barely flinched. Then Sherwood's axe whipped through the air, burying itself in the creature's skull before clattering to the grass. The wound sizzled where iron met fey flesh, leaving a charred trail down its neck. Z didn't wait. He vaulted onto a car roof, launching himself midair, sword flashing. The Fidal barely had time to shift forms before their blades clashed, sparks flying like embers in the dark. Then Jesse's scream cut through the chaos, followed by the rapid-fire crack of my Marlin. A burst of flame lit up the broken window. I left Z and Sherwood to handle the Fidal and sprinted for the house, slamming the front door open. Jessie stood at the top of the stairs, rifle steady, Cookie snarling at her side. "Stay back," she warned, gaze locked on the living room. That's when it emerged, something massive, shifting between grotesque and mesmerizing. Too many spindly legs, a shimmering carapace like liquid metal, and a movement that made my stomach twist. Jessie fired again, but the bullet pinged off its shell, embedding in the wall beside me. "Cease fire." I dropped to one knee, angling my SIG beneath the creature's armor. The shots tore through it, splattering glowing blue-green blood across the carpet. The thing recoiled, twisting toward me with eerie grace, and for a heartbeat I saw her. A face of golden amber, ruby eyes burning with ancient malice. Then the illusion shattered, and the monster lunged. I sprang up and sprinted toward her, unarmed but determined. Retreating would V only provoked her, so I charged instead, forcing her to second-guess my move. Stumbling over the walking stick, I turned the fall into a roll, using the motion to drive the stick's sharpened tip straight into the amber fae's gaping mouth. Honestly, I hadn't planned for the stick to be there at all. My real strategy was to lure her away from the kids toward the backyard, where the sounds of fighting still echoed. The fae collapsed, her glowing carapace dimming as she hit the floor. I kept the stick raised, but she didn't move. Then Aiden appeared at the top of the stairs beside Jessie, flicking his wrist. Blue flames erupted over the fae's body, crackling with eerie intensity. A second later, the kitchen door exploded inward and the Tibaisna burst into the foyer, this time shaped like a massive wolf, molten rock oozing from a gash on its hip. Its sleek frame was all lean muscle and sharp angles, molten fur rippling along its tail. With one snap of its jaws, the fae's face crumpled like melting wax. Between Aiden's cold fire and the Tibaisna's searing heat, there was no doubt she was gone. Aiden clenched his fist, muttering something that left the air tingling with magic. The flames vanished, leaving only ashes. He moved past Jesse down the stairs, ignoring Joel's warning snarl. "It's over," Aiden said, voice steady. "No more fighting, just quiet, the good kind." He pressed a hand to Joel's forehead, and the tension drained from the Tibaisna's form. With a tired sigh, Joel shifted back, human again. Cookie bolted down and licked his face frantically, making him laugh. "Thanks, Mijo," Joel slurred, grinning up at Aiden. "First time I ever let it loose. Knew you'd have my back." His words were slow, like he'd just downed a few too many shots. The sound of quick footsteps from the kitchen made me tighten my grip on the walking stick, now just an ordinary piece of wood again. But it was only Mary Jo, skidding to a halt with a pickaxe in hand, its blade smeared with what might have been fey blood. She raised an eyebrow at the pile of ashes. "Which one was that?" she asked. "Glowed blue," I said. "Face looked like it was carved from amber." "Caterpillar girl," Mary Jo muttered. "That just leaves Water Horse." The front door burst open and Z and Sherwood rushed in, weapons drawn. "Water Horse was the fiddle," I told her, then turned to Z. "Did you finish him?" Z relaxed, his sword vanishing with a flick of his wrist too quick to follow. "I warned him not to come back," he said, then studied Sherwood. "I've seen you fight before. What's your name again?" Sherwood smirked. "Sherwood Post." Z blinked. "Sounds like something Robin Hood would build." "Be glad Bran wasn't on a literary kick when he named you," I said. "Imagine if he'd been reading Moby Dick, you could have ended up as Herman Hemingway." Mary Jo snorted. "Or worse, what if it was Louis L. Ammer? Sherwood L. Ammer would have doomed you to a lifetime of bad stripper jokes." Z frowned, still studying Sherwood. "If I've seen you fight, and I have long ago, then Bran definitely knows who you are. That old wolf doesn't miss much." I bit back a sharp reply. "Bran had his reasons for cutting us loose, and stewing over it wouldn't change anything." "Mercy." Adam's voice came from behind me, and before I could turn, his arms wrapped around me, tight enough to make me wince. He smelled like blood, his own and others, but his grip was steady, grounding. I leaned into him just for a second, letting the tension drain. "Glad you made it," he murmured. "Same to you," I said, my voice unsteady. Now that the fight was over, now that we all survived, even Pastor White, and kept Aiden safe, the adrenaline was fading, leaving me shaky. I stepped back when I felt eyes on me. "How bad is it?" "Paul took the worst of it," Adam said. "Mary Jo brought Carlos. He's patching everyone up outside. Ben got roughed up too." They were holding the line alone for a few minutes before backup arrived. Aiden's voice was quiet. "I'm sorry." Jessie, who'd slipped downstairs unnoticed, crossed her arms. "Yeah, you are. Just because they showed up doesn't mean we'd let them turn you into monster chow on our turf," she said, ruffling his hair. "And hey, thanks for having my back out there, kiddo." She glanced at her father. "They crawled out of the river like something from a nightmare." Ben spotted them first while we were watching the stars in the backyard. He started shouting for everyone to get inside, to barricade ourselves in the safe room. Her expression darkened. We should have listened, but there were too many of those things, and only Paul and Ben to hold them off. So I bolted upstairs, grabbed the .444 from your closet, and started firing from the sitting room. "You're gonna need a new window and maybe a whole new wall." "Windows are the least of our problems," I muttered. Mary Jo chimed in. "The entire back of the house is wrecked. One of them had this freaky earth magic, took Christie's fancy garden boulders and started hurling them like baseballs. Couple landed inside the house." Jessie's voice wavered. I shot her. At least I tried to. She launched one of those rocks straight at Paul." "Got there just in time," Mary Jo said. "Ben won't stop bragging about your aim. Took her down clean. If you hadn't, we'd be burying bodies right now." Adam reached for Jessie, but I shook my head. She was holding it together by a thread, one hug and she'd shatter. Instead, Jessie grabbed his hand and squeezed, flashing me a shaky grin. Then one of them scaled the house like a spider. Bullets just bounced off. He smashed through the sitting room window, and Aiden touched him. She swallowed hard. "Not sure if that thing's even dead." We booked it out of there and barricaded the door. Next thing we knew, that blue caterpillar lady was downstairs hissing like a tea kettle, so we hid in the hallway till the screaming stopped. Mary Jo cursed, snatched the fire extinguisher from the kitchen. We'd stashed them everywhere since Aiden moved in, and sprinted upstairs. "Pretty sure the house would have burned down already if it was gonna," Jessie called after her. "Old habits," I said. "Mary Jo's a firefighter, and Aiden's been training her to react faster than a spark in dry grass." "False alarm," Mary Jo yelled down moments later. "But your couch is toast." Literally. She wasn't wrong about the damage. The backyard looked like a tornado hit it. Christie's pristine landscaping was now a war zone. 4 of her decorative boulders had become deadly projectiles, crushing patio chairs and flattening flower beds. The 5th, lodged in the kitchen floor like some bizarre modern art piece. Every rear window was shattered except one, and the living room's massive picture frame was just gone. The house smelled like gunpowder, burnt fabric, and something suspiciously like ozone. Aiden would have called it atmospheric. I called it expensive. News of the battle spread quickly, and soon more werewolves arrived to help with the aftermath. Someone managed to scrounge up some tuna sandwiches, turning the cleanup into an oddly cheerful gathering. By the time we finished, the yard wasn't perfect, but it was orderly, paving stones stacked, broken cement benches set aside, and trash bags ready for pickup. Inside, we swept up shattered glass and tossed whatever couldn't be salvaged. Ben and Mary Jo hauled plywood from the garage, and I pitched in to board up the windows. Turns out, I had a knack for it. Who knew? We ran short by 4 sheets, so the front window stayed uncovered until someone could hit the hardware store in the morning. Adam showed up just as we were securing the last piece. "Ben," he said, "Oriel and Daryl are heading home. You can catch a ride with them." Ben's truck had been totaled in the fight with Z, Sherwood, and the Fidel. I'd already advised him to take the insurance payout and get a new one once the frame's bent. Repairs are rarely worth it. He stretched, the long scar on his face barely visible now like an old injury. "Yeah, right," he scoffed. "I'm not going anywhere until we sort things out with the Fae. I'm staying right here." As if on cue, the power flickered back on across the neighborhood, the utility company finally undoing whatever magical sabotage had blacked us out. Ben took a dramatic bow, soaking up the pack's laughter and applause. The next few days were spent patching up what we could and hauling off the rest. Adam's contractor buddy thought the stucco might still be salvageable. Meanwhile, Adam and I were wrestling with a crushed flower bed, casualty of the boulder that had nearly flattened Paul. We debated swapping the ruined dogwood for a hardier rosebush when the house phone rang. "I got it," Jessie called. A moment later, her voice carried down the hall, bright and amused. "Hey, Dad, Baba Yaga's on the line for you." I trailed Adam into the kitchen where Jessie stood, phone in hand, her eyes wide with exaggerated disbelief. She mouthed the name again as if we might have misheard. "Baba Yaga. Seriously?" she asked, her eyes widening. I gave a quick nod and whispered back, "Dead serious." She wrapped her arms around herself, pausing as she passed me on her way out. With a quiet laugh, she murmured, "How many people get to say, 'Hey, Dad, Baba Yaga's on the line for you'?" Aiden walked in just as she stepped out. The tension between him and Jessie had thawed after their recent fight, and now there was an easy rhythm between them. "Hey, short stack," she said, nudging him with her elbow. "Still picking fights with people twice your size." "Everyone's twice my size, Daisy Duke," he shot back, though his attempt at banter was a little shaky. The werewolves had spent last night binging Dukes of Hazzard in his honor, trying to bring him up to speed with pop culture. Their choice of a decades-old show wasn't exactly cutting edge, but their intentions were good. At least he seemed to realize Daisy Duke wasn't the insult he'd thought, though he still fumbled for a comeback. Big targets are easy. The real challenge is finding someone smaller to annoy. Jessie smirked. "Oh, I'm sure you'll manage. You've got a real talent for it." His grin faded as he turned to me. "So the witch wants a sit-down with the Fae?" Jessie hesitated, and they both looked my way. "Sounds like it," I confirmed. "I need to be there," Aiden insisted. "Z says Underhill won't back off. They can't risk me slipping away." Adam cut in, phone still pressed to his ear. "Not happening," he said firmly, locking eyes with Aiden. "You stay put, end of discussion." Aiden opened his mouth to argue, but Adam's glare silenced him. Only when Aiden looked away did Adam return to his call. We settled on meeting at Uncle Mike's, the closest thing to neutral ground we had. The old bar, shut down for months, sat near the river in East Pasco's industrial district. I expected dust and stale air, but when Uncle Mike swung the door open, the familiar scents hit me: booze, sawdust, peanuts, and the lingering musk of countless patrons. And beneath it all, the sharp tang of magic. The place was brighter than usual, every light blazing. Most of the tables and chairs were stacked in a corner, but one large table stood in the center of the room, surrounded by a few scattered seats. "The others are waiting in the back," Uncle Mike said before disappearing, leaving Adam and me alone in the hollowed-out space. The entire pack had gathered at our place to watch over Aiden and Jessie. Daryl wasn't thrilled about us heading out without backup, but the Fae had no real motive to harm us. Besides, the pack was more than capable of keeping Aiden secure. If they couldn't, then honestly, none of us stood a chance. Uncle Mike reappeared, leading Beauclair and the bald guy Margaret had twisted to her will, Guru. I couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of disappointment. This guy was supposed to be some legendary knight, more like a washed-up relic. They'd brought the so-called good fairy and the obvious villain. Beauclair looked as unruffled as ever, which only made me more suspicious. Maybe we weren't dealing with good and bad, just bad and worse. Adam and I exchanged glances. Apparently we weren't high-priority guests compared to Margaret. Not that I minded. Fewer Grey Lords meant better odds of walking out alive. We took our seats at the battered table, Adam pausing to pull out my chair like the gentleman he was. Any other Fae lurking nearby. Adam asked as he settled in. Just us, Uncle Mike replied, and I don't exactly count. Adam cut straight to the point. What do you want? Beauclair's voice was quiet, almost too calm. 9 of our people are dead. My stomach nodded. Yep, definitely bad and worse. They attacked us, Adam countered. That's on them. Fair, Beauclair conceded, flicking a glance at Goro. They acted alone, as Uncle Mike already told you. Adam's tone turned razor-sharp. How many more of your idiots do we have to put down before you start controlling your own? Beauclair's expression darkened. We've had that exact conversation. Goro shoved his chair back with a sigh, along with a whole mess of other problems. For a moment, he just studied Adam, careful not to challenge him. No dominance games here. Then, like shedding an invisible mask, he leaned forward. His voice softened, losing its grating edge, and suddenly he wasn't a joke anymore. He carried himself like someone who might be once ridden into battle beside kings. Some ancient ruler, Goro mused, once said if the Welsh had ever united against a common enemy instead of each other, they'd have ruled the world. The Fae were worse. Still, we managed, keeping the peace, protecting the weak, restraining the monsters. Call it coexistence. Then Underhill's doors blew open, first on the reservations, then everywhere, thousands of miles from the old gates. Beauclair's murmur was barely audible, unexpected for some. Goro met Beauclair's gaze with solemn understanding. You spearheaded the reservation initiative. I backed you because it seemed logical, a sanctuary for those too dangerous or too vulnerable. But even I never imagined Underhill would track us there. How many Fae truly believed she'd follow? His attention shifted to Adam, lips tightening. While we were still arguing over reforms, this one executed a human in the name of justice. The weight he gave the word made it clear. This wasn't just justice, it was a reckoning. Then came the recall, herding us all into those enclosures. Rubbing his temples, he shot Beauclair a weary glance. There had to be a smoother way to handle it. Beauclair arched a brow. Is this really the time for confessions? Goro's grin turned disarmingly bright, like a child sharing a secret. What harm could it do? If we win, their knowledge changes nothing. If we lose, we'll likely be fighting alongside them anyway. With a reluctant shrug, Beauclair conceded. Fair enough. The lightness faded from Goro's expression as he continued. At first, we thought the reservations were enough. Humans couldn't breach them, not with their weapons, not with their technology. A bard might slip through, but your modern bards don't exactly roam the wilds. We had Underhill, after all, a realm unbound by space or time. Their eyes locked, and Beauclair let out a sharp laugh, throwing his hands up. Fine. But Underhill isn't just another world. She's capricious. We've tried 100 theories, and she's rejected them all. No one understands her. His voice dropped. We lost 4 Selkies on another reservation. They found a doorway, though doorway isn't quite right. Some entrances aren't doors at all, just gaps in the world you'd miss unless you tripped into them. A heavy pause. They vanished near a salt lake, crystal clear, deep enough to see the bottom even from 100 feet down. Weeks passed. Normally, we wouldn't worry, time bends in Underhill, but the 5th Selkie searched the lake and found nothing. Then one day, Underhill stopped speaking to us. When she finally did, the Selkies' bones were waiting on the shore. Something hunted them, Adam ventured. Goro shook his head. Selkies don't die easily. No wounds, no signs of struggle. Beauclair's voice turned grim. Some of us have lived too long. Baba Yaga knows that better than anyone. She recalled the early days when Underhill was ruthless, claiming as many Fae lives as it sheltered, back when it was still wild and untamed. Over centuries, she told us, Underhill softened, its edges worn smooth by time. 500 or 600 years will do that, she mused. Adam leaned forward. So the reservations weren't an option. Not enough land if Underhill couldn't be trusted as a refuge. Goro nodded. Exactly. We had to reintegrate into the human world, but on our terms, not theirs. Uncle Mike chuckled, swirling his drink. Oh, the debates we had. Not that I was involved, of course, just an observer. But let's just say things got heated. The other 2 Fae shot him disapproving looks, which only made him grin wider. Anyone up for some hard cider? I've got a fresh batch in the back. Goro's eyes narrowed, but Uncle Mike held up a hand. I mean it. I like humans, not as snacks, mind you. I want them to thrive. I want us to thrive. That's why I'm here. Adam exhaled. Cider sounds good, but I'm still not sure why you're telling us all this. Goro's voice turned urgent. Because you need to grasp how few choices we have, why we're here now at this crossroads. If any of us Fae, werewolves, humans, want a future, we need your help. Beauclair and I can't do this alone. Uncle Mike slipped away, returning with a tray of chilled mugs and a pitcher of golden cider that fizzed like something far stronger. I don't usually drink, too many secrets in my head and alcohol hits me weird, but refusing would have sent the wrong message. I took the glass, hesitated, then set it down with an unsteady hand. Bad history with Fae and drinks, I muttered. Uncle Mike's expression softened. Ah, I'd forgotten. He brushed the glass and the liquid turned clear. Water now, safe. But no pressure, I sipped just water. Goro and Beauclair exchanged glances, clearly curious, but they'd get the full story later. I trusted Uncle Mike mostly. Still, once the attention shifted, I left the glass untouched. So, I said as the others drank. Last we checked, the Fae were backed into a corner with no easy way out. Let me take a wild guess. Uncle Mike's cheerful little announcement means the Grey Lords loosened their grip on some of the worst monsters they've been keeping locked up. We had a bit of chaos back home, and a few of my werewolf buddies ran into trouble down in Arizona. I made sure they saw the disgust on my face. The two I knew about had a taste for hunting kids. I wasn't thrilled with the decision, Beauclair admitted, but I was even less thrilled with how they handled it. Those Fae were marked for execution. The plan was to let them cause enough trouble, then send one of us to take them out, making us look like heroes in the process. I shot him a glare that could have peeled paint. Years working alongside Z hadn't just taught me engine repairs, I'd mastered his signature scowl. Except that's not how it played out. No, Beauclair agreed dryly. Maybe he'd spent time with Z2 because his glare was just as sharp. I called it wishful thinking, got outvoted. He flicked a cold glance at Goro, who grimaced. I didn't have a choice. Someone had to infiltrate the extremists. With my harmless face and clean record, it had to be me. We vote as a unit. Extremists, I asked carefully. He nodded. Most Grey Lords want to negotiate from strength, keep humans in line with threats. But there's a faction that looks at Underhill, our dwindling numbers, how we've halved since leaving Europe, and they think we're doomed. They want war either against humans or werewolves, knowing it'll drag in everyone else. They're convinced if all of Fairy fights, we could wipe out humanity and go down in a blaze of glory. The air left my lungs like I'd been sucker punched. Are they right? Adam cut in. Could you actually destroy us? Goro shrugged. Dunno, maybe. Uncle Mike took a long swig of his cider. What's kept them in check so far is knowing most Fae, the ones who aren't Grey Lords, just want to survive. We don't care about the grand fate of Fairy, just our own skins and our families. There's enough of us left that we could stop the warmongers, which is why they need humans or werewolves to strike first. Did Bran know about this? I sucked in a breath. Of course he did. That's why he'd walked away, so if negotiations collapsed, our pack wouldn't be the spark that ignited a war. Not just for werewolves, but for humans and probably the Fae too. So the Widow Queen's part of this death cult, I ventured. Goro shook his head. Nah, she's got her own little band of delusional fanatics. She believes that without the werewolves siding with humanity, we could wipe out every human on this continent and thrive. Fortunately, you've already taken out most of her supporters. Her plan was to manipulate Aiden into seizing control of Underhill, just one step in her elaborate scheme to overthrow the other Grey Lords and claim absolute power. She's always had a taste for domination. Let's be honest, Uncle Mike remarked with a sly grin. The Europeans did a pretty thorough job of clearing out the original inhabitants here. You might want to ask your father's side about that. He shrugged. But she doesn't have plagues like smallpox or measles at her disposal, so she's getting creative. Her latest experiment, a nearly mindless troll, though Mercy, some of them are surprisingly sharp by troll standards. This one had the charming ability to grow stronger with every human he devoured, and in the water, unstoppable. I gaped at him, trying to picture that monster gaining even more power. Uncle Mike just grinned. Luckily for us, he wasn't bright enough to dive into the nearest river before your pack finished him off. If he'd reached a city and started slaughtering hundreds, none of us could have contained him. He paused, then added, well, maybe Nemain or Beauclair could have managed, but the Widow Queen keeps forgetting how much of her influence has slipped away. Our tales are done for tonight, Beauclair murmured, rising from the table. If you'll excuse me for a moment, Goro will take over. Goro leaned in, his expression sharp. Your pack's actions have given us an unexpected advantage. The human government is too terrified to negotiate, but you killed a troll on live television. He let the weight of that sink in. Werewolves have been taking down Fae threats in the public eye for months now. If we can establish the Tri-Cities as neutral ground, a place where no violence is permitted, enforced by someone the humans trust, then maybe, just maybe, we can avoid all-out war and return to coexistence. Adam's voice was low. Are we dealing with Beauclair and Goro or the entire Grey Council? The Council, Goro answered. Beauclair speaks for the majority. I represent the dissent. It wasn't easy to arrange. If they'd found Orlaith, this would have been impossible. Goro, I pressed. Did you harm Z? He held my gaze. No. Then why flinch from him? A smirk tugged at his lips. Because that's what the persona I wear would do, a weakling who just got shown up by the half-dead daughter of an old king, a Fae like that would know better than to challenge Z. Adam raised an eyebrow. And they bought that, a Grey Lord showing weakness. Uncle Mike took a sip of his drink before answering. They haven't forgotten the old kings or what Z is capable of. Even they fear him. And Goro, he chuckled. The way he fought his way to power wasn't exactly subtle, more like a politician playing the game. His grin widened. And let's be honest, most of them wouldn't dare hand those wristlets to the dragon under the hill's daughter. I glanced at Adam. You know we'd agreed to a truce, he said. So why the history lesson? Goro leaned forward, his expression unreadable. Because reality isn't that clean. Humans might think killing that troll was enough to force our hand, but the Fae know better. Signing without a fight, that's humiliation. It could topple the Grey Lords. He gestured toward Uncle Mike, who raised his glass in acknowledgement. Some of us hide our true strength. If we seem weak, we fall and chaos follows. Not ideal for anyone. He stood, straightening his coat. So 2 things. First, we need a spectacle, something to prove we're not bending out of fear. Beauclair's ready for his part. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Beauclair had once casually mentioned drowning cities, summoning hurricanes. The Columbia stretched wide and deep, plenty of water for disaster. We trailed Uncle Mike and Goro through the employees' only doors, expecting a kitchen. Instead, we found stairs up or down. We went up, which shouldn't have been possible. From the outside, the building was 1 story. Either magic was at play, or these stairs didn't follow normal rules. By the 3rd landing, I lost track. 7 more floors. I doubted the Tri-Cities even had a 10-story building, aside from maybe that new medical center in Richland. At the top, Goro pushed open the door. Thought you'd appreciate the view. Wind whipped across the rooftop, warm but insistent. The space was cluttered with humming HVAC units and a low railing, just high enough to be a tripping hazard. Near the edge, a figure stood watching the river. I'd seen Beauclair without his glamour once before, but never like this. Most Fae had something distinctly inhuman about them, but he was almost passable, just an inch taller than Adam, similar build. Then he turned, and any illusion of humanity vanished. The features I recognized were there, but twisted, reshaped into something else entirely. His angular cheekbones framed eyes like rare emeralds, sharp, vivid, and impossible to ignore. Everything else about him seemed kissed by sunlight, his skin bronzed like he'd spent years on Malibu beaches, his long, straight hair cascading past his shoulders in waves of gold and copper. Beautiful, maybe not the right word, he was something else entirely. Perfect timing, he said, his voice smooth. The bridge is clear. I simply convinced the workers to take an early lunch. No need for dramatics. Goro chuckled, shaking his head. What he means is nobody got hurt. We just redirected them. No casualties required for this show. Uncle Mike crossed his arms. One of our council members had a different idea, wanted to wipe out an entire town. Burbank, maybe. Took some convincing to remind her mass murder isn't exactly great for diplomacy. A chill ran through me despite the warm air. I stepped closer to the edge, my stomach flipping at the dizzying drop. The view was nothing like the one from the crane. This was intimate, overwhelming. The Lampson crane loomed to our left, but the real spectacle was the Columbia River and the cable bridge, massive and alive beneath us. From up here, it felt like we could reach out and touch it. Beauclair lifted a hand, murmuring something that wasn't quite a word, more like a vibration in my bones. The river responded instantly, swirling beneath the bridge's center. Magic, thick and heavy, pressed down on me like a summer heat wave. My knees buckled. Adam caught me before I hit the ground, his grip tight as I gasped for air. The water churned faster, forming a whirlpool wide enough to swallow the bridge whole. The current climbed the banks, the bridge groaning under the strain. Above us, a helicopter buzzed into view, hovering like a curious insect. Adam said something, but the roar of magic drowned him out. Goro smirked. Our crew, called the press 10 minutes ago, figured they'd want footage. Worked well enough with the troll incident, didn't it? His gaze flicked to me, sharp and knowing. She had an uncanny sensitivity to magic. Adam just grunted in response, and Goro flashed him a knowing smile. For a split second, Goro seemed less human, like there was something far larger lurking beneath his glamour. But the bridge shuddered again, snapping my focus back to the chaos unfolding before us. The whirlpool's outer edges rose unnaturally high, level with the bridge deck, though Beauclair's magic held the water in perfect control. Beyond the spinning vortex, the Columbia River churned with white-capped waves, yet the water level stayed eerily unchanged. The whirlpool stopped expanding but spun faster, draining the center until the riverbed beneath the bridge lay exposed. The gap widened, leaving nothing but dry earth between the towers. The bridge trembled violently as water slammed against its rails, twisting and tearing at the structure. Beauclair muttered another command, and suddenly my vision blurred. When it cleared, the ground beneath the bridge was gone. Just an endless void so deep I couldn't see the bottom. He wasn't exaggerating when he said he could drown cities. This wasn't even close to his full power. He might be looked calm, but I could feel the raw magic surging through him, endless and terrifying. 3 minutes later, the bridge finally gave way, wrenching free from its supports with a deafening crash. Uncle Mike's bar shook, and a car alarm wailed in the distance. For a heartbeat, the bridge held its shape, then it shattered, swallowed by the water or dragged into the abyss below. Chunks of concrete, twisted metal, and snapping cables were hurled into the darkness before the water finally stilled. Beauclair spoke again, releasing his hold, and the earth sealed itself shut, dirt and rocks knitting together like nothing had happened. With one last command, the whirlpool slowed, the river smoothing back into its usual path. Only now the bridge was gone. The Columbia flowed peacefully, as if it had never been disturbed. The scene was almost serene, if you ignored the destruction left behind. People lined both riverbanks, some in uniform, all frozen in silent awe just like me. Adam turned me toward him, his fingers brushing away tears I hadn't even realized were there. I wasn't sad, just dazed by the sheer force of Beauclair's power. Adam leaned close, his voice slipping through our bond like a steadying hand. "Are you okay?" The words untangled my thoughts, letting me breathe again. "I'm fine," I lied aloud, afraid the magic still humming under my skin might bleed into our connection and burn him. No logic, just instinct, and I'd learned to trust that. Adam's gaze shifted to Goro, who now looked as ordinary as ever beside Beauclair. "You mentioned two things," Adam said. "First, a show of force, so no one mistakes this negotiation for weakness. Consider the point made." Goro inclined his head. "The humans and their leaders will thank you for securing neutral ground. The second matter, you must give us a reason to bargain." "The fire touched," Beauclair cut in. "I'd ensure his safety." Goro's lips thinned. "Underhill's been restless since he left. She tolerated him on the reservation, but his absence displeases her." Beauclair scoffed. "She ignored his suffering under Nuth and Orlaith. Only his escape riled her. Had I known, I'd have claimed him sooner, but saving a human, even a changed one, would have cost me too much political capital at the time." He trailed off, but Goro waved a dismissive hand. "Please, everyone knows you aided the Dark Smith's escape. Who else would dare? Most are too busy clutching grudges over your father's death to see past their own pettiness." I stepped forward. "We're not sending him back." Beauclair arched a brow. "Do you doubt my word?" His tone was mild, but something in it set my pulse racing. "No," I said, holding my ground. "But he wakes up screaming. He's terrified of you, of all the Fae. If someone had protected him from the Widow Queen when he first escaped Underhill, he'd never have needed us. He's endured enough. I won't ask him to face that again." A gust of wind sent ripples across the river, and for a heartbeat, the air smelled like ozone and old blood. Then it was gone, just another trick of the magic hanging heavy around us. "I believe in you, Beauclair, and I take you at your word, but forcing him back to you would break him. I won't do that, and I won't let anyone else try either." Beauclair's gaze shifted to Adam. "Does she speak for you?" Adam crossed his arms. "She speaks for herself, but yeah, I stand by it. He's not going back." Goro studied them both, his tone neutral. "You'd risk the pack's safety for one boy who won't even be hurt. A boy who's not really a child anymore." I glanced at Adam, who just smirked. "My wolves wouldn't thank me for handing over a terrified kid to the monsters in his past just to keep the peace. Safety isn't everything. He's packed now, we protect our own." That was the difference between Adam and Bran. Bran played the long game, always calculating. Adam understood strategy too, but to him, people mattered more than power. The werewolves needed Bran's ruthless choices to survive. But I needed Adam, the man who'd never walk away from someone who loved him, not like Bran had walked away from me. Twice. I swallowed hard, forcing down old bitterness. Grown or not, I was damn lucky to have him. "Name something else," Adam said firmly. Goro exhaled, turning to Beauclair. "Told you they wouldn't budge." Then to Adam, "Then it's on you." Adam frowned. "No hints, nothing." "Ask Z," Goro said. "Our kind craves magic, and he's been hoarding his own creations." I blinked. "Wait, so to end this, we're supposed to hand over a dangerous magical weapon. That's your solution?" Goro's grin was sharp. "Could work." Uncle Mike, silent until now, shook his head. "That old fool's been smashing his toys ever since his wife died. Doubt he's kept anything powerful enough to matter." I shot him a questioning look, and he shrugged. "Arranged marriage. Thought it'd be simple. Then he fell in love, first time in centuries, maybe ever. When she died, he lost it. Blamed the Grey Lords for making him weak. Now he destroys anything he's made that comes back to him. Even other artifacts when he gets the chance. The Lords would stop him if they could." He flashed a mocking smile at the two present. "But they can't, so they look the other way." 2 nights later, Jessie stabbed her fork into her spaghetti. "This is surreal. Last week, everyone at school acted like I had the plague. Now," she snorted, "I could probably get elected prom queen." Adam cleared his throat pointedly. "Fine heck," she amended. "Since the troll thing, total social rehab." Aiden shoveled in another bite like the food might vanish. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be back to pariah status soon enough." Jessie rolled her eyes and dumped more pasta onto his plate without asking. "You're such a comfort. You really should swallow before speaking," she said with a pointed glance. "We don't talk with our mouths full in this house." Aiden grinned, pausing mid-bite. "Then how do you get the food in?" He challenged, deliberately chewing louder. She opened her mouth to retort, then snapped it shut. "Got you," he said, triumphant, crumbs still tumbling from his lips. Adam, meanwhile, looked exhausted. He'd barely touched his plate, his usual sharp wit dulled by the weight of the past few days. Tonight's dinner was just the four of us, Jessie, Aiden, Adam, and me. Joel had taken his wife out, finally able to enjoy a normal evening without worrying about shifting in public. No one outside the pack knew his secret, which meant no reporters hounding them. Adam, unfortunately, didn't have that luxury. The media swarmed him, local, federal, even national outlets. They recognized him from past incidents, drawn to his sharp answers and camera-ready face. The questions never stopped. How did we predict the phase move? Why did they target the bridge? Would they strike again? After the first wave, Adam crafted a statement, delivered with weary precision to the local news crews. "The Fae wanted to send a message," he explained. "They're not just bedtime story monsters. Some were once worshipped as gods. The bridge was symbolic, easy to clear. They could have leveled a city if they wanted, but they didn't. They're pushing for change, not carnage. We're negotiating so that what happened here doesn't escalate elsewhere." The feds, of course, weren't satisfied. Every agency with an acronym showed up: FBI, Cantrip, even NSA. Adam swore a few Cantrip agents were actually CIA, their presence setting off old instincts from his military days. They prodded, threatened, danced right up to the line of arresting him. Luckily, our patrols kept the Fae and the feds at bay. The wolves had their uses when the head of Cantrip phoned to gripe about our unwillingness to play nice. Adam didn't hold back. He unleashed a string of Ben's choicest insults, pointing out how their rogue operatives had taken one of ours less than half a year ago. Not to mention the GPS tracker they'd planted on our car, which they'd only confessed to after dragging Adam into some secret meeting, while I was busy keeping Sherwood from jumping off a construction crane. Adam made it crystal clear they'd freeze over before we lifted a finger to help them, then slammed the phone down mid-rant. The FBI called 5 minutes later, pushing the same tired request. Adam's answer, a flat refusal. When the agent kept yammering, Adam hurled the phone straight through the drywall. My husband's patience had its limits, especially with idiots, which was exactly why Bran rarely let him handle PR. Luckily, no cameras caught the phone's dramatic flight into the foyer. Our house was already a construction zone after the Fae brawl, so one more hole in the wall barely registered. Heck, Aiden had already torched the barrier between the safe room and bathroom, so it was another dent. The phone, though, tough little thing, survived unscathed, thanks to that overpriced case. Beneath the anger, though, was pure frustration. We'd hit dead end after dead end figuring out what the Fae even wanted, unless they were after Aiden himself. I'd have turned to Z for advice, but he and Tad had vanished after the attack, their house collecting dust. Life trudged on. Adam worked remotely to dodge reporters and feds. Ben and Warren played bodyguard for Jesse's school runs, and we clung to family dinners like lifelines. Tonight's menu: my semi-homemade spaghetti, store-bought noodles and all. If it had been Christie's turn, she'd have rolled the dough herself. Honestly, I hoped she'd found some tropical millionaire to whisk her away permanently. Sunshine, pina coladas, and 0 shared zip codes sounded perfect. The phone rang as we stacked dishes. Adam jabbed the dishwasher buttons, his patience thinner than ever since the bridge incident, so I grabbed it first. "Hopman Residence," I said. "How can I help?" "Mercy," came Baba Yaga's rasp. "Never offer help before knowing who's asking." Adam whirled, his reaction freezing Jesse and Aiden mid-step. I arched a brow as he gestured for me to continue. "Just because I asked doesn't mean I'd actually do it," I said calmly. "Nice to see you, Baba Yaga. What brings you here?" She sighed dramatically. "You could have picked up the phone. I practically sent you a gold-embossed invite. No, scratch that. I did hand you my card and told you to call. And yet here I am, waiting like a forgotten dinner reservation." The kids were oblivious, but Adam caught every word. He gave me a nod. "All right," I said, cutting to the chase. "What can we offer the Fae to get the Grey Lords to sign a treaty making the Tri-Cities neutral ground?" Baba Yaga's grin was razor-sharp. "Oh, the fire-touched boy would do nicely. Beauclair swore he'd keep him safe, didn't he? And that man would die before breaking his word." The way she stressed die sent a chill down my spine. Not that he'd protect Aiden at all costs, but that protecting him would kill him, or maybe she just wanted me to think that. I rubbed my temples. "Pretty sure we'd all prefer Beauclair alive," I muttered. "Undoubtedly," she agreed. "So Aiden stays with us," I said. "Since we weren't handing him over anyway, consider that option double-locked." Got another. Her eyes gleamed. There's always Siebold Adelbertsmitter's sword, the one that slices through anything and shapeshifts on a whim. The same blade he used to cut down his own kind recently. Trust me, the Fae would trade a dozen treaties for that. Not happening, I snapped. I'm not stealing from Z. Even if I could, he's gone rogue. And according to Uncle Mike, he's been dismantling anything too dangerous. If he left it lying around, the Fae wouldn't want it. Fair point, she mused, tapping her chin. Then abruptly, Orlaith's vanished. I bit back my initial "what's that got to do with us?" just in time. Orlaith, the Grey Lord who'd put Z through hell. Maybe this wasn't a tangent after all. Aiden's face had gone pale. Adam caught my glance and moved to his side, gripping his shoulder. "You're not going anywhere," he told him firmly. Baba Yaga chuckled, though she couldn't see Aiden. Lucky guess. "So," she said, leaning in. "What do the Fae need?" The first thing I consider when picking out a gift for someone is simple. What do they actually need? I stared at my phone for a second before glancing at Adam, who just shrugged. "They need Underhill to cooperate," I suggested. "Exactly," Baba Yaga replied. "But let me rephrase, you're not handing Aiden over to us. That's off the table. Still, you might want to hear what he has to say. I'll call back in 5. Let me know if he says anything worth my time. Cheers." The line went dead before I could get a word in. Aiden and Jesse had been cleaning up. Aiden still held the leftover salad, wrapped in plastic. When I set the phone down, he seemed to notice it in his hands and quietly put it in the fridge. "I should go back," he said, turning to face us. His gaze lingered on Jesse for a moment. "She'll be safer if I'm not here." Moments like that reminded me why, despite his stubbornness, I still liked him. "You're not going anywhere," Adam said, arms crossed. "And are you suggesting I can't protect my own daughter, or that I can't protect myself?" Jesse added, shooting me a grin. "By the way, thanks again for teaching me how to handle your rifle." "Anytime," I said. "I liked having you there." Aiden shook his head. "You can't stop me." "Maybe I could," Adam admitted. "But I won't." Let me rephrase, you can't go back as some kind of bargaining chip for the Fae. If you leave, we'll make it clear you acted alone. No deals, no favors. I hesitated, then kissed Adam hard enough that Jesse groaned. "Seriously, guys, save it for later." I pulled back, meeting Adam's eyes. "You know I love you, right?" Then I turned to Aiden. "Your sacrifice isn't happening. Baba Yaga thinks you're important, but she also made it clear sending you back is a terrible idea. So new plan, help us figure this out." Jesse tapped the table. "She told you not to return him. Good. Artifacts might work, but without Z, we don't have anything strong enough to make the Fae agree." She held up a hand before I could speak. "The walking stick won't cut it, they'd just lose it again, and that'll void any deal." "Right," I said. "Back to Baba Yaga," Jesse continued, ignoring her dad's amused look. "She mentioned Underhill." "Sort of," I corrected. "She asked what the Fae needed, and I said they needed Underhill to stop being difficult." Aiden dropped into a chair. "Underhill's full of artifacts," he said. "I know where some are hidden." "You're not going back there," Adam repeated. Aiden smirked. "Actually, I can, and I can leave too. I know how to open the doors, whether Underhill likes it or not." Water was the one who cracked the code. She showed the rest of us the way. "Another elemental changeling?" Jesse asked, though my mind was still stuck on Aiden's earlier comment about knowing where some of them were. Aiden answered, "Only 4 of us made it out alive." "Well, sort of alive. I'm the only one who escaped the Fae afterward." Jesse gave a dry chuckle. "Lucky you. So if my dad can get the Fae to promise you safe passage in and out of Underhill, you can grab something powerful enough to make them happy, something that helps them control Underhill better." Aiden stood, took her hand, and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. "Exactly, my lady. That's the plan." The phone rang. "Hauptmann Funeral Home," I answered. "You kill him, we chill him." Baba Yaga's influence was rubbing off on me. "Scrambled eggs are overrated," Baba Yaga mused. "But I gave them up. Too much drama in my kitchen." What did the not-quite-a-boy have to say? I decided not to ask about the egg philosophy. "He says if the Fae guarantee his safety, he knows of an artifact that could help them manage Underhill." "Excellent," she chirped, sounding like a deranged children's show host. "You'll have safe passage in and out. Just sign the treaty first, in case you don't make it back. No wasted sacrifices. And no, I'm not eavesdropping. How rude." She dragged out the word rude with a theatrical roll of her R. "People are so predictable. Bring your walking stick, Mercy, and that delicious Russian-blooded wolf of yours. 4 should do the trick." "4?" Adam asked. "You, Mercy, Aiden, and the stick," she clarified. "The right mix makes the magic. Ta-ta." The line went dead. The phone rang again before I could set it down. "Yes, I was hoping for more creativity," Baba Yaga sighed. "Hauptmann Horror House screams included at no extra charge," something like that. "Fine," I said. "Hauptmann Horror House," she hissed. "You and Kite ruin all my fun. Anyway, I forgot, deal's on. Be here early tomorrow." "Where's here?" "The reservation," she said, laughing. "Guides will meet you so you don't get tangled in the wards. Might not see you there, but I'll catch you later. Give that wolf a squeeze for me, Russians are divine. The line clicked off. I set the phone down, half expecting another call. Adam filled in Jesse and Aiden. Jesse crossed her arms. You sure your protection? Aiden has to go, but why Mercy? Why not Z or Tad? They're practically Fae, or another wolf. Adam hesitated. The walking stick, it only obeys Mercy. I tapped my chin. Made sense the device could help guide us back, something we definitely need in Underhill. Jesse leaned forward, eyes bright with mischief. Every squad needs a guide to lead the way, a mage to handle the magic, and a heavy hitter to clear the path, she said, clearly influenced by all those late-night gaming sessions with the pack. She shot her father a pointed look, and the heavy not expendable. Adam chuckled, barely hiding his amusement. Aye, Captain. You better come home, Dad, she added, her tone shifting to something softer. Mom's great, but if I'm stuck with her too long, one of us isn't making it out alive. And bring Mercy and the little troublemaker back too. I raised an eyebrow. So what's my role, mage or guide? Jessie tilted her head, considering. Aiden's got the fire magic, you coyote form, so he's the mage even if he's leading us in. You're the escape plan. Dad's job is making sure we all get out in one piece. Aiden, who'd picked up a few too many pirate phrases from his own gaming marathons, grinned. Next time, I call dibs on being the tank. Somehow, Jessie ended up joining us. Z cut into the tense breakfast debate with a firm declaration. She'll be safe. Tad and I will be there. Nothing touches her. They'd arrived in the dead of night, tight-lipped about where they'd been. Since Baba Yaga had already given me the gist, I didn't press. Some things were better left unknown. Adam's eyes narrowed. What do you mean you'll be there? Underhill doesn't welcome our kind, Z replied. We won't follow you inside, but we'll stay close, keep watch. Jessie shouldn't be left behind. She's not a child anymore. She has the right to see what her father faces. The silent standoff between Alpha and Faye Smith stretched until Jessie broke it. Dad, Adam exhaled sharply, because when Jessie turned those pleading eyes on him, resistance was futile. Fine, he grumbled, defeated. I grabbed my dishes, pausing to brush a kiss against his cheek. He caught me, pulling me close just long enough for me to catch his scent, mint, musk, and the faint trace of pack. We piled into the SUV, Jessie claiming the front while Aiden, Z, and Tad squeezed into the back. As Adam reversed, I spotted Joel by the door, arms crossed. He wasn't happy about being benched, but that battle had already been lost. Ben had been listening in, and he couldn't resist a dry remark. You know you've got a solid leader when the whole pack starts elbowing each other just to dive into a tar pit after him. But then he clapped Joel on the back, his tone shifting to something firmer. Enough, we all know you'd jump in if it came to it, and if you didn't, half the pack would be right behind him anyway. He gets it, but right now you're just in his way. Joel finally backed down, though his expression stayed sour as he watched us leave. He was pack loyal, trusted with a role to play. That didn't mean he had to like following orders, just that he did. Honestly, he fit in better than I ever had. Me, I had a habit of questioning things. The sky was still pitch black when we hit the road. Adam's arm brushed against mine, warm and steady. For a split second, his thoughts flickered into my head, just an image of my face, washed in the dim glow of the dashboard lights, not the face I was used to seeing. To him, I was something else, something worth worrying over. His grip tightened on the wheel, and I rested my hand on his leg, pretending I hadn't caught that little moment of vulnerability. Could have been worse. At least he wasn't mentally critiquing my diet or how often I skipped the gym. Or, admiring that jogger we just passed, who was, admittedly, stunning. Adam, I nudged, no response. Hey, Earth to Adam. He blinked, offering a half-smile. Just thinking. Classic wolf behavior, I teased. Did you need something? He asked. Yeah, for this to be over, for all of us to make it back in one piece. Nah, I said, shrugging. Or if I did, it's gone now. The SUV fell quiet again. I shifted in my seat. Who designed these things, toddlers? From the back, the sharp tang of fear cut through the air. Not Z or Tad. Aiden trying to distract him, I tossed out. So Aiden, what's Underhill really like? He exhaled, his voice flat. Underhill, resigned. Like a deer that's already accepted the hunter's bullet, the bravado from last night had vanished. Sometimes it's a forest, sometimes a desert, a frozen peak or an ocean with no floor. Blink and it changes. But no matter where you are, she's always there, watching. Jessie leaned forward. What do you think she'll do? Aiden hesitated. She'll ignore us at first. She's pissed at me. She'll take her time deciding. Why? Jessie pressed. Because I left, he muttered. None of us was supposed to. Water, earth, air, fire. We were hers, her children. The others didn't survive once they walked away from her. She made sure I knew that. He paused, his voice dropping lower. I'm convinced she had a hand in their deaths, or at least set the Fae on them. I stayed the longest because I was too scared to go. Jessie arched an eyebrow. Then why go back now? If she's responsible, what's stopping her from finishing you off? He hesitated, then answered reluctantly, "Not in Underhill itself. That would break the rules. If something attacks me and I can't fight back, fine, that's fair game. But she can't just snap her fingers and make it happen. That would ruin the whole point." Adam left the highway just as the first hints of dawn crept into the sky, the sun still hidden below the horizon. The SUV rolled past sprawling vineyards and golden cornfields before climbing into the rugged hills. The road twisted sharply, nothing like the route I remembered to the old reservation. Adam barely had time to slam the brakes before 3 riders blocked our path, each on a pale horse, cloaked in gray. Without a word, they wheeled around and led the way at a brisk trot. "Our welcoming committee?" Adam asked dryly. "Yeah," Z muttered from the back. "Nothing like a little fey theatrics, Skimmel Raider." "Ridiculous!" A slow, dangerous grin spread across Adam's face as we followed the horses, their speed matching the SUVs on the narrow mountain road, a road that bore no resemblance to the one that once led to the Reagan Fey reservation. The reservation walls still stood, concrete and razor wire gleaming under the rising sun. The guard towers loomed empty, the gates swung wide open. Abandoned, not quite. The air hummed with life, thick with the scent of earth and growing things, even through the car's closed windows. The horses slowed to a walk as they crossed into fairyland, and Adam eased the SUV forward. Silence filled the car. Tad's nervous sweat tinged the air. Aiden's pulse raced. Jesse and Adam stayed steady, untouched by the tension. Me, I wasn't so lucky. My last trip to Underhill had left scars, and the magic here was stronger now, pressing in like a living thing. The horses led us through streets that could have been ripped from any bland American suburb, neat grids, numbered like someone actually thought signs could help you navigate fairy, as if anything that simple could save you here. The rising sun painted everything in gold, but the light didn't feel warm. It felt like a warning. I dug my fingers into Adam's leg, forcing myself to mimic the steady rhythm of a swimmer's breath, inhale through the mouth, exhale through the nose, to keep the rising tide of magic from swallowing me whole. It wasn't as devastating as the day Beauclair dragged Cable Bridge into the river, but the pressure still clawed at my senses. "Is this Underhill's doing?" Adam murmured, his wolf's presence sharpening his gaze. Even though magic rarely touched him directly, the predator inside him sensed the shift in the air. "Yeah," Aiden answered, his voice thin. "Too many doorways clustered together. Her power bleeds through even when they're sealed." Z gave a grim nod. "Back in the old country, some places reek of it for centuries. Folks steer clear or flock there, hoping for a taste of the impossible. Europe still had its fae, but most had fled to the New World, running from cold iron's chokehold. Iron had chased them here too, though they'd learned to live with it, however uneasily. Some scholars swore Tolkien's elves were inspired by the fae who stayed behind, whispering stories of kin who'd crossed the ocean. Our SUV rolled to a stop outside a crumbling municipal building, its sign reduced to splinters, though the grass was neatly trimmed. Adam killed the engine, and I scrambled out after Jessie, not wanting her left alone in this place. She was the most exposed among us, the reason Adam had argued to leave her behind. Standing here, surrounded by beings who were, at best, unpredictable, I wished he'd won that fight. 2 riders led the horses away while the third motioned us inside. Adam took point, Z and Tad covered the rear, and the rest of us filled the space between. The exterior was drab, generic 80s military design, concrete steps leading to a plain door, but stepping inside, Jessie gasped. "It's a TARDIS." "A what?" Aiden frowned. "Bigger inside than out," she said, and she wasn't wrong. Instead of a cramped entryway, we stood in a vast hall with pink marble floors, streaked with black and gray. The room stretched endlessly, pillars reaching toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Our guide didn't pause, striding toward one of many doorways. Beyond it lay an office that defied logic, spacious enough to hold floor-to-ceiling bookshelves and all 7 of us without feeling cramped. Beauclair waited behind an ordinary-sized desk, the only mundane thing in the room. The Fey Lord's presence filled the space, quiet and inevitable. "Sir," announced our escort, "your expected guests have arrived." Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and exited. Beauclair methodically gathered his scattered papers into a neat folder, his movements precise and unhurried. His workspace mirrored Adam's military precision, rows of pens aligned like soldiers, stacks of documents squared to the inch. I caught myself wondering if Fey Lords attended some secret academy for obsessive organization. Only when every paper found its proper place did he finally acknowledge us. "Gentlemen," Beauclair said, his gaze sliding past Adam, brushing over me, then settling on Jessie with deliberate interest. "And lady." Adam didn't miss the unspoken question. "My daughter," he said, voice firm. She insisted on seeing us off. Something shifted in Beauclair's expression, a flicker of understanding, maybe even amusement. Daughters, it seemed, were a universal complication. I gave my word she'd be safe here, Z interjected. Beauclair met his eyes, a silent exchange passing between them. And I'll ensure you keep it, he replied smoothly. Z gave a curt nod, but Beauclair wasn't finished. Tell me, he mused, any idea why Orlaith and her little entourage have gone missing? Z's only answer was a razor-thin smile. Beauclair mirrored it. Clearly, no one would be mourning their absence. From his desk drawer, he produced a scroll of vellum, unfurling it with practiced ease. Paperweights anchored the edges as the elegant script faced us. The others have already signed, he informed Adam. Once you've reviewed it, add your name, and I'll seal the agreement. Adam pulled up a chair, scanning the document while I peered over his shoulder. We the Grey Lords of Fairy. The legalese sprawled, dense with promises and loopholes. When Adam finished, he glanced at Z. Mind double-checking, Z skimmed the text, his smirk brief but genuine. It's exactly what we discussed, advantageous given how badly they want this. After Tad's nod of approval, I signed my name, passing the quill to Adam. Beauclair circled the desk to add his signature, then pressed his palm to the vellum. The air thickened with magic, 3 slow breaths and power hummed against my skin. I sneezed twice, the scent of ozone clinging. Beauclair murmured a single word and the document shimmered, splitting into twin copies. He rolled both, securing them with silk cords before handing one to Z. I'll show you to the door, he said, leading the way, then halted abruptly in the threshold. Get rid of any metal you're carrying, they warned us. Adam had spent hours the night before swapping out gear from our emergency go-bags, replacing steel buckles and zippers with plastic and nylon. Then it hit me. Adam, your dog tags. What metal are they? Stainless steel, he answered, already reaching to remove them. I wore one of his tags on my usual necklace, a tangled mix of a gold lamb charm, my wedding ring, and the military id. I held out my hand, took his remaining tag, and fastened both around Jessie's neck. This is our promise, I told her. We'll fight like hell to come back to you, and we expect you to do the same. Adam chuckled. That's my Mercy. Never says much until it matters, then she floors you. Jessie's eyes shimmered, darting to Adam in silent plea. He grinned. Just remember who raised you and who raised her, he said, nodding at me. My jaw clenched, but I didn't argue. Joe Old Coyote, Jessie murmured. The name belonged to a man who died, not the trickster who'd left my mother behind. Adam slung an arm around me. Joe hunted vampires and stood up to Mercy's mom. Personally, I know which one scares me more. I snorted. She's not that bad. Adam arched a brow. I exhaled, laughing. Fine, she's worse. Give me vampires any day. I thought she was delightful, Z remarked. Laughter, I decided, was the best way to kick off disaster. As Adam moved to strip, I blocked him, not for modesty's sake, werewolves don't have that luxury, but because shifting leaves them vulnerable mid-transformation. Baba Yaga's promise meant safety, but old habits die hard. Like Adam steering me sidewalk-side in traffic, I positioned myself between him and the room. He tugged the pack bonds for speed, no time for a gradual shift here. Beauclair watched, intrigued. Never seen a werewolf change before, Z smirked. Stick around, Mercy. Novelty's guaranteed. Beauclair's smile was all teeth. I adjusted the straps on Aiden's backpack as I explained our plan. Adam's going in as a wolf, guns are useless in Underhill, and we can't bring any iron or steel. A real shame that. So our best defense is coming with us on 4 legs. Will you stay human? He asked. I shrugged. At least this way I can talk to Aiden. The last time I'd been in Underhill, I'd been in coyote form, and it hadn't done me any good. The terrifying fae I'd met, one that even Z treated with more caution than the Grey Lords, had seen right through me. If my fur wasn't going to hide me, I might as well stay human. Besides, I could carry more supplies this way. I wasn't even sure I could shift in Underhill. I'd never tried, and Z had warned that only fae magic might work there. But Aiden needed someone to back him up, and if the walking stick decided to cooperate, I'd probably need hands to use it. I should have grabbed it before we left, but something about taking it felt wrong. That thing had a mind of its own. It showed up when it wanted to. Forcing it along might just make it useless. Adam's shift took less than 5 minutes, not as fast as Charles, who could practically change mid-step, but quicker than most werewolves. He stretched like a big cat, claws clicking against the marble floor, then padded over as Tad scooped up his discarded clothes. Aiden's pack was light, mostly just his bedroll and some freeze-dried meals. Mine, a week's worth of food, water for a day, and enough camping gear to make a minimalist backpacker jealous. Oh, and 6 hard-boiled eggs. Baba Yaga's offhand comment about them being best might. V meant nothing, but I wasn't taking chances. Beauclair led us through a series of doors to a stark utilitarian room, probably original to the building. A lone closet door stood against one wall. Z inhaled sharply. This wasn't here last month. Too many doors to Underhill in one place, it's not right. We know, Beauclair said flatly. It's dangerous, Z pressed. We know that too, Z scoffed. Someone clearly doesn't, or they wouldn't keep making doors where they aren't wanted. Beauclair ignored him, turning to me instead. Is this doorway acceptable? I glanced at Aiden, who just shrugged. We both looked at Z. Doesn't matter where you go in, he muttered. Just matters if you come back out. The freshly created doorways hadn't yet established a stable connection to Underhill, meaning they'd spit us out in unpredictable locations. Beauclair swung the door open and gestured for us to step through. Hold onto each other tight, he warned, or you'll scatter across this place like marbles. Jessie wrapped her arms around her father, then me, then Aiden. Keep them alive, she told Aiden, her voice firm. He nodded, serious, and don't get trapped. He gave her a small smile. I'll do my best, she squeezed his shoulder. That's all I ask. Dad's got the rest covered. Z offered a quiet, safe travels, while Tad grinned and tossed out, try not to do anything I wouldn't. I rolled my eyes. Love you too, I shot back before gripping Adam's hand on one side and Aiden's on the other. The moment we crossed the threshold, the world shifted beneath us. We stumbled down a short set of concrete steps, oddly mundane for a magical transition. Aiden turned to shut the door behind us, and when I glanced back, the building looked eerily similar to the one we just left, but the air buzzed with energy, a constant, unsettling vibration like standing inside a running engine. Closing doors is survival 101 here, Aiden muttered. Makes it harder for anything chasing you to fall. His breath came quick, his body tense, poised to bolt at the first sign of danger. The landscape around us was disappointingly ordinary, rolling hills, a grassy valley with a winding river. If not for the complete absence of human traces, no roads, no trash, no sun in the pale sky, it could have been the outskirts of Walla Walla. Shadows stretched across the ground, suggesting the same time of day as back home, though there was no light source to cast them. Time in Underhill was unreliable, but according to Z, it wasn't as erratic as the fairy realms. We might lose a few days, but not decades. I scanned the horizon, searching for anything unusual, but the land stretched out, empty and still. The building we'd stepped from had vanished entirely. Do you even know where we're going? I asked. Ever been here before? Aiden tapped his chest. Not this exact spot, but I can feel the right direction. The magic here, it guides me. I tried to sense what he meant, but the energy around us remained elusive. Takes practice, he admitted. This way. Without hesitation, he started up the hill. We walked for what felt like hours, the tension in Aiden's shoulders easing slightly, though never fully fading. Adam kept close, nose brushing the ground, ears twitching at every sound. The white rabbit darted past us once, then twice, flashing between the trees like a ghost. But Adam didn't give chase. Not exactly your average golden retriever, I muttered, scanning the woods for threats I couldn't name. The urge to sprint after that rabbit prickled under my skin, though hunting had never been my thing. Adam just rumbled a warning when the creature popped up inches from his muzzle. Obviously not real, Aiden said, rolling his eyes. Took me a while to spot the fakes too, back before I had magic. Survived on instinct and luck, had friends then. I hesitated. What happened to them? He barked a laugh, sharp and hollow. Relax, it's ancient history. When the Fae vanished, 6 of us got left behind in Underhill. Thought we'd hit the jackpot at first, endless food, no rules. Went back decades later and found the place crawling with things that snack on stragglers, like us. His pace quickened, shoulders tense. Evander went first, kid never stood a chance. Then Lily vanished overnight. Rose starved herself. After that, just me and Willie, for years just us. Then we found this girl by a creek sobbing, took her in, spun her stories like she was ours. I glanced back, nothing but empty woods. Adam trotted ahead, sniffing, then looped back, restless. Aiden didn't seem to notice. His eyes locked on the churning clouds above, and suddenly the warmth at my neck vanished. The wind turned biting. Willie caught on first, Aiden said, lengthening his stride. Said the girl always knew where the berries were, which paths were safe. But Willie had a knack for spotting what others missed. He veered left onto a steeper trail, dirt crumbling underfoot. Rule 1 in Underhill, never trust a path. The trees groaned overhead, shadows stretching too long. Somewhere ahead, the creek's babble sounded more like whispering. The only trails here are the ones you hope to avoid. The slope was sharper than I remembered, sharper than it appeared. He warned me first, Aiden admitted, his voice unsteady, but I brushed it off. Underhill was just another place, like Vermont or the Rockies, right? Willie had a wild imagination, always spinning tales. I figured this was just another one of his stories until he died and proved me wrong. Even though he claimed it happened years ago, his breathing was uneven. Underhill doesn't kill outright, but if she wants you gone, you don't last long. Sometimes it's quick, but most times it's slow. Pain doesn't touch her, so she's obsessed with watching it in others. A chill swept over me, raising the hairs on my neck. Aiden, I muttered, we're on a path again. We kept moving, and now I wasn't the only one sensing something behind us. Every instinct screamed that if I turned, I'd see someone. When I did, there was nothing except the ghosts. Underhill was a graveyard of lost souls. Most spirits I've encountered linger where people gather, churches, houses, diners. But these, they lurked in the hollows of trees, tucked beneath gnarled roots. All of them were kids. One had been trailing us since Aiden mentioned his old friends. I wanted to believe it was just watching, but its gaze was pleading like we were its last hope. The other presence, the one making my skin crawl, wasn't desperate, just hungry. Maybe skip the dead friend stories while we're here, I said. How much farther? Close, Aiden replied. But I was wrong about Underhill watching us. We should pick up the pace. He broke into a run, and I matched him effortlessly. Running's one thing I'm good at. I could have kept that speed for miles. Only the thought of Adam behind me stopped me from glancing back. Normally, running from danger is the worst move, but Aiden had survived this place for years. Jesse wasn't wrong, he knew the way. We reached the crest and found ourselves on a vast, open field, grass swaying waist-high in the wind. Loose strands of hair whipped into my eyes. Dead center stood an ancient tree, its trunk splitting into 3 massive branches, and wedged between them, a weathered treehouse. Run. Aiden yelled, sprinting for the tree. Adam hesitated, scanning the empty plain. If something was hiding in the grass, the wind masked its movement. Trust the expert, I snapped. Move. I took off, closing the gap between Aiden and me in seconds. The kid was fast, but I had longer legs. Adam kept pace beside me, his stride smooth and steady. Aiden sprinted full tilt, his arms and legs a blur as he raced ahead. The massive tree loomed before us, its lower trunk smooth and unclimbable for the first 10 feet. I'll go first, I called to him. When I reach the base, I'll make a step with my hands. Use it to launch yourself up. He gave a quick nod, and I took off, copying Aiden's efficient running form. Adam stayed back with him. As I reached the tree, I twisted, letting the trunk absorb my momentum. I cupped my hands, and Aiden, without slowing, planted his boot in my grip. With a heave, I sent him flying upward. He landed with the agility of a squirrel, scaling the bark in seconds. Adam braced himself, and I used his sturdy frame as a foothold to reach higher. I scrambled up, knowing Adam wouldn't follow until I was secure. Aiden waited on the small wooden platform outside the treehouse, his back pressed to the wall, breath ragged. Sweat soaked his shirt, and the sharp scent of fear clung to him. Hurry up, he urged, voice tight. Why's he taking so long? I'm here, I panted, hauling myself onto the deck. With a deep, guttural growl, Adam dug his claws into the bark and ascended with feline grace. Werewolves weren't built like humans. Their shoulders gave them the climbing prowess of a big cat. Aiden yanked the door open and motioned me inside. The porch was too cramped for all 3 of us, so I dove in without hesitation. Adam followed, and Aiden slammed the door shut, twisting the lock just as something massive slammed into the tree, shaking the entire structure. You lost, Aiden shouted. Give it up already. A deafening roar vibrated through the walls, more than just sound, it pulsed through my bones. Scuttling noises skittered across the roof and sides of the treehouse. No windows meant no way to see the threat, and part of me was relieved. Whatever was out there sounded like a swarm of insects or something far worse. Adam let out a warning snarl. I warned you, Aiden snapped. Back off or I'll activate the wards. The roar intensified, vibrating through my skull like a shockwave. His problem, Aiden muttered. He pressed his palm to the door, and though his magic wasn't as overwhelming as Beauclair's had been, it still hit like a punch. A deep whoomp echoed like a gas explosion magnified tenfold. Silence. Aiden pulled his hand away, flexing his fingers. That won't kill him, he said. But he won't be bothering us again anytime soon. What was that? I asked, still shaking. Aiden just shrugged. I call him the Shadow. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what he is, just another creature that slipped through the cracks when the Fae abandoned their prisons. Most of them started as Fae, but whatever he is now, he's barely visible unless the sun's blazing overhead. Lucky for me, he moves slow. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. Aiden exhaled sharply, glancing around the dim space. Welcome to my hideout. It's about as safe as you'll find in Underhill. We can rest here tonight and figure out how to get back tomorrow. Oh, and the artifact. Yeah, it's here. With no immediate threat lurking outside, I finally took in the room. No windows meant the only light came from thin cracks between the mismatched wooden planks. Some looked salvaged, others repurposed from furniture. One panel near the door was nearly 7 feet wide, while another resembled an old tabletop. Aiden lit a few beeswax candles, casting flickering shadows. The space was decent-sized, maybe 15 feet square, with rough shelves lining 3 walls. They held an odd assortment of treasures, a delicate bird feather beside an ornate silver crown embedded with gemstones. In a place like this, beauty was subjective. A handful of books sat untouched, none I could read anyway. Against the fourth wall stood 2 wardrobes, one intricately carved, the other a patchwork of scraps. Never had company before, Aiden admitted. Built this after most of the others were gone. It's got character, I said, meaning it. Being above ground helps, he added. First version had windows, learned that lesson the hard way. He yanked open the fancy wardrobe, tossing thick rag rugs onto the floor. Used to sleep on these. Bedrolls'll work, but these'll cushion the wood. Works for me, I said. Adam flopped onto a rug, resting his head between his paws. Adam's on board too. Aiden moved to the second wardrobe. The moment he cracked it open, energy pulsed through the room. Inside, one side held shelves stacked with vibrant fabric bags, small ornate boxes, and folded cloth. The other side bristled with weapons, staves, swords, polearms. All of these are artifacts, I asked. He nodded. This wardrobe's warded, keeps the magic from spilling out. In this place, power doesn't go unnoticed. I hesitated before asking, when the Fae return, could someone stumble upon your home and everything you've hidden? He shook his head firmly. Once a place is yours, it stays yours. No one can find this spot unless I bring them here. No one enters unless I allow it. That's how Underhill was designed. Even she can't bend those rules. Sure, she's furious with me, but she couldn't keep us lost forever. If I die, she'll take back what's here. She has her own vaults, I've seen them. Some of this came from there. My gaze drifted over the wardrobe's contents. Don't breathe a word about this to anyone, I warned. The Fae would never let you walk free if they knew what you've got. He nodded, reached inside, and pulled out a small wooden box. After opening it, he set the box back and handed me a rough bronze key. The metal warmed against my palm as he shut the wardrobe doors. What's it for? I asked. Press it against any door and it becomes a passage to Underhill, he explained. Focus on where you want to go and the doorway will take you there. How do you know all this? Underhill shares secrets when she's feeling generous, he said with a shrug. His frown deepened as he stared at the key, so I offered it back. He pocketed it, but his unease lingered. It's a smart choice, I reassured him. Not a weapon, but just as valuable. She never left me, he murmured. She gets so lonely. His eyes met mine, searching. Am I making the right call? You're not making a mistake, I said. There might be other paths, but that doesn't make this one wrong. She isn't alone now. He let out a bitter laugh. The Fae treat her like a tool, no more consideration than they'd give a pair of old boots. Less even. This wasn't just borrowed anger, it was personal. We'll tell Beauclair how she feels, I said. Maybe they'll listen, but if you stay, that's your choice. Believing you're the only one who can keep her company, that's a dangerous illusion. Shared a quick meal from our supplies, packing the trash away afterward. Any reason we're staying the night instead of moving on? I asked, securing the bag in my pack. Finding an exit might take time, he admitted. I can speed it up, but Underhill can't lock doors from inside, just hide them. That's why she barred the Fae from entering, not leaving. He stood, restless. Night here, it's worse than you'd think. We should head out at dawn, it'll be safer, Aiden said, though the sun was still high overhead. I caught Adam's eye as Aiden paced restlessly. All right, I said with forced cheer. Since we're stuck here until dark, how about we swap stories to pass the time? I shared tales of Bran, the Marrock, and my childhood as a coyote in Montana's backwoods. Aiden, once he loosened up, spun vivid accounts of Underhill, its bizarre inhabitants, its shifting landscapes. His version of Underhill wasn't some monstrous villain, but more like a reckless child, oblivious to the destruction left in her wake. She'd grieve over shattered toys, but never learn not to break them. After she'd killed Willie, Aiden's friend, she'd wept for ages, yet she kept repeating the same mistakes as if programmed that way. The worst part, she wasn't consistently cruel. Sometimes she was delightful, even funny. Other times, she'd turn the air toxic or lure predators straight to you. Aiden survived only because she favored him. By the time we finished talking, night had fallen. Dinner was quiet. Aiden dozed off and Adam padded over to rest his head on my knee. She won't give him up without a fight, he murmured. Yeah, I figured, I said, scratching behind his ears. Good thing we've got the walking stick. The staff had materialized in my lap during our stories, its runes now pulsing a faint green. When I moved to follow Aiden, the light dimmed. I halted, testing directions. The glow flared only when I pointed it away from him. Wrong way, I muttered. Home's that way, Aiden frowned. We need to loop around to find a path down. Down, I propped the stick against Adam, unwilling to let go of it. The moment I did, the illusion shattered. The cave floor I'd been walking on, gone. Instead, we stood on a sheer mountainside, the staff's chosen route a vertical rock face. Got it, I said. Hand me your shirt. He hesitated but peeled it off. I tied it over his eyes, gripped the staff, and guided him forward, straight through what looked like solid roots. All right, I said as the world shifted around us. That did the trick, I said, spinning him back around to retrace his steps. His foot caught on the root. I grabbed his arm just in time. When his fingers went to the blindfold, I gently swatted them away. Keep it on a little longer, trust me on this. You literally just tripped me, he grumbled. You're fine, I pointed out. Adam, though, was another story. No way was I blindfolding him, not with something shadowing us. We needed him sharp. Close your eyes and lean on me, I suggested. He did, and when I guided him over the same route, he lifted his feet instinctively, reading the terrain. But then he followed me right to the edge, or where he thought the edge was. With Adam pressed against my side, I took Aiden's arm, gripping the staff in my free hand, and let its pull guide us forward. The ground feels solid, Aiden remarked after a while. Yep, I said. Don't overthink it, just keep moving. The cavern wasn't exactly smooth. Finding space for all three of us to walk side by side wasn't always possible. At one point, we hit an old wooden bridge spanning a chasm, forcing me to take them across one at a time. Mostly, though, I could nudge Aiden ahead while keeping Adam close, the staff's eerie green glow growing brighter with every step. We paused to eat, lunch, dinner, who knew? We just needed fuel. Before removing Aiden's blindfold, I carefully let go of the staff, watching it hover for a split second. The moment it dropped back into my palm, the light flickered, and suddenly we were standing in a narrow ravine, no floating bodies at least. All right, I said, you can take it off now. Adam shook himself free, stretching his limbs. Aiden and I had our meal routine down. I'd prepped the freeze-dried packs, he'd heat them without a flame. The first three went straight to Adam, who burned through calories like a furnace. When I couldn't finish mine, I held it out for him to polish off, but Adam wasn't eating. He stood rigid, nostrils flaring. I rose, tightening my grip on the staff, and inhaled deeply, searching for whatever had set him off. What's wrong? Aiden asked. Faye, I said, the realization hitting me as I spoke. He frowned. Which ones? I believe she means us, came the Widow Queen's voice, smooth as silk. She materialized from nowhere, flanked by three others, 2 men and a woman, all strangers except for her. Their armor wasn't the medieval kind I'd expected. It looked tactical, like something SWAT would wear, except in shimmering silver, gold, and in the Widow Queen's case, soft lavender. No cold iron, I noted, but tradition held. Each had a sword strapped to their hip or back. No guns in sight. Good afternoon, Aiden, the Widow Queen greeted, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Did you manage to get what I asked for? Aiden stayed silent, his unease practically radiating off him. I caught the sharp tang of his fear. Get what? I asked, moving closer to him. The relic, dear, she replied, her eyes locked on me. The relic. I rested a hand on Aiden's shoulder, steadying him. Are you here on behalf of the Grey Lords to collect the artifact and finalize our deal? I already suspected the answer, but clarity was better than assumptions. She scoffed. Peace with humans, a waste of time. They multiply like pests while we fade away. Better to crush them now, or better yet, let them destroy themselves. Her smile turned predatory. I have a talent for that last part. So that's a no, I said flatly. Then why do you want something you don't even understand? Not all of us share the Grey Lord's foolish ideals, she shot back. But to rally the Fae behind me, I need proof of strength. An artifact snatched from Underhill, right under the Council's noses, that would do nicely. And if I take it before you surrender it, they'll have no choice but to accept it. Convenient, I muttered. Hand it over, she said, her tone icy, and I might let you walk away. Aiden leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. That would break our oath. I nodded. We'd sworn to recover the artifact, not give it up under threat. The exact wording escaped me, but I was certain, even at the cost of our lives, had been in there somewhere. I glanced at her 3 lackeys. If you're so powerful, why bring backup? Planning to overthrow the Fae all by yourself? Aiden cut in. She can't use magic against us. Underhill bound their power before letting them return. The Widow Queen smirked. Doesn't matter, you're unarmed, and your werewolf friend won't last long against 4 of us. Aiden exhaled sharply. You might want to rethink that. With a flick of his wrist, fire erupted from his fingers. I didn't see where it went. I was too busy ducking as the man in green swung a massive bronze sword at me. A broadsword requires space, distance, but the Widow Queen's rapier was the real threat, quick and deadly. This fight had just gotten a lot more complicated. The broadsword wasn't exactly a walk in the park to face. That first swing came at me fast, but I dodged, not because the Fey warrior couldn't have landed the blow, but because he'd misjudged my speed. He expected me to retreat, but instead, I moved closer. Sure, he had more training, but I had raw speed and something he didn't, desperation. He thought he was just fighting some girl with a stick. Wrong. He was facing Adam's bonded mate, Coyote's daughter, wielding Lug's ancient staff. I drove the end of the staff hard into his stomach. For a second, I thought he let me hit him. Maybe he was about to cast some Fey trick, but then the staff didn't bounce off like I expected. It stayed buried in his gut, and so did he. Suddenly, the wood in my hands pulsed with fury, like it was alive. It hated that we'd been attacked unprovoked. I'd never felt it this clearly before. Whether it was the blood or the magic of Underhill humming through it, I couldn't tell. The Fae froze, and when I yanked the staff free, the spearpoint gleamed dark with blood, longer and sharper than I'd ever seen. He crumpled, dead before he hit the ground. The staff practically purred with satisfaction. Kevlar, useless against a god-forged spear. No time to dwell on that. Adam was locked in combat with the Widow Queen, both bleeding. The silver-clad Fae was already down, half her body charred to ash. Aiden lay motionless nearby. Alive or not, I couldn't tell. Then the last one, the gold-armored Fae, came at me with a short sword that wanted to bite into flesh. The staff had controlled me before, but this time it was different. It wasn't puppeteering me. It was guiding me like a dance partner leading the steps. Duck, thrust, parry, all in a rhythm too unpredictable for my opponent to follow. It should have been exhilarating. The staff's joy was infectious, but then I saw Aiden's limp body. A burst of magic flared, throwing me off balance. I recovered just in time to block the sword and hook my foot behind his knee. When he stepped back, he tripped. The staff urged me to finish him, but Adam's pain, sharp and sudden through our bond, made me hesitate. I needed a breath, a second to steady myself before the fight began again. The pain in our bond dulled to a whisper. Adam's condition didn't matter right now. Whether he was injured or worse, I couldn't afford to think about it. The gold-armored attacker lunged again, his face tight with focus. Years of training with Sensei and Adam kicked in, forcing my mind into razor-sharp clarity. Fear had no place here. Every move was calculated, every breath measured. I couldn't afford a single mistake. The walking stick's blade found his throat, just another step in our deadly dance. I felt the moment life left him, a wound that might have been survivable if not for the weapon's hunger. Adam lay motionless, no time to check. The Widow Queen, who'd already betrayed Underhill's rules to defeat him, was rifling through Aiden's clothes, muttering, "Where is it? It has to be here." I struck at her, but she twisted away at the last second. The walking stick and I moved as one, keeping her occupied, but she was stronger. Her armor shimmered with enchantment. My strikes glanced off without a mark. "Magic," the stick whispered. She gathered power as we fought, and I was helpless to stop it. With a brutal shove, she sent me sprawling. I scrambled up, but she was already weaving her spell, a paralysis curse, one that would stop my heart mid-beat. Then the stick made its choice. Coyote had taught it free will, and now it acted. It twisted in my grip, intercepting the spell meant for me. Lug's walking stick consumed the Grey Lord's magic and shattered in the process. It died to save me. The Widow Queen smirked, certain I was finished. She was right. Without the stick, I should have been. But that split second of distraction was all I needed. My spinning kick landed with the muscle memory of 1,000 drills. Her neck snapped. She crumpled. I didn't hesitate. Grabbing the broken spearhead, I drove it through her chest. Silence. The fight was over. I stood alone, breath ragged. Stunned I was still alive. The moment passed in a heartbeat, but Adam still lay motionless. I rushed to his side, only to find others already gathered there, 3 figures standing over him. Aiden was first, his clothes smeared with ash from the fallen Fae woman, his face etched with something ancient and weary. Beside him stood a girl, no older than Aiden, with fiery red curls and a stubborn jut to her lip. I knew her instantly from his stories. And then there was Baba Yaga, her appearance unchanged from our last encounter. Dropping to my knees beside Aiden, I reached for Adam, but Aiden's voice cut through the air like a blade. "He's gone," he said, hollow. "He died protecting me." "No," I insisted, gripping Adam's fur, my fingers trembling. The bond between us still pulsed faintly, even as his chest refused to rise. "He can't be." Baba Yaga clicked her tongue. "The Widow Queen has a talent for curses," she mused. "Luckily so do I," the girl. Underhill crossed her arms. "He was taking Aiden away again," she snapped. "He deserved it." Aiden's voice was eerily calm. "If he hadn't stepped in, I'd be dead," Underhill huffed. "She promised not to kill you. I made sure of it." Aiden lifted his shirt, revealing an angry red mark. "She didn't have to do it herself. That Fae over there nearly did the job." Adam shoved her away, and I burned her, but it left him open. The Widow Queen struck while he was distracted. Underhill's voice twisted into something inhuman, vibrating through my ribs. "She lied to me. She used magic," broke her word. "Typical," Baba Yaga said with a dismissive wave. "She always was greedy, wanted that artifact for herself." Desperation clawed at me. "Can you bring him back?" Baba Yaga shook her head. "Not yet. He's not fully gone, not like the others. What you should ask is if I can undo the Widow Queen's curse." "Can you?" My throat was raw. "Only if Underhill allows it," Baba Yaga said. "I don't break promises." Underhill scowled. "No," Aiden's patience snapped. "Tilly, stop. This isn't a game. You left me." Her shriek sent a spike of pain through my chest. "And you sixed the Fae on us the second we stepped outside." Aiden shot back. "They're dead, Tilly, because of you. Ice Cloud and Terra were gone, truly gone. Their stories ended like any mortals. No coming back, but me, I could return. I would." But first, Baba Yaga had to shatter the Widow Queen's curse. My breath hitched. He'd spent centuries with Underhill, loved her, and in her twisted way she loved him too. His words carried weight mine never could. If he dies, he warned her, voice tight, I'll walk away and never look back, and I'll make sure everyone knows how cruel you really are. Underhill's cheeks flushed, but the threat landed. Fine, she snapped, arms crossed like a petulant child. A bargain then, one I approve of. Her gaze slid to me, lips curling into something sharp and amused. Life for a life, that's the deal. Baba Yaga's eyes gleamed. An unborn life, Mercy, that's the price to bring him back. My hand flew to my stomach empty. We talked about kids, but not yet, not like this. An unborn life is acceptable, Underhill purred, watching my reaction with delight. Aiden's voice cut in, low and urgent. You can't, he'd never accept this, not at that cost. I moved on instinct, digging into the backpack. My fingers closed around a hard-boiled egg, cold against my palm. What if I'd ignored her cryptic hint? What if we'd eaten them yesterday? The chill down my spine deepened as I handed it to Baba Yaga. One unborn life, I said, voice unsteady. She popped the whole thing into her mouth, shell and all. Hard-boiled, my favorite. Can't eat them much these days. Keeps insisting she's not a chicken just because her house stands on one leg. Underhill's eyes darted between us. Then laughter, bright and sudden, too ancient for her youthful face. You tricked me, she said, delighted. That was fun, she grinned at me. Visit me sometime, we could play more games like this. Could be fun, I muttered, or a nightmare, probably both. Baba Yaga waved a hand and Adam gasped, his body jerking as life flooded back. Pain flared through our bond, sharp but sweet, because pain meant he was alive. I dropped beside him, pressing my ear to his chest. His heartbeat thundered, erratic but strong. He coughed, struggled to rise, and finally found his feet with a rough shake. I clung to him a second longer, breathing him in. He's okay, Aiden asked, sounding every bit the kid he looked. Baba Yaga smirked. Obviously, Adam followed every step of the ritual with careful precision, offering respectful nods to both Baba Yaga and Underhill. Though his eyes held a hint of caution, no one else in the room would have noticed. They didn't know him well enough. Underhill exhaled, her voice tinged with resignation. You're leaving again, aren't you? She said to Aiden. Fine, there's a door about half a mile that way, she gestured vaguely. Baba Yaga can show you. Aiden hesitated before answering. I'll come back, he promised, but only if you swear not to trap me here. Underhill rocked on her heels, suddenly sounding almost hopeful. Visits are better than vanishing forever, but you know the risks out there, you won't last. Death isn't the enemy, Aiden replied. My mother used to say you can't have life without it, but I'll keep coming back until then. Underhill tilted her head. You never talked about her before. Aiden shrugged. Things come back to me now. Maybe I could tell you stories from outside. Her lips curved into a hesitant smile. I'd like that. All right, no tricks, you can go. Baba Yaga led us to a different exit than before, hidden within the crumbling remains of an old hut. The door swung open to reveal nothing but weeds and broken beams, but stepping through with Adam at my side, we found ourselves back in that same plain room where our journey had begun. The light had shifted, Underhill's eternal glow was gone, replaced by twilight. How long were we gone? I demanded. Baba Yaga waved a dismissive hand. Time bends, but not too far. A year there might be 18 months here, but a short trip, maybe a few hours difference. Nothing worth panicking over. She flashed a grin. Usually, I swallowed my automatic thanks. Noted, I muttered instead. Aiden was patting himself down in a frenzy until Baba Yaga fished out the key and tossed it to him. Best take this now, she said. Wouldn't want anyone thinking I was the one who retrieved it. She turned to me, winking as she tapped her temple. And remember, dot your I's and cross your T's with the Fae. Her grin widened. Now, let's find Beauclair. I'm sure the council's already lurking nearby. Sure enough, two figures were deep in conversation when we arrived, though Goro and Beauclair looked more surprised than expectant. That was fast, Goro remarked. We didn't think you'd be back before tomorrow. I crossed my arms. Define fast. About 12 hours, maybe 13, Goro estimated. I let out a short laugh. We spent a full day and night there, plus most of the next morning. The Elfame court had stolen a month from me, but at least I'd clawed back half a day. Near the crackling fireplace, Adam's neatly folded clothes waited on an armchair. He moved toward them stiffly. Only I noticed how exhaustion weighed on him. Beauclair's gaze dropped to the bundle in my hands. What's that? I'd wrapped the remnants of the walking stick in a fallen phase shirt. Spreading the fabric across the desk, I revealed shattered gray wood, glinting silver fragments, and the blood-stained spearpoint that had ended the Widow Queen. Beauclair traced the silver tip with a thoughtful finger. She wanted a relic for herself, I said. Goro's low growl rumbled. I warned you she surrendered too smoothly. No queen accepts defeat by werewolves without scheming. You dealt with her, Beauclair asked, skepticism threading his voice despite his neutral expression. Aiden, Adam, and I corrected. but we had advantages. Underhill refused her magic, and the walking stick, well, it turned the tide. Without Baba Yaga, Adam wouldn't have made it. Baba Yaga, Beauclair muttered, his frown deepening. He cut himself off, then murmured, Coyote's kin, both meddlers, both drawn to lost causes. Goro snorted. She despised the widow queen. I scanned the room, no sign of her. Before I could reply, Adam tapped into the pack bonds, shifting faster than usual. Power surged, but stronger was the chorus of relief and joy humming through the wolves. When I refocused, Beauclair was studying the broken artifacts, Aiden digging in his pocket, and Goro studying me. Fascinating, he mused. I knew werewolves were born of magic, but not that they wielded it themselves. I shrugged. Live and learn. His grin was wry. After centuries, surprises are rare. Then, briskly, you ventured to Underhill for my people's sake. Aiden extended the key, a twisted nail, unremarkable except for the grime coating his palm. I looked down at my hands, streaked with dirt and dried blood. Not exactly a reassuring sight, but Goro and Beauclair were fixated on the key in my palm. Oh yes, Beauclair murmured, his eyes gleaming. This is exactly what we needed. Goro gave Aiden an approving nod. Solid pick, he said. Though let's keep the whole having options bit between us, yeah. Aiden shrugged, his tone matter of fact. Wasn't like there were others lying around. He left it at that, no need to elaborate when dealing with beings who could sniff out a lie. Goro grinned. Perfect. His gaze flicked past me to where Adam was adjusting his jacket. The deal's sealed. You held up your end and no one's going to argue otherwise. Done, Beauclair declared, and the air hummed with magic, rippling outward like a wave. I crossed my arms. Technically, it was done the second we signed. True, Beauclair conceded. But succeeding in your task gave the agreement extra weight. Not only are we bound to stay out of the Tri-Cities, but the magic itself will enforce neutrality on any fae in your territory. He smirked. As per the fine print. Adam stepped up behind me, his hand warm on my shoulder. Got another proposal for you. Goro raised an eyebrow. Do tell. Underhill Mrs. Aiden, Adam said, amusement in his voice. I glanced back just in time to catch his smirk. She wants visits. For that to happen, you'll need to guarantee him safe passage, through your lands and straight to her door. The Grey Lords exchanged glances, but it was Goro who spoke. Now that's an intriguing offer, we'll need to think it over. Aiden, ever the diplomat, added, Underhill would appreciate it, and who knows, maybe she'll remember who played nice with her favorite guests. I smirked. Aiden S. had centuries to figure out how to handle Underhill. Trust me, you want him on your side. Later, back at home, the chaos of Pirate Night had left me defeated again. I abandoned the ruthless crew to their game and headed upstairs to bake. Izzy's mom had been right. The orange oil made the brownies taste richer than the extract ever did. Earlier, we'd buried the walking stick in the garden, Aiden, Jesse, and Adam standing witness. It felt right, tucking an ancient relic of power beneath the soil where flowers would grow. I planted lavender over it, because why not? Once the plywood came down and the windows were back, I'd see those purple blooms from the kitchen sink. The Tri-Cities was officially neutral now. The Fae had their expectations, the pack had its needs, but how it would actually play out, that was still anyone's guess. Uncle Mike's had reopened its doors, welcoming both humans and supernatural patrons this time around. Local law enforcement had reached out to Adam, eager to clarify what protection from the pack actually entailed and what they could anticipate from the Fae. The federal government had made similar inquiries, but Adam was in no rush to accommodate them. He'd scheduled meetings with the police but left the feds waiting, still irritated about the tracking device they'd planted on his SUV. While I couldn't dictate how the feds, the Fae, or the future would unfold, I could whip up a batch of brownies. I scooped the last bit of batter with a spoon and tasted it. Perfect. Aiden emerged from the basement where he'd been engrossed in a video game. Since our return from Underhill, he'd only accidentally set the house on fire once, progress by his standards. He'd mentioned that Underhill had promised to help him stop the nighttime fires, and he planned to visit her soon to see if she could deliver. What's cooking? He asked. Brownies, I said. He recoiled slightly, but Jessie, who had followed him up, snorted. Not that kind, genius. They're like a mix between cake and cookies. You'll love them. She inhaled deeply. Smells amazing. I handed them each a plate loaded with frosted brownies. On Pirate Night, I always made extra, 4 pans to be exact, just to ensure I got my share. Take these downstairs, I instructed. They vanished without another word. I spread frosting over the fresh batch I'd just pulled from the oven. Technically, I should have waited for them to cool completely, but warm brownies soaked up the frosting in the most delicious way. It might not look as polished, but the taste was worth it. As I smoothed the last layer, Adam's footsteps approached from behind. Give me a second, I said, turning toward him. Let me just cut these. My words faltered when I saw his expression. He'd stepped away from the game to take a call from Bran. Bad news, I asked. Not exactly, he said. Bran wants us to remain independent a while longer, at least until we see how the treaty plays out for everyone. No shock there. None, he agreed. Then, holding my gaze, he added, Bran's the reason Baba Yaga left Russia and came here. I set the knife down carefully. He told me it was a gamble. She owed him, but she's unpredictable. Adam cupped my cheek. He couldn't just sit back and hope for the best. He knew she liked you, so he took the risk. He wiped my eyes and pulled me close. He didn't leave you on your own. I swallowed hard. No, he didn't, Adam grinned. So do I get a brownie? I huffed a laugh, pushed away, and cut him a generous piece. He took a bite, paused, then swallowed. This is incredible, I smirked. Told you. Hey, Mercy. Aiden and Jessie had reappeared. Aiden held 2 empty plates while Jessie extended her phone toward me. I glanced at the screen, then did a double take, my grip tightening on the device. Daryl was curious about where you found that essential oil, so I did some digging online, Jessie mentioned. Aiden stopped by to check it out too. She pulled up the Intricity website, where the founder, Tracy Labella, beamed from the homepage in a vibrant emerald silk suit. Aiden swears she's the modern-day Baba Yaga, Jessie added with a smirk. Adam leaned in, glanced at the screen, and chuckled before handing the phone back. Guess you're off the hook with Elizaveta, he said. I slid another plate of brownies toward the kids as they headed downstairs. Turns out Baba Yaga runs a pyramid scheme, Adam mused, still grinning. I could use another one of those, I muttered, moving to the counter. As I sliced into the last batch, Adam closed the distance, his hands resting lightly on either side of me. The warmth of his breath brushed my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. Nudge, he murmured, his voice low and teasing. The kitchen smelled like chocolate and something unspoken, the air thick with the kind of tension that made my pulse skip. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, a quiet reminder that not everything had to be figured out right now. Note, the repetitive chapter lists and promotional content have been omitted for conciseness.